Alright, welcome back everyone. Hello. We return once more to Saturday's Ironheart Merchant Company, session 15. Um, Last time, we left off, we saw the loss of, Essa leaving the party, an arrival of an uninvited guest, and just as quick of a disappearance of said guest. Um, the full appropriation of the slaves and setting them up, as well as interviewing them all. The ship being fully outfitted, not disenchanted, removed cursed, and fully set up to be operable again. The party managed to do pretty well for themselves, spending most of the session gathering information and collecting on the small bounty that Rain had managed to get for the group. As we come back, the party had decided to spend 8 hours from last session, if I remember right, to wait for their troglodytes that you all had ordered. Am I correct in that?
Yep.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Wanted to make sure. And James, as well as Alar, had gotten in their action. Roloman had decided to spend his time relaxing on the ship instead, enjoying his downtime. You're fully good. It saves me time on writing.
You would be practicing the whole time.
Hey, that works. Yeah, sure. Yep. Training, making sure no one smacks or bites each other, you know.
It's good you didn't do actions. My actions annoyed DM enough with how much you had to type.
Bro, I had to type that while running, by the way. Fucking, I hope you understand. Well, walking. I was typing between you and Wolf, like, all day this morning.
That was your own decision. You could have waited. I just needed 4 sessions.
Oh, my knee was hurting and I wasn't doing anything while I was walking around the lake, so.
Mine would decide to do my
I kept fucking failing.
Yep. Hey, if you hadn't, it would have been the same thing. But no worries. Yeah, so we return back. Yeah. We come back with you guys having spent the entire day going about your actions. James had decided to... give me a minute, because I have my notes up here. James, if I remember correctly, you spent most of your time gathering info and then, unfortunately, getting swindled into a deal to pay a little bit more on the iron that you were interested in at the time. Though...
No, the tungsten, not the iron. The iron I got for a little bit more, yeah, but the tungsten's was really where I really got scalped.
That was for the iron, that price. I don't know how you keep mixing that up. I've made that very clear that was 3.
I think his vision's going, do you need glasses, James?
Yes. He does. James does have glasses.
Does he? You need a new prescription.
New buses.
But
I have 500 pounds of tungsten instead? This is great.
No, you bought iron.
Fire. Don't
Okay.
What I'm saying.
I
I bought the tungsten though too in there. That's why I'm going over it all. I'm looking at it here.
or tungsten. You said...
I said 1,200 gold pieces for 20 libs is fine. I got 20 pounds of...
Yes, which you had gotten 25 platinum pieces as the iron price. Okay, James, I'm gonna make this really simple so you really understand. Iron was given to you at a 25 platinum piece price, right? You came to me and said, all right, cool, I'll buy 5,000 or 20 pounds at 5,200 of it at the end of it, right? Which means you were paying 26 platinum pieces as the charge got upcharged. That price was never changed for iron. You go one line underneath it, you see for tungsten, it is exactly written down exactly how much it costs. It says 1 gold piece per pound instead of 25 platinum pieces per pound. Now, if I have to explain this one more time, allow me here, so you really hear this clearly, because we've been discussing this for a week now. Iron, 26 platinum pieces. Gold or tungsten, 1 gold piece. Do you understand? Okay, cool.
I understand. That's what I said. Asked twice, and I got told no. The tungsten was...
I didn't say no on the tungsten. I told you it was the iron. I told you that, and you then for some reason seemed to think that I was saying tungsten. I don't know how you had all got that.
Because I said I'm buying the one that has 1 gold piece. I'm buying a fuck ton of it. I bought 500 pounds of it. That's fine.
You bought 20 pounds.
I bought 20 pounds of the one that was 25 platinum pieces, which was the iron, as you just stated.
Hold up. I'm reading through your thing.
That's why I asked for corrections and clarifications in message. Going,
Cameron, why can't you ever keep things simple? I give you it's an easy task. I don't know how you managed to confuse everything here. Yeah, I honestly am more impressed. Well, either way, you got you paid the 5,200 for 20 pounds of iron, so that's what you got, because that's exactly what it would have been, because it was 20 pounds of, for the iron cost, so there you go. As we are gonna continue. Yeah, damn. I need coffee. Where was I? Fuck.
You were going over James's actions, so I'm assuming you were gonna get to mine.
Yeah, thank you. So James, go do your own math in the background. Try not to confuse yourself.
I have it all dealt with.
Thank you. Yeah, and with Alar spending your free time, going through and talking with the many of the party mates that have been gathered and the slaves that have been purchased, ensuring that a slave revolt wouldn't happen, as you had pretty quickly picked up that one had almost started to bubble over as after the challenge from Rain and Rolliman had been turned down. As you spending your time reaching out and speaking with most of the slaves, you get a pretty commonality amongst the majority that there's a tension, many of them looking to James as a threat or to be or an aggressive master, someone that they will be more, what do you call it? How would you put it? Critical, I guess, upon them. With this kind in mind, many of them seem to be not favoring James at this point, though a full revolt has not been fully put to words, due to the fact of Rain's own influence currently. However, as you kind of get the feeling there may, if this continues to brew, this could end up turning upside down for James, if you will. Though, as you spend your time meeting with many of the slaves, many of them seem to get to know you, bonding slightly, calming the slight tensions. The ship seems to be at an uneasy calm, though, for the time being, as you finish up the day. Rolliman, as you spend the rest of your time training, relaxing, and kicking back, you watch as Alar goes about their business, James heading into down. The ship's pretty much quiet throughout the entirety of the training bout, as you go through the full 8 hours of the day. Eventually, towards the end of the night, 2 troglodytes brought out, set aside, and fully chained to the ship as the morph trolls that were bringing them out seem to be kind of eyeing your ship warily, running off as soon as the payload were left. The 2 troglodytes, looking both confused but just standing there, slightly malnourished, skin drooping a bit more, eyes looking slightly hollowed, but the creatures look to be just standing there. As James returns, the rest of you gathering up at the top, the troglodytes brought on board by the slaves as requested. You find yourselves gathering on deck, the rest of the crew standing a healthy distance back as they watch you lot kind of set up a plan and start to discuss what you plan to do with the rest of the night. We come back to you lot now, standing around a table, a small map of the local area. Kind of sat in front of you, which I'm about to send. As this is the area for the Bodak that was given, or the map of the area that the Bodak would have given, or the guy would have given you for the Bodak quest.
Besides that, I'm gonna have my map laid out that would, and of if I have any closer to the city, otherwise I'd make sure to have gotten one from Prophet of where the house exactly is that his mother-in-law is living in.
Oh yeah. As you kind of look at, you do find one of the houses towards the outer area of the town, in the northern gate. It seems to be right up towards the cusp. A barracks across the way from it, from what the map shows and what Prophet explained. The guards across seem to be somewhat fearful in avoiding the household as of late.
We can either. The plan for us tonight is to go deal with the mother-in-law, and then we will go drop the cages off at the Bodak Den and with the troglodytes in them and fish them up in the morning.
Alar fight mother-in-law? Yes?
believe so.
Plan is for us all to fight the mother-in-law.
Alar, prepare, and I will begin a ritual for a binding.
Okay.
Today, Alar binds to Primus.
Primus.
As James gets to probably watch in horror as, I quote...
A giant fucking robot?
No. We jump to Primus. Dozens of small patches of skin on the binder's legs and arms are replaced with gold, silver, and bronze. These randomly placed metal plates take a shape of well-formed squares, equilateral triangles, hexagons, and other random geometric shapes. You're watching my body turn into metal at random points.
As you turn to semi-Iron Man here.
Interesting kind of magic.
It's very strange and very...
Alar,
strong,
do
as
many
we've already
gnolls know this kind of magic, or are you kind of unique?
Alar Unique was supposed to be shaman. Did not work out.
Alright. I guess we'll head off to the Bodak cave then.
Well, no, we're
Drop
starting with
Again, we're doing the mother-in-law first.
Okay. My apologies.
the mother-in-law. We don't have to go anywhere.
James points at the picture of the hag, the wanted hag poster.
Just slowly looking...
Big
at
circle around it.
Who ignored the... We're gonna start with the near one first.
James, please speak up. I can't hear you.
Also, now I'm gonna be honest.
Why don't you
Primus
squat your ass down, your tall ass, so I can say it into your ear.
Primus is not the vestige I want for Bodax.
All right. Let's go. Meet this mother-in-law then.
Let's go deliver an eviction notice.
Yeah, as you, yes?
Alar will begin walking in perfect rhythm, because that is part of the downside of Primus.
Did you fail your check?
Grumpy, I cannot roll high enough.
Now, my question is, when you say perfect rhythm, do you mean rhythm as in, like, copying your compatriots' rhythm of walking, or do you mean, like, as in an invisible beat, or, like, an unheard beat?
It's personal, so I can read the thing.
Yeah.
Primus shows its influence by making a binder ruthlessly practical. A binder evaluates all activities and eye towards the ultimate goal. No frivolity or distraction is allowed. Every action gives a calculated move. In addition, Primus requires the binder not knowingly break any law or disobey any direct order of any lawful authority. Everything I do has to be right to the point. No excess movement, no excess anything.
So keeping exact pace is basically okay.
Yeah,
so
I have to get perfect pace.
So as you kind of like keeping up right next to both James and Rollman as you lot start heading into the dark streets. The city is somewhat lively, though there's not much light, due to this being mostly like large tents, a few buildings that are somewhat built out of wood and some stone, but most of the buildings being very primitive in design. There doesn't seem to be any street lights, and many of the roads seem almost pitch black as you head down them. The occasional assailants' voices can be heard as you head down the main roads. Turning down and heading towards the gate, you finally come, after about 3 hours of walking in the dark, it's now getting closer and closer to midnight. You can hear the kind of like scuffles and discussions coming from off to the side as two guards stand about 20 feet across the street from you, standing in front of a large, what looks to be semi-stone, semi-wooden, two-story building. That looks to be like barracks, as you see a couple of trolls fully in what looks to be leather and plate mixed together, as they seem to look over at you and then kind of waving their torches a little bit, and then seeing that where you lot are kind of looking towards kind of stopping and kind of ignoring you now. Almost purposely not trying to make eye contact, as they seem to kind of look away every time you look over towards them. As you look at the house in front of you, it looks to be a small but yet very long stone house. looking to be only a single story. It has a pretty large doorway at the front, standing almost 15 feet in height and about 6 feet wide. A large open, what would have been a window, now covered and boarded up with what looks to be very hefty wood, kind of seems to be off to the side of the door. There doesn't seem to be, as you look along the sides of the building, no other windows or exits outside of this large stone slab. From within, you can hear the occasional sounds of footsteps and the heavy thumps kind of hitting the ground. As you look about, you do see on the door there is a something like a leather piece of leather kind of slammed and almost looks like it's been pierced into the wooden door.
I'll go up and see what it is.
It reads, as you look at it in primitive Rollman, it simply reads, "Drop off, kids. Not my problem now."
Is it signed?
It is not.
There are kids in there.
Hmm.
This makes things a little more complicated.
Do we hear the sound of children?
Give me a listen check.
It's late at night, but there's a chance.
Is the
That's an
is the
11.
leather or
Yeah.
arrow unique at all? Or is it just leather?
The leather looks to be just, from what you can tell, feels to be something familiar. It looks, but it's definitely common. It's not nothing special by the looks of it. The arrow itself does have a small adamantine arrow tip, though.
Ooh,
I'm gonna take that.
I keep that.
All right, as Rollman kind of puts it away into his bag, strapping it into like one of the compartments as he does so.
Good arrow.
That was an 11 for my listen check.
11. As you kind of go up to the door, as Rollman's kind of looking at the page and very lightly whispering as he translates what it reads. James, you push your ear to the door. You hear the occasional like heavy thumping against what sounds like very compacted dirt within, and what sounds like the occasional like cackle kind of picking up, as well as something seeming like a hitting metal, but it doesn't sound. It sounds like a very hefty or hollow like metal.
Do I know that hags eat children?
It's a common stereotype. So I would say that'd be a common rumor you would have heard.
Hags are rumored to eat children. Do we want to go in quiet, or should I just pop the door open, cast my spell, and then you guys charge in and bring out any kids that are still alive?
You can start diplomatically. I think.
Alar, do diplomacy.
Try away. I'll
Okay.
step back and let Lars step in front.
I was gonna
Okay.
knock.
Okay, as you knock, you begin. You can hear the cackling suddenly go silent, and then some heavy thumps on the ground as the ground almost starts to lightly kind of rumble as something seems to get closer. The wooden door kind of starts to creak open as you hear something heavy and kind of almost wet smack against the door, and down and something bends down, looks you straight in the eye. You see a single-eyed creature staring at you, standing about 12 feet in height, slightly bent over. A little bit of drool coming out of his mouth, and a very long half of a mustache.
Is it a guy?
It's hard to tell as you see the cloth looks to be it looked like almost like a ripped toga of very cheap materials, barely covering, and some leather breeches. It's too indistinct to tell. There's no bosom or breasts that are clearly showing, but there's also, as you look at the chest of the creature that's exposed, there's no signs of pecs or any sort of like anything marking on the body that would give any sign of it.
Well, I have to be practical. I have to be straightforward. Alar will ask, "You own house?" As he gestures to the house.
The kid, or the ogre, kind of looks at you and goes, and looks back into the building and looks back at you and he goes, "No."
And talk to owner?
It looks back at the back of the house where you see a very dark splotch, kind of almost seemingly unnaturally so. The slight smell of smoke kind of coming from inside as you can hear a little bit of boiling coming from, or something boiling inside. The occasional thumping of something almost rhythmically as it's going about. The creature looks back at you and goes, "No."
Why not?
It just stares at you.
What cooking?
Switch the subject. Good idea.
Food.
What kind?
It just stares at you blankly.
Do I recognize what kind of creature this is?
Give me a knowledge nature check, or I mean, if you want to try profession mercenary, I'll allow it.
Can I sense motive him saying food to see if he's hiding something?
Sure.
I get he's probably dumb, but
Dumb people can hide things too.
dumb people can hide
Yeah.
things. Exactly.
Can I roll? I can't. They're speaking in primitive, so I can't understand what he's saying.
They are
18,
speaking
but-
primitive to each other. Yeah.
Can I
15.
see if
That's
he's
interesting.
charmed
Okay.
in any way? What would I roll for that?
For see what?
If he's charmed by magic in any way.
19.
19. Knowledge Arcana to see if you reckon there's any obvious markings on him or notes that he would give off that are similar to a charm spell.
13.
13.
For any looking for signs of being charmed.
You can almost immediately tell this creature does not have any magical capabilities, as it doesn't take long to see there's no religious symbols, and given the intelligence it's showing as it's still slightly drooling as it's talking to Alar, you're pretty sure if this thing can cast, it's naturally a caster, not because it's studied. You don't sense any magic or see any spells, though, or any markings, though, upon its body.
It's a dumb sorcerer.
Alar, what was your roll again?
19 sense motive.
As you kind of as you're looking at his body language, the creature seems to almost be confused as it looks at you. You get the feeling that this creature seems to not really understand why you're here. But as you try to see if it's hiding something, the creature seems to be completely telling you exactly as it understands. Almost as if this creature's barely capable of having its own thoughts. As you realize there's a very hefty dullness behind those eyes. Even in your own people, you would look at this a creature of this level of intelligence and kind of leave it out in the wild because it would be bad for a pack.
So, do I understand this is an ogre? First of all, I'll lead with that as a lar.
You wouldn't recognize this creature outright as an ogre with a single eye. And I will say, as far as Rollerman with the profession mercenary, as you look this creature up and down, immediately something you pick up is this creature is capable in combat. Not only have you seen creatures like this used in battle before as typically vanguard to run in crazily and die, usually as like a raging elephant styled combat. But as you notice, there's a slight strangeness to how he holds himself as you see a small club that seems to kind of come out into the side of your view as you are looking him up and down. You get the realization this creature, this cyclops, this ogre, whatever it could be, definitely is capable of handling itself and is probably slightly better than yourself. In out of game terms, that would be for Rollman as a perspective. You'd guesstimate this gentleman to be slightly either 3rd to 5th level in some class or another of martial capability.
Oh, I may as well take advantage if he's dumb. Let's do this. Need one of my hands. I'm gonna try and bluff this. Starting. How do I want to word this to make it as straightforward as possible? Survey happening. Going home to home. Each must meet with leader of area. As I look at the weird.
Creature looks at you. Go ahead and roll bluff.
Okay. 20. Not nat, but 20.
Oh, that's a 3.
Well,
the creature kind of looks at you and kind of looks back, And then you hear a moment later, and he looks back at you and goes, "No, come in."
Okay. And I'll point towards where Seiji's tent is. Go that way.
He nods and kind of like standing up, straightens his back, kind of comes out forward, and you see another slightly larger looking creature, similar to the one in front of you, that looks to kind of, with a bit longer flowing hair, what looks a small goatee instead of a half of a mustache. It's a little bit more groomed. Seems to peer through in the back, about midway in the house as the smaller of the two comes out, closes the door behind him, and starts walking towards Seji's tent without even questioning
We're gonna
things.
knock on the door, get them both
Well,
out.
first, once they're gone, Alar just gives a thumbs up to the other two, like, yeah, as planned.
Once that one's gone.
Usher for a huddle real quick.
Yes. I have to bend down. I'm a lot taller than you two.
You both have to squat down. I'm fucking short.
Yeah, but I have
That
to
gentleman
squat. I'm
there.
over 8 foot.
Stop talking about height. That gentleman over there is capable. More capable than I am. Since there's another one, this might not go well. Especially since, how far away is Seji's tent?
About a half an hour's walk at least. Given how slow he's walking, you'd probably guesstimate about an hour.
Man, we've only got about an hour before he's back, so...
James Smokehouse.
2 hours, because it'd be an hour walk.
Because they're back. Yeah.
Imagine he's faster on the way back, but yeah, about 2 hours.
But yes, James Smokehouse. We planned for this.
They're not gonna be able to get through this very easily. Step back, you two.
We'll think, though, there's more than one of those guys, and I said he's stronger than me.
Yeah, well, this might even up the playing field. Or would you
Me beat
prefer?
Stick.
And you two can be at the ready to get it if it breaks through what I do, or if it comes out the window.
All right.
Royce, I'm gonna be using some new spells here today.
Oh no.
I found some fun new spells for today.
Can I peek under the door?
As you kind of lean down, looking under the door, you do see that the way the door is set up, it does go slightly further down than so there's a lip into the room, and the floor in the house is slightly lower than the outside porch, so you cannot see inside the house. It's pretty clear that this was designed specifically to avoid people being able to look in and target people with spells.
All right. How high up is the window?
The window off to the right is only about 3 feet off the ground. I mean, it's about a 10-foot window, but it's completely boarded up.
Is there a keyhole on the door?
No.
I'm just.
Alar smash window.
That's gonna ruin part of the plan. This is a stone house.
Is there a chimney?
Let me check something.
You said
with
this house is 15 feet tall, right?
No. The doorway was
Or was
50.
that-
The door is 15 feet tall.
How tall is the building?
About in total, you'd guesstimate roughly 30, maybe 35.
Okay, so maybe for that one, but
Is there a chimney?
There does look to be a stove of some sort that has a chimney pipe at the back of the house, from what you can tell. And it does seem to be shooting smoke out right now.
Would
That's
that
where
work?
they are.
I'm asking James, would that work? You need a hole into the house, that's a hole.
Technically, I don't think I need to see in. I was just trying to make sure I didn't fuck this up.
You
Well,
hear
if
suddenly
we-
from the other side of the door, the prophet's voice go, "Is that you, James?"
What in the world?
I say, yes,
Wait,
Prophet, it's
no,
me, my
no,
friend.
No.
Oh.
Oh!
Shit.
I'm winking. I look at them knowing something. I'm doing something. Let me cook.
Perfect!
Your cooking it doesn't go well, but sure. Which
Am I correct? And are you here to kill my mother-in-law? Is that what I'm understanding?
James is going to whisper a spell, actually, in this case, to create a noise out the side of the house like there is someone digging into it.
Okay. What spell are you casting?
This is Be Ghost Sound.
Okay. What's the save on it?
Save would be 15 total for will.
Oh, it's only if interacted with. Okay.
Yep.
So.
So.
They'd have to someone get to the noise to.
Alright, yeah, as you cast the digging, the sounds of the digging, you hear Prophet's voice go, "Are you digging in my front lawn?"
No, of course not, my friend.
What can I do for you, James?
Well, as your quest specified, we had to come here and get her away from the city. So we were here to get her away from the city.
I think she's already left, to be honest.
I'd like to sense motive this voice, or whatever I need to see if it's just
sense motive. Yeah, go ahead.
I think Alar's just assuming they're lying, because why would the ogres be here? Alar's confused.
Sense motive.
A lot of looking
That's a
back
22.
and forth. 22. It sounds perfectly like Prophet in every single way, but there's just something about it that just keeps seeming off. And as you kind of looking about, you can hear Prophet in the distance as you hear someone his voice drink in the drink heavily at one of the inns down the street. Still kind of in the background as you then look back over, and it's clear that's not him.
That sound's gonna keep going for right now because it lasts a good little bit, but because this doesn't say I have to see where I'm casting this, I just have to, with a gesture, I create it in an area.
Okay.
For Kelgor's Grave Mist.
Ooh, what's that?
I love this spell.
I'm going to whisper something under my breath as I crush a fistful of brave dirt in my hand, and it's going to seep into the house, starting to deal. It makes the house colder, and starts dealing a d6 of cold damage. And for anything that doesn't have spell resistance, they get fatigued. This will last.
Even with, you get to roll to see if you overcome their spell resistance.
I'll roll to see if I overcome the spell resistance to give them fatigue as well. But
yeah, they do have spell resistance. Go ahead and roll for it. And what's the spell exactly? I'm not familiar with this one.
Kelgor's Grave Mist.
Yeah, Kelgor's Grave Mist. Great spell.
What is it?
Level 2 spell from Player Handbook 2.
Interesting. Is it spelled with a K or C?
K.
That's why.
Yeah, Kelgor.
I'm like sitting here and I'm like looking.
I love using K's.
Kelgor's last spell is also an alternate firebolt as a first spell.
What do I roll to see if it overcomes spell resistance? Help
you
me
roll
here,
a d20 and add your caster level.
So d20 plus 3 for you.
Oh, okay. This is probably not going to overcome it, but
hey, you might roll high.
Yeah.
No, you didn't.
I'm 10 short there.
As you start to hear the smooth the prophet's voice seems to kind of almost become like it's further and further away as he continues to talk. You start to hear the increase of the cackling, and you hear Prophet go, "It's already too late, young James. I'm already not leaving. You're too late. If you're smart, you'll just wait up there and get paid within, let's say, the hour."
I look to James for breach and clear.
We're killing her.
Breach.
I'll look to them both and nod after the 18 seconds is up, dealing 3d6 damage to everything in a 20-foot radius in that house. 20-foot cube
radius,
house.
yeah, of the where you cast it from the doorway. As you do so, you feel the spell go off, and as you hear the sounds of the ice kind of starting to crunch into the dirt, the sounds of thumping coming from inside that seem to kind of be moving slightly away from you. The entire building seems to almost go quiet for a moment.
That's 9 total damage.
Breaching clear.
Breach and clear, guys. Go for it.
Careful, there might be more ogre cyclops things in there.
At that, as you say that, James has pulled out a wooden block.
Oh,
The fuck is that for?
You'll see
don't worry
me.
about it. Don't worry about it. Just breach and clear with me. Break the door.
All right. Ready to go in?
All right. Roll to attack on the door.
Attack time.
As they both slam into it.
I believe that's a. Where's my sword at?
19 to hit.
19
no combat
hits.
Logging.
No, what?
8 damage.
I'm making a joke to myself.
8 damage to the door.
13.
Okay. 13. That does not hit.
I missed the door.
As Rollman goes to shoulder into the door and manages to, as Alarkai goes pushing, slamming his whole weight into Alarkai, slightly causing, bumping into Rollman, who slams into the stone wall right next to it. You hear the slight crack, and you're not sure if that was Rollman's shoulder or the stone itself, as it starts to leave a little dust as he steps away, holding his shoulder in his arm.
You know what? I'll swing at the door again. I'll swing at
Well,
the door.
if I need you out of my way from what I'm about to do, trust me.
Okay, I will step out of the way.
With every swing I make, because I'm doing the same thing, or divine structure activates, more and more divine power covers my weapon with every hit, as I keep swinging.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'll try again as well.
Well, it's, I was gonna say, if you're all gonna go...
Do I need to be in the way? Am I in the way for
20.
this as well or no?
20, okay. 20, that hits.
I look at roll.
11
You ready to
damage.
charge in?
As the door starts to crack, you see the center of it starts to split in slightly. The door is still standing on its hinges off to the side, but the door does not break through. Though you can see within, and as you look within, the light seems to kind of gleam, lighting up the entire cave. You see a similar looking, or two looking large ogres that look identical to each other, both holding giant clubs, waiting about 20 feet back where you can clearly see the ice came to an end from James's spell.
But now
I'll pull out my bow.
You was supposed to leave for survey.
Roll initiative, by the way, please.
You was supposed to leave for survey. How dare.
Unlawful
They
order.
lie.
Lawful order was ignored.
Well, that lawful order was kind of a lie.
19.
No, because I am Primus, order was lawful.
Okay.
God damn it.
Alright.
I got a 19 today. That's nice.
Not
See if I roll that
bad.
initiative.
Ready.
Hold on.
It's okay, I'll go fast.
What is your...
No! There we go.
Rollman, go fast.
Oh my. Let's see. That is painful for me. All right. We got James at 19, Alar at 20, and Rollman at 23. Nice, gentlemen. Today the initiatives are on your side, truly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do you sound sarcastic there? Are you
Because we're fighting 2 ogres and a hag. I'm not exactly thrilled.
Could be worse. Could be 2 ogres, a hag, and 4 bodocks. Wouldn't that be unfortunate?
Also, if I didn't tell him, could have been 4 ogres.
Oh yeah, could have. Who knows? As you suddenly look in, we start at the top of the initiative. The door is still in the way, by the way. It's only cracked in the middle, so you can now see in, with the room having been lit up by a strange light, expanding throughout the room. You do see a large cauldron with bones and what looks to be something floating inside of it, bubbling in the center of the room, as well as on the far side of the room, a chimney with what looks to be a kind of fireplace at the bottom of it. Rollman, you're on the opposite side of this door. It's still standing, even though it's cracked.
Oh, okay. So it's not a big enough hole to shoot an arrow through.
You can try, but you'll be at disadvantage for it.
Why not? They're big targets.
All right.
So that's a -2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Bam. 15.
Which one are you aiming at?
Are they both exactly the same?
They, from all you can tell, they are identical. There's one on the left and one on the right.
Right's always right.
Okay.
Does one only speak lies and one only speak truths?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I wish.
Good. You're gonna have to ask it next time.
I'll ask one when one of them is dead. Which ones, if they're dead or not.
Okay. 15 to hit. Does not hit as the arrow goes flying.
Again.
All right. Let's see what you got. 25 for a crit. Go ahead and roll again.
Let's see.
To see if you can get the threat.
11. Nope. So it is damage. Let's roll. Not amazing damage. Oh, minimum damage 6. Piercing damage.
Nice.
As the arrow goes flying, hitting the creature, you watch as it seems to shout or screech out and go, "Hit the other one, you idiot!" As you hear Prophet's voice come from the ogre.
Interesting.
The ogre's doing voices? That's not unexpected.
I think that might actually be Prophet.
As you end, is that the end of your turn, Rollman?
Yep.
Alright.
Yep.
Lar, you are up. The door is still in your way as you just watch Rollman just shoot 2 arrows down.
I would break the door, but I don't want to get hit by them, and I also have a bow.
Alright.
Double bow action
I'm the only one here without a bow.
Yeah, but
You have spells.
You can use
I
spells
can't
through the
cast
whole-
that fucking many spells.
You can cast Kelgor's Mystic on the ogres.
Cast throw rock or something. I don't know.
I cast stone.
I cast rock. Get fucked.
Oh god.
Too cool for school. I don't have a skateboard though.
You should have a skateboard. With the -2, that's a 19 to hit.
That's a 19. That does not. Well, which one are you aiming at? Left or the right?
Same one, Grumpy shot.
That does not hit.
Ooh, you got AC. I can shoot again. That's fine. I'll try the left one. I'm gonna shoot the left one. I want to see what's popping.
All right.
20.
What'd you get? 20. That hits.
I can hit the left one at least. All right.
Yeah.
I'll take it. Let's see for damage. 12 damage.
Yeah, as you shoot an arrow forward, the creature seeming to, as it hits into their shoulder, they seem to roar out at you, aggressively. For 20...
Said shoot other one. Shot other one.
You get the sense that they didn't care much for it.
Oh.
There's the end of my turn though.
Well,
Alright.
I think
I'm
I
sorry
think the
to
right
say
is
this.
tag.
Yes, James, as you watch Alar shoot arrows into the hole, you are the next one up. What would you like to do?
You know what? They're right. I'm just gonna use this again. Except now it's centered on them. Kelgor's Grave Mist. They take a d6 of damage, and I get to roll again to see if they...
I will say, they're 20 feet back. What's the range on that spell?
No, short range would still
Currently
be
it's
good.
130 feet.
Okay.
I get an
And
extra
if they
10
both have
feet
spell
level.
resistance, you would have to roll twice for each of them.
One has spell resistance.
Oh, okay. So you only have to roll once then.
And this is cold, correct?
Yes.
Okay. 14 does not succeed. So go ahead and roll your damage for the other one. Alright.
Well, no, it takes the damage regardless of the spell resistance. The spell resistance means that it can... That
It's
it
not
won't
affected by
get
fatigue.
fatigued.
Got you.
The ogre is fatigued.
Got you. As you look over, you do see the ogre looks to be completely fine. Though the ice does seem to shrink, kind of shrivel up towards his toes. He seems to kick it away moments later. Almost as if unfazed, as the creature kind of stares at you. The other one seems to look annoyed, and with Prophet's voice goes, "James, it's me, can't you tell?" All right, James,
Second.
you haven't moved.
No, I haven't. And I'm already out of my highest level spells.
That was fast.
James goes, shh. I can just imagine James looking at their spell components, realizing that he's low now.
I'm out of the good ones. Let me double check his spells real quick, just because I need to make sure.
James pulls out his cleric how-to book.
No, I've used this spell fairly recently, actually. As a matter of fact, in one of our last combats. They're within 30 feet.
They are roughly 30 feet from the door, yeah.
Perfect. And are they within a 10 by 10 foot square of each other?
No, they are roughly, I'd say, about 15 feet apart, due to the cauldron size.
That kills that idea. Would have been funny. Well, if the hag is like that, well, hags are weird. I don't want either of them moving, but I don't have a good way to stop them from moving, nor do I have anything that's great for hitting them. So, fuck.
James stares at them, stares back into his component pouch, stares back at the ogres inside.
Realized he was not ready for what comes when the combat actually starts.
James is gonna cast Sticky Floor.
Okay. Okay.
As I pull out a drop of Hardened Tree, slap and swallow it, I'm going to aim it at the one that so far has not been exactly the one that hasn't talked.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll let the
An ogre.
Yeah, the actual ogre. So I need a reflex save for partial on this.
Reflex. Give me a second. Wow. 12.
It would fail,
Okay.
as the reflex save would be 16 for the spell, and it is now entangled.
Yeah, you watch
Stuck in
as
place.
the sap shoots out of James's hands into the room, entangling the larger, or the one of the ogres off to the side, the one that hasn't been speaking whatsoever. It seems to, watch as the goo kind of covers it and just kind of looks up at you with confusion in its eyes.
Stay there, big boy.
Alright, as you end your turn, he is going to continue his march. We're going to roll an intelligence check to see if he realizes that was a trick. That's a nat 1, so he's going to continue on his way.
Head empty.
The talking ogre is going to... Yes?
I just wanted to make sure that you knew that the creatures within this area of the spell were stuck in place too, not just entangled.
Yes, I got that. Yeah, you're good. Yeah. The creature the ogre that has been talking, kind of looks over at the materials covering, the other ogre, or the sticky mess all over them, and then looks back at you. As a free action, you watch as they seem to smack something on their hip, and the door seems to slightly open out towards you lot. She realized the door was pull rather than push. Looking at it coming towards you. As it pushes out, you watch them beginning to speak some strange enchantment. I need a reflex save from all three of you.
Great, my greatest.
So they walked up and opened the door.
No, they as a free action seem to wave their hand up their hip,
okay.
and the door seemed open.
I see.
18 reflex.
18.
23 reflex, a nat 20. Jesus.
23 succeeds.
15.
18 fails. 15 fails. You will take half for this, James.
I'm in my leather armor of sadness, and I've dodged some sadness.
That is
It's a great
29
day.
points of light or electricity damage as lightning just starts shooting out of the hands of this of this hag as it cackles, turning back into its normal form. The lightning explodes out, frying and hitting each of you. James barely managing to jump out to the side as he sees the lightning coming, stepping out of the way as you two find yourselves fully electrocuted. Slight smoke singeing off of Alar from the burned fur as the spell comes to an end. The cackling of the creature inside suddenly showing its face as you see this pimpled, long-nosed, black, raven-haired green hag that does surprisingly look actually a lot like Prophet, even though he said this was his
They
mother-in-law.
are. Oh, actually, no, his mother-in-law. Yeah. They shouldn't-
She looks almost surprisingly very similar. As you see the face of this creature, as the smoke kind of deteriorates, that ends its turn as it had to use one of its turn to drop concentration. So, the other creature, the ogre that is still standing there in the Sticky's mess, puts his hands out in front of him, waves them a few times, looks at them, and realizing he can't shoot lightning,
Aw.
looks down at the sticky mess, and then just kind of aggressively pulls out or waves his club before pulling out a javelin from a little pouch on his back and is going to throw them at James. Trying specifically to aim at James overall.
Not hard to hit.
I know. It's great. Don't worry. That's...
I wanted to hit him.
Oh, that's an 18 to hit, James.
Yeah, that hits.
Alright. Don't worry. It's... Oh, well, that's max damage. As the javelin goes flying past Rollman and Alar, easily smacking into James and piercing right into his center chest as you look back just for a moment and see James basically get shoved through his chest and fall to the ground behind you.
Is the 18 with the -2 to hit from Entangled?
Oh, you are correct. That would have been 16.
It still would hit.
Oh,
Okay.
I tried.
I was say, fair enough. I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me.
All of my
Is javelin's extra
still
damage
there, though.
from Dex or strength? I forget.
Strength.
Strength.
It's
Okay.
Because it's
Strength, yeah. That's because you yeet them.
That ends the creature's turn, though, as it smiles and seems to wave its hands up in the air, chanting something in giant as he goes, "Go team," continuing to laugh as he does so. At the top of the initiative, Rolliman, you are up.
That's not good.
The last
Okay.
order was kill the hag. You now know which one's the hag.
Yeah. James is down. That's not good.
The door's open.
I'm also low HP, bro. What do I know about hags? Do I know anything about hags?
You give me a knowledge nature. I need to make a knowledge monster as a skill. I feel like we may actually make that in the future. Survival, profession, mercenary. Knowledge history. Knowledge nobility.
Mercenary.
You can see if they're used in Wordle.
Roll on my turn too.
Yep, you get your death saving throw. Don't worry.
Oh no, I also have to roll the damage for the ice because they're still in the range of it.
Correct.
Yeah, that's true. Professional mercenary. 11.
As you take a moment to think, you've only ever seen or heard stories of a single hag having joined up as an actual proper soldier. Although it didn't end well, as that mercenary group would later be found eaten, nothing but their armor and their gear left behind. Many of their bones, even seeming to have been cracked and turned into dust and taken away. A few times that this hag was spotted on the battlefield, they said they were quite capable on the battlefield, as capable as a wizard of about 9th level. Most wizards, in your experience on the battlefield, can make or break a battlefield depending on the spells they know. But as far as beyond that, you don't know much else.
Is James still in like the path of the door?
No, he is behind you. I imagine kind of when that javelin would have hit him, knocking him back into kind of slightly back to the street.
Alright. I'll go get him awake, I think. See if I can anyway.
Okay. You turn to move, or turn to look at him. He seems to be bleeding out, a giant javelin sticking out of the center of his chest. He's definitely not in good shape. Are you going to be trying to stabilize him?
Yeah.
Alright, give me a heal check.
Heal check. 16.
16. Yeah, as you manage to kind of, grab onto, James, trying to get him to wake up and keep him with you, for a moment, it just brings him close enough. James, you stabilize and find yourself at, 1 HP, with your eyes waking, or kind of coming to a fluttering open. A javelin still sticking out of your chest, pain still radiating from it.
Welcome back, buddy.
Why am I stabbed every time? Why do they never aim for the tall people?
So that was an action, I assume, yeah?
Yep, that's an action.
Is a free action to close the door?
I'll say so.
Can I aim to make it so that we make basically an arrow hole that doesn't give us disadvantage?
You look at the door, this door is barely hanging on. You're pretty sure if you hit this thing anymore, it's gonna crumble.
Yep. All right. I'll just take a shot. The door's open. I'll shoot and then I'll close the door for free action if that's all right.
Alright, yeah.
Free action.
Go ahead and take a shot, yeah.
At the hag.
Okay.
$24.
That hits.
Is that crit?
They
I
aren't
think it's
super healthy, so.
Hopefully. 9 damage.
Alright. Give me a second. As you watch the arrow go flying towards the hag, hitting into the creature, you see as she seems to give a slight grin, the rotted teeth and yellow coloration kind of coming through. As she does so, a light cackling kind of being heard as you hear in primitive, "Is that all you've got, dearie?"
Hopefully not. Free action, close the door, and take a 5-foot step back to the line of sight.
All right, as you step back, closing the door, that ends your turn. Alar, you just watched as Rollman shut the door and backed away. What are you doing?
Well, he shut the door, so I can't go in there like I was going to.
You can open it again if you want. It's free action.
Walk in, step in, shut the door behind you. Come on. Be polite. It's lawful.
It's true. I mean, if we keep opening this door enough times, it might just fall off.
I have a plan for that.
You know, yes.
Your plan should be
Alar
healing
polite.
yourself so you're not dead.
Now-
Alar polite. Walk in and close the door behind me.
Are you sure about that? You don't want to do anything else before you walk into the building of a magic caster who's been living here for a while. There's nothing else you'd like to do, Alar. I'm just checking here, because I want to really make sure that I don't get yelled at for being an unfair DM here. There's nothing else you'd like to do before you walk into the den of a magic caster.
I know what you're hinting towards. There's not much I can do about it.
Alright, give me a reflex save.
I did not say I was walking in. I was about to do something else.
Okay, I was about to say.
You know what? I'm just gonna...
Got any healing?
Huh? No, I don't have any healing.
I'm in owie right now.
Healing? I'd be healing right now. I don't get a healing vestige till fucking level 5.
Rolliman is currently like covered in soot. His hair's still standing up, a little electricity staticky coming off every once in a while.
I'm gonna shoot the hag.
If we just keep shooting them, they'll die, right?
Eventually.
Yeah.
Use the adamantine arrow. Maybe you'll get some extra damage out of it.
Well, it's on Rolliman right now. Nope.
he's probably talking to me.
All right, Larry, if you want, you're gonna look into the hole, take a shot, and I assume then go back to your cover.
I will take 2 shots, then go to my cover.
Yeah. I imagine that lightning bolt didn't feel too great though on the Lar either.
Oh, it didn't feel good.
No, but I have bonus health from a thing, so I'm not too bad off.
James, you did just watch James die. He's looking up at you with blood coming down his mouth still.
Okay, that's his problem.
That's fair. All right, go ahead. Let's see what you got.
23 to hit.
That hits just barely. If you're well, you're aiming for the hag, I assume, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, that only hit because since I shot him last time, I got a +1 bonus to hit.
Oh no!
17 damage.
As the bow hits in, you hear as the hag's cackling kind of stops for a moment, and as the air kind of thunks in, you hear a wet slap, and you hear, Derry, alright, that one kind of hurt. You don't need to keep doing that, you damn mongrel.
Nat 20.
Oh, shit. Alright, roll
Confirm it. Please.
Good damage, permanent damage,
That's what-
permanent damage.
Oh,
Really?
what?
Oh, shit. He has a slightly loaded dice. I know what dice he's using, fucker.
Yeah, we did learn. I did the roll test on this. It is very slightly weighted towards better numbers. It's very
Uh-huh.
but it's
That's fine.
naturally. It's not a cheat dice. That's the best part.
God damn it. I'm gonna weigh that dice next time I see you, I swear to God, and I'm gonna put that motherfucker out.
You probably should, but I did get this dice from a fucking, what is it? Caleb got me this dice from a
No,
dice site. So
You're good until I'm there, until I can prove it. You're fine, yep.
No, I'm just saying, if it is, Caleb bought this dice.
Oh, so you let me Caleb down.
Salt.
Okay.
Yeah. If it's weighted, yes. He didn't tell me it was weighted.
Alright, so that is a crit, and then you rolled a 20, you said?
Yeah, I rolled 2 20s.
I will say, that is, with that as a confirmation, you can roll for permanent injury, so. For your third d20.
Okay. No.
No, okay. Alright, now it doesn't give you. Alright, go ahead. I think that's max damage outright.
I mean, it just doubles damage if you want to max me for double.
Nope, double, so it's either double the dice or double the damage.
I believe.
The bow is 3 times.
3 times it
What
is.
chat? Yeah, I would say, what chat do you pin it in? Is it more?
What?
Your final rulings on crit.
Oh, no, my ruling is it's still double the dice or double the damage. I stand by that. Yeah. No, I was just double checking if the 3.5 had an actual specific
I wanted
ruling.
to check your final ruling for the crit confirm because I know we flipped like 3 times on the rules that you had for but you posted it in chat at
Yeah.
one point.
Mhm.
And
That's what I
it was
wanted to
a what?
Because I know we flipped from 3 to 2 nat 20s.
No, it's 2. It is 2, because the third one's just to confirm for the injury.
Okay.
Yeah, that was it. It's 2 nat 20s, the third one's the permanent injury.
'Cause that's
So
a
if
lot.
you roll 3 nat 20s in a row and the person escapes, you'll at least leave them with a fucking marker of maybe you get in a hand or an arm or something else.
26 damage.
26 damage. Give me a second. I can't do math now. It's a big
Wait, you
number.
tripled that and it wasn't. It's
What?
kind of a low roll.
Hmm?
That was a low roll for damage. It's quite sad.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
As you pull back, shooting your arrow, you hear as it thunks again. As the green hag kind of gasps slightly, and hearing the slight ragged breathing, you hear, "Alright, I think you might have punctured a lung, dearie. Put down the bow, and I won't have to electrocute you again."
You want make deal?
No, I want to kill you.
Me want deal. Me shaman.
Is that your turn?
I take my 5-foot step away from the door.
Back to the full cover of the stone wall.
Good idea.
I have to check something.
Alright. James,
I won't get hit by lightning.
you are 1 HP. You have a giant javelin sticking out. You have a large javelin
That's
sticking
not
out your
that important.
chest.
But
Okay.
I punctured her lung, so if you can finish her.
No, I
You
can't
still
do
are on the
anything
ground.
like that. But I had a funny idea, but it won't work.
Yeah, 'cause no, you are marked prone, so. Good.
Yeah, Chaston, I have to share this funny idea. It won't work, at least not in this instant. I thought about using blockade offensively.
So did I when I first saw the spell. So did I. I really thought about dropping it
but-
2,000
Oh,
how
I
it
know
is, I
about
can
the-
use
yeah,
it
the little
during.
cube.
I can use it along with whatever else I want to do. Because first, I'm going to roll the d6 of damage that they will be taking for being within 20 feet of the where I cast that.
These D6s will really add up. We'll get them.
Yeah, they will eventually. Don't worry.
That's 4 more cold damage.
Oh no. Alright, roll for the spell resistance.
Oh, that might be a one-time thing. Is it, James, for the spell resistance?
No,
Just
I
when
believe
it's cast?
it's per
Oh, is it
turn.
per?
Yeah, I think it's per cast.
Yeah.
So he gets to do it each time, which is good for him, because he gets a
Yeah, it's good.
chance.
Yeah.
If James could roll higher than a 4.
Well, you
He rolled a
4, I
three.
think.
That was a 3.
A 3. Is that
Damn.
beat it? Or-
No.
Oh.
Oh, that would have been great if someone did.
I'll use my first action because I'm not gonna move to heal myself.
Okay.
So I'm going to cure light wounds, which is a d8 plus 3 on myself.
There's a bit more than light wounds in you right now.
Yeah, it's the only one I can prep right now. Could prep right now though.
He's got this, I believe. No, okay.
Oh.
Minimum.
You know, last time we were playing Killing Floor, every time I'd say last night we were we were doing well, or that we were gonna, survive, someone died suddenly. So I think that curse is continuing. Sorry, James, I didn't mean to curse you with that.
Hey, he's 5 times his current health. That's still a lot of healing.
Yeah, thanks. Is there a 5-foot space empty in front of me?
I mean, there is, because Rollman stepped 5 feet forward.
Great.
wanna-
I'm tossing the wooden block there, and I'm using blockade. There is now a 5-foot by 5-foot wooden block there with 600 HP.
Okay,
It's
so
fucked.
the
I'm
entire
total cover.
the entire porch is now like covered with like a front wall. The sides aren't, and now Rollman and Rollman and Lar, you find yourselves on either side of the door now with a big wall, blocking your immediate
At
escape.
1 foot, with how you describe the door, there is a little bit of space on each side for them to shoot. The door, they just have to break the door.
Well, you said you were just tossing the block 5 feet in front of you, so the block would have landed on the edge of the porch, basically creating an enclosed porch. Slightly, except for the sides, because the sides wouldn't have been enclosed, so they can still get out to the right or left of them. They just can't go back now. However, you're completely blocked, which at least you now know you don't have to worry about another javelin coming towards you. That's if you're trying to throw it 5 feet in front of you.
Do you have to put it 5 feet in front of you, or you just put it wherever you want?
It has to be within where I can
Okay.
basically set it.
Yeah.
Toss it 5 feet. It is
So-
not a very long range spell. Otherwise, I would have yeeted it over the fucking heck.
Yeah, you just
Drop
kind of
the
create a
spike.
corridor now for the group, but as either the party members start on the with walls between them, you have full cover currently. So, all right, James, that's your cure, and then that is your other spell for not moving. You're
Swift
still
action.
prone. Yep. Oh, that's a swift action.
It's a
Oh, okay,
swift
my bad.
action, so it's amazing. I still have another spell I can fucking use.
All right, perfect.
Very nice.
Can I see them through the cracked door still?
No, there's now a wall in front of you.
Yeah, you do have full cover.
You are now literally covered with a full wall here, blockading
More
this.
healing.
Do you know what?
You could take the javelin out of your chest.
No,
Yeah,
that's less
I-
important than healing.
Well, I can't really heal myself any further without not being able to do something.
I mean, you can do a heal check, and I believe that for first aid. Oh no, it's only if you're dying. Never mind.
Yeah, no. I'll deal with that in a little bit. I think... Yeah, this'll work. I grabbed the wand out of my pocket.
Oh, god damn it.
I'm
Okay.
summoning a monstrous spider.
All right, a spider appears in front of you. This large-looking black with white spots creature that stands about as large as you, James. With its large thorax, its big eyes, it looks at you as its little I forget what they're called, the mouth portions, but mandibles. Thank you.
Mandibles?
As the mandibles kind of move, it seems to just stare at you, waiting for an order.
Get the hag.
All right.
I think this hag is
murder
really
hag.
nice for what this spider's gonna do.
No, it's for not 20. Don't worry.
I hope so. That'd be good.
It is a medium monster spider.
Yep. Yeah.
So And I have its max. I have its HP here as well, so I'm.
Does summon monster allow for the monster to act on the same turn as it summoned, or is it after the turn following? I forget.
I will check the spell.
What does the spell say?
I will check the spell.
Also, another important question: does this monster spider look like Pierre?
No.
Ah, damn it. The spell as summon monster once. Let me check the summon monster once says. Summon extra planar creature designates. It appears redesignates and acts immediately.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So it can move up to for a monster spider. It can move up to 30 feet. It can almost get up to the hag. It'll be about 10 feet from the hag.
On top of the block because I can summon it there.
Okay. It would then have, well, seeing as the porch, as I mentioned, was covered, and that's why I said it became an enclosed porch, that wouldn't really help it. I'd just give it more, it'd have to move. So, I'm going to assume you'd put it off to the left.
Oh.
Yeah.
And the doorway's 15
Oh,
feet.
my apologies. Yes, sorry, 5 feet. Okay, my bad. I thought it was higher. Yeah, as the spider climbs over, my bad, I thought it was higher. Climbs over and goes under, it still will, manage, it'll be about 5 feet from the hag from what it can get in, but it will have to open the door. It will not be able to close the door behind it, as the creature can't. Actually, spiders can't open doors. And as is a door that is pull, meaning it has to come towards the spider.
It's very much, I will correct the order to web through the hole.
What do you do know it's
They
a
have
medium?
webs,
It's a medium spider. That's a U spider. You can't fit through the hole in the door.
Oh, but it can shoot its web through the door.
Oh, okay. Alright. Okay.
To
Let's see
keep
what's
the,
its web attack for me.
Its web has a maximum range of 50. It works like a net.
I know, I'm
but has a
reading it.
maximum
It's
range of
okay.
50 feet.
What's this say?
Capture the hag.
Oh, there's no save. Okay, it's just, yep.
Nope.
Alright.
It's a touch attack.
Oh. Is it?
Nets are made on a touch attack. You make a touch attack against the target.
Yeah, because it works like nets, so yeah.
Oh, okay. So it has to make a touch check. Yeah, go ahead and roll me a d20. As far as it goes versus its touch.
Plus the spiders.
I believe it should be the same as the bite, +4.
Yeah.
So, +4 to hit, with it, but it is a touch, so better odds.
Yeah.
Oh, you do not. As the web goes wide, as the spider shoots it, hitting the door, the top of the door. No, it hits the top of the door and gets caught, kind of closing the door, or the hole slightly, filling it up a little bit more, making it harder to shoot through arrows through it now, as the feathers can easily get caught on the spider web.
Try again, since you're not moving.
It would have had to move to go down to be able to... Oh, no, because of how big the door is. Never mind. Yeah, never mind. No, because of how big the door is. No, he's right. Yeah, he's right. Alright, yeah, go ahead and let's see if you can do it again.
Go again.
Nat 1, so nat 20 this time.
Oh my god.
That's...
This spider's pretty bad at its job.
As the thing goes even, like, low, like, to the bottom of the hole, it now is made impossible to shoot arrows through that hole completely, almost making it to the point where both ends have too much thick webbing. Alright, well, that at least ends the spider's turn.
Why?
Ogre that's traveling is gonna roll an intelligence check, and all it has to do is get a higher than a 10 to realize that was a trick and come home. But as it has a -2 to intelligence,
Nope.
continues its journey as he continues on, not realizing what's going on.
Alar is very persuasive.
Yep. The hag is up. They're going to, again, as a free action, open the door once more.
Is it not webbed shut now?
It is not. The webbing got into the hole that you guys had made when trying to crack the thing open. It opens up, hitting Rollman in the side, giving Rollman full cover now, as he now has a door and the wall. There is now, as Alar is off to the side with full cover, neither of you have to make a reflex save. This creature, or the hag, is just...
Poor spider.
Cheating. The spider and James.
Well,
no, because the barricade.
Blocked. Oh, just the spider. Oh no.
No. The spider.
Lady, you did your best.
The hag is suddenly another hag is going to suddenly appear as if right coming out of the ground in a shadowy mist right next to the spider in front of it. Now standing next to Alar. Alar, you do get an opportunity attack.
Bonk.
Rollman, you are blocked by a door, unfortunately. As the door's kind of like.
Door can't hold me.
I mean, you can make an attack through the door, but you'll be at a -4 disadvantage. So.
Oh well, that's fine.
All right, I'll take it then. Yeah, go
Better
ahead.
than nothing.
Yep.
24.
24. That does not hit.
What's my plus?
Oh.
+3. Is he flanking with a spider though?
You are with a +2 on that. That would give you a 26.
26.
Yes, that would hit.
I did
Yeah,
not 20 for
beating
this.
stick.
Oh, 21.
Does not hit.
Oh, shame.
Yeah, max damage.
Hit
Oh my god! Wait, how much?
13.
As you slam into the hag.
Yeah.
Give me a second. How much? Let me.
I hit.
You see the blood from the hag kind of spit forward. The spider also is going to get an an attack. Do you want to roll, James, or would you like me to, given your rolls tonight?
You know what? I'll roll for the
No,
bite.
keep going.
Yeah, go ahead and roll for the opportunity attack bite. You get a.
If you
it's-
not want to get this will be magical.
I want to
Okay.
want one again. It'd be funny.
That does not hit, unfortunately, as the spider tries to bite forward. As the green hag, as you slam into its chest, and the creature seems to pull its arm away as the spider bites and kind of slamming Roland's blade up at the same time. You see blood kind of come out of the creature's chest as you pull your club away. A clear dent where its ribcage used to kind of come to a center of. The hag kind of glares at you as it coughs up and is going to now cast lightning bolt right on Alar only. I need a reflex save.
I think
Oh,
you can
actually,
do damage.
I'm wrong. It's an area effect. She has to make the reflex save too, because it's all of you. Never mind.
I'm gonna autofill
James,
'cause I'm prone.
James, you can't be hit with this because of the
Are we full
barricade.
covered.
Yeah.
My
Full
If we're
cover.
full covered,
Full cover is, I think. Is it
then
full
you
cover?
can't hit with
Need
if it's a
to check.
line. It's.
No, this is also area. No, it's also area. It's area as well as. Oh no, it does state line. Never mind. You're right. No, it is just going after. It is straight going after just Alar. You are right. My apologies. All right, Alar. What do you got for your reflex save?
I'm
roll
pretty
good.
sure even if I succeed with min damage, I will go down. I'm
Well,
just gonna put that
We're about to find out.
out. 22 save,
You succeed.
but my health isn't.
How
You're
do you
casting a
feel?
spell, right?
Yeah, that's 21
get-
points.
I get an
Yes.
attack of opportunity then, right?
Do you?
Oh yeah, melee spell. Yeah.
It's a spell
Melee spell.
within range.
Oh.
The spider, me, and Alar also get an attack of opportunity.
Yeah.
Again.
Go ahead.
Can you go down before I die, please?
Because otherwise, that 21 points of damage is about to hit hard.
That's an
An
18 for the fight.
It's 20 because
The 18 fails.
20. 20
Fail.
for the
20
fight, sorry.
fails.
Alright, what's my
This thing's AC is high, whatever the shadow creature is. I don't like it.
+5? Come on, crit, please. No.
Fuck, Roman fails.
I
Oh.
didn't crit.
What'd you get, Alar?
That's a 28 to hit.
How'd you have 28?
Every time they repeat the same action.
I rolled a 19.
Oh.
I rolled 8 to hit due to repeats, and I'm flanking.
That's right. That hits.
Sorry, 29 because of +2.
Yeah, that hits. No, 100%. Yeah, I forgot fucking. Yeah, I forgot for you
Kill it,
saying
kill it,
the
kill it.
repetitiveness. Yeah, I forgot that.
Repetitive death. 11 damage.
Oh, you're gonna be mad.
Is it 12 HP? No!
Wait,
Uh,
no. Plus damage
wait.
from repetitive 12.
12
You-
damage?
The repetitive boost attack and damage.
Creature's still alive.
No!
On 1 HP. The creature still shoots. What?
Is she chaotic?
I think I can do.
No.
She's not chaotic.
No.
Damn. I get bonus damage on chaotic. Fuck.
As she shoots out the lightning, Alar, seeing the lightning coming forward, swings on Alar as you see the hope of the spider enrollment come at the creature, knowing this is about to be your last moment. The club smacking against the side of the hag's mouth. You see as the jaw goes slightly crooked. The others two easily missing as she seems to move her body almost unnaturally as it cracks and creaks. The lightning bolt, though, seems to explode into your face, and you find yourself dropping to the ground, fried and slightly spazzing out. Unconscious, as ends her turn.
Lars' last words. You guys suck. Pointed towards Rollman.
Hey, what the hell?
The other ogre is going to grab hit as it is his turn, is going to grab the ring on his finger and whisper into it, and then step forward out of the goo and start walking towards the door menacingly.
Did he counterspell the goo?
Freedom of movement.
Pass without a trace on a ring.
That would not counter that, I don't think.
The subject or subject can move through any type of terrain or leave neither footprint nor scent. The tracking the subject. It basically. Oh wait, you are right.
That
Hold
doesn't
up.
give you immunity.
It does
That's
not.
just travel. Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, he still can't move.
Not wrong.
Cool spell, but not.
You watch as he seems to whisper into the ring kind of going off, and the creature seems to try and step forward, looking down as if confused, and kind of starts rubbing the ring and like waving it in the air to try and get to continue to do. As it ends its turn, as he can't see anything and can't hit anything without the.
Though, I will state that to remain stuck in place. So
I want to put the worst part. It's just a strength check to break out a sticky floor.
Yeah, it is.
That is a 17 for the reflex save.
He's no longer stuck in the same spot, but he is still entangled as he remains in the area.
That ends his turn. Back up to the top of the initiative. Rolleman, you are up. We are on the third round. It has been a total of 18 seconds.
Gotta kill this guy.
You do have a door that's kind of like keeping you entombed here, blocking you.
And that ogre is also fatigued.
Yes.
Fatigued.
Yep.
He's
Alright,
or what you think, or you assume he is fatigued at least.
I'm just saying, if y'all can't do 1 damage to a hag, I just.
Yeah, I have to hit him. It's hard to hit.
Come on, you got this.
Alright. That one's going to his frenzy. So he's getting +2 to the thingamajigs. +4 to strength and dex. Alright, so can I go around this obstacle in any way?
Oh, yeah, you can easily just shut the door and move around it.
Action?
Yeah, because I was going to say, you're just going to be basically pushing it to where, off the, backing up into the square and pushing it a little bit out of the way.
Alright.
I mean, if you want to make a strength check to make a cool thing and try and tear it off its hinges, you can do that. I mean, the door's on its last HP.
Nah, we'll leave the door. We need to leave the door. It would be damaging property if we destroyed it, you know?
Oh, yeah, the giant hole in it with the spider webbing on it. Yeah, totally not damaged. Go ahead.
Alright, so... Am I flanking with the spider, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Time to murder this thing, hopefully. I have a +11 to hit. Hey. Come on. 22. Does that hit?
That does not hit.
Is he
Okay.
flanking? Would
One
he
more.
get the +2 from the
I
spider?
already adding the +2.
That's with the +2.
Okay.
Second one. Of course, alright.
Ouch. As you try, Roman, swinging twice, this creature seems to almost, as if it's not there, your blade seems to bite into nothing but shadow. It cackles as it turns and looks at you, laughing at you as it points, and says in primitive, "Just like the dog, dearie, you're next, and then the small one's going in my stew."
Alright. Do your worst.
Alright.
I'll just grin.
And that ends your turn.
Am I still in the path of the ogre in the room?
Well, technically, you're off to the side of the door.
Okay, so
He
he can't
can't
hit the
see.
javelin?
No, he can't hit you at this point. Yeah, you're still technically full cover from him.
Stay here.
All right, Alar, death saving throw.
Fail.
Oh God, this is not the time for your dice to suddenly not roll the way you need them. That double crit, you need that back.
I'll say this checks out. The double crit, it's evening out.
Well, all right, Alar. I'm not going to be a dick and make you make two of them, because you're not moving. So James, you're up.
Yeah.
You're still prone. Your wall's still there. You can hear your spider on the other side, and you just saw electricity shoot off to the.
Looking around the edge of the block, can I see Alar's unconscious body?
No. Not without no. But you can smell.
I
can
will
smell
smell
burnt
in the
fur.
yelp when I got electrocuted.
Yeah, the loud yelp as well as the smell of burning fur, which would smell very different than when you've smelled Rolliman being electrocuted before, definitely gives the distinguished scent. As well as you can't hear Allure anymore as the battle has been going on.
You also smell melting
What does it take to stand up?
I think it's
What
just
does it do if I
from
miss
prone. It's just it removes all your movement. It's just you lose your
It
movement.
doesn't remove all your movement.
Or it's half your
I mean,
movement.
It might. Into 5.
It's either half or full, because I know it was Oh, side story for the viewers. There's this tale about a barbarian who beat up a tree while trying to attack a vampire spawn.
Move equivalent action.
The equivalent of an action.
It does. It does.
Move action.
Yeah, so it's
It
your
does
full
take all your
movement. Yep. So yeah, your movement is taken up to get up.
You
If
still
you
gotta
want
stand
to.
up, or
If you want to.
And can I just crawl the 10 feet that it would take to get to Alar?
Yeah, as a free action, kind of pulling the javelin out of your chest and setting it to the side. I'll allow you to crawl. Yeah, that's fine. I think crawling is half speed, is technically as far as it goes when you're prone. So, but yeah, there's not much. It's only about 15 feet to get around, or from where you're at, around the wall and up to where Alar's on the ground, seeing the hag staring at Rolliman. Yes.
No matter speed, crawl is 5 feet of movement.
Never mind. You make it 5 feet forward to the side of the wall. You can see Alar on the ground, slumped over with slightly jolting and spazzing out every once in a while. You can also see Rolliman badly injured. I imagine at this point, slightly coughing up some blood.
Well, you know what? You can never have too many things. Let's see what else can I bring into this with a high to hit?
do you just have auto damage? That would be nice.
I don't.
Magic missile would really help
Wait,
for
I
it
don't
now.
roll that D6 because it's in the range of it.
Huh? You have what?
The D6 is the
No, because it's standing.
It's not.
It's
He's
standing
standing
in the door where you were standing to cast the spell to go in. Yeah. So if he had stayed in the room, yeah, 100%. But no,
There's still
Cameron?
that to the ogre.
it's 1
Do
HP.
you have a second level slot left, or did you?
No, I don't. I stated I used both of them.
Oh, sucks to suck.
Only thing I could attempt, if I could see it, is Ray of Frost at this point.
You can see the hag. I mean, it's in the middle of this this triangle.
Oh, great. So this will be against its touch attack. This is a touch attack, so this will go against its touch AC.
You're lucky. That's the only thing that hasn't changed right now.
Which I would make with, for magic again, 1d20 plus, what do I add to this, guys?
+3. It's just your caster level.
It's just your caster level. Yep.
You don't get base attack on that? That's unfortunate.
Nope.
No, it's just caster.
There's a feat for that, I believe, or something similar. But yeah.
16.
There's multiple.
You hit.
JC. Do some damage. Hopefully it kills him.
Two cold damage.
You know what? It's funny. Spell resistance negates damage, if I remember correctly,
No, it doesn't.
up to a certain amount.
It does not negate damage.
I'm gonna double check.
It's only for getting hit.
Either blocks the spell or
Ah!
Is Ray of Frost applicable to spell resistance, Cameron?
It doesn't say.
It usually says yes or no. That's what I'm
Oh,
saying.
there it is. Spell resistance, yes. So I gotta roll for that.
You have to roll
You have to
for
roll
it.
to see if you beat its spell resistance.
which so far you have had no luck with.
20.
Holy shit, you finally beat its spell resistance. Oh my god, on the last fucking
James,
round.
you did it.
As
Did I just kill the hag?
as James, blood coming down from his mouth, anger in his eyes, his friend, his new party
You
member down.
Bitch.
As he says this, a beam of light cold or a light cold breeze goes from James's hand to the untrained eye. It looks as if nothing happens. As suddenly the hag turns to a solid chunk of ice, and the ice starts to shatter apart into small pieces onto the ground, dropping the body.
I look at the ogre dead in the eyes.
Oh, you can't see the ogre from your angle. Yeah.
I shout out the giant, ogre, sit the fuck down.
You hear something come back. Okay.
Sits right down on the sticky stuff.
You hear a very loud slam as the ground kind of like slightly causes a bit of a tremor as the initiative is broken. If you guys don't try and attack the ogres.
Third round. Nah, I'm not gonna kill the ogre at this point. I'm gonna go.
Well, I'm gonna confirm. Rollaman, are you going to go after the ogre?
As injured as I am right now? Fuck no.
Okay.
I go up to Alar and I'm gonna heal them. Let's see how well I heal Alar.
Probably better than you healed yourself.
Are you just rolling a heal check, or are you rolling or using a spell?
No, I'm using my last first spell for this. Alar, you get 6 health back.
Hey, there you go.
Your healing sucks today. You cannot roll above half.
No, I can't. It's pissing me off.
As James crawls over rushingly, through the pain,
No,
searing
I stand
pain.
up and roll over quickly.
Through a searing pain, kind of pulling himself to his knees, kicking the dirt off as he goes running over to Alar. As you feel Alar, the warmth kind of come over your body, you open your eyes to see James kind of looking at you. Your body's still slightly spazzing every once in a while as you feel the electricity kind of dissipating. Roll him off to the side.
You know, when you heal Alar, they shoot up, and they yell, "The law is still alive," and then they look around and see the fight's over.
The pieces of hag on the ground.
I will state that the wooden block goes back to normal, and James will pick it back up, putting it in his back, putting it in a pocket, and just going, "It worked! Ow! Fuck! Pain!" As he grabs a chunk of the ice to prove to Prophet.
Alright.
Frozen
Let's
hag.
get out of here.
Can I look at the ogre? He's just sitting.
He's just sitting in the goo.
I'd like to look at him. Ogre work for Alar?
Mom, Dad, no.
Mm.
Leave it alone, Alar.
Ogre work for Alar.
No.
You see the ogre pull the club from its sheath on its back and kind of smack it in its hand a few times. You see runes carved into the thing as it starts to light up.
Alar like beating sticks.
Alar, no. Let's just go.
Also, I'm gonna roll an intelligence check for the other one to see if he's coming back yet.
Oh yeah, is he still going?
We're gonna be gone.
He finally, as he gets down the block, about 4 houses down, kind of turns and goes, "Wait a minute.
Yep.
Seiji doesn't talk to me," and turns and starts walking back.
Can I do a quick loot of the hag's body?
As you look about, it's just chunks of ice on the ground of pieces of hag.
No. Yeah, but like any items, because I know they had random shit they were smacking on their body to open doors and shit.
As you look about, you see chunks of them, but and there looks to be a very hefty bit of one of their hands, like their forearm and hand seems to be solid, whereas the other one looks to be completely shattered. You also do notice that their hips seem to have kind of broke off in a solid piece, although again, it doesn't seem to. It looks to be almost unnatural.
Guys, grab the solid pieces, please.
Okay.
I'll grab something. I'm not really particular what I grab.
Grab the hip. Alar, grab the arm.
Something.
I grab arm.
Alright.
Now we profit.
As you...
Let's just see
You wanna go
Prophet
straight there?
What a profit tomorrow, because he is drinking at a bar.
You know what?
Yeah.
That's good. Let's go drop off the troglodytes to the Bodax and
You still
Get
want to do
some
that after we just got our
We
At
don't
least you
have
guys
to
can
do
fly.
anything
It's
other
not fly in the middle of the night.
that. Fair. Let's go to bed. Ow.
All right.
Walking back.
Yeah, as you
I look over at the trolls that are in the barracks across the street. Do they look half relieved that she's gone?
the barracks, as you see, they seem to be whistling and watching you as you kind of go. One of them kind of nudging the others. They, as you lot kind of continue down, you do see they seem to head over to investigate, and one of them runs back in, and you start to hear hooting and hollering as well as shouting coming from the barracks.
They're free.
They're free.
They're happy. I made someone happy today. It just took getting stabbed.
What about this? Oh yeah, the spider just disappears.
Yeah,
Fades
Spider-Man.
away.
Just,
The spider's gone. The spider disappeared.
The spider
Same-
did his job.
He did his best.
Well, he did. Yeah, actually, yeah, he did his best. It was not that good.
I knew I couldn't summon the monster centipede. It would be too big there.
As you head back towards the ship, kind of going about your getting the making sure the troglodytes are set in their cages, or set their chains are set rather. Sorry, getting because I believe you ordered 2, correct?
I ordered 2.
Yeah. Yes.
he tried to order 3, and the guy only had 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Making sure that they're still, their manacles seem to be kept, as Rain seems to be kind of keeping them company, sitting with them as they're kept on the top deck, just sitting there. They just seem to be laying in their own filth as she kind of stares at them, picking at her nails, as you lot come aboard.
I'm using my oaken staff as a walking stick because I am in very much pain.
You see Rain look up as she sees you guys kind of climb on and go, "How dare you beat the dog? I swear to God, I will kill all 3 of you. Well, 2 of you." As she comes over to Alar and kind of like walks over with a bag of what sounds like glass smacking against itself. She kind of looks at Alar and she smiles and she goes, "How do you get this beat up in a single, simple day? It's amazing, honestly, that you lot can do this."
A lot of lightning.
A lot of lightning and a hag that had an ogre throw a javelin.
And you
I
didn't
say,
think...
there is still a hole in my chest.
Wait, did you go after Prophet's mother-in-law?
Yeah.
Well, I could have told you that was a bad idea. She's got the kids this weekend. Those ogres they call them kids because they're dumb, but man, are they strong.
Yeah, I realized that when one nearly killed me.
Huh, well, you're lucky they didn't. And she kind of hands
I
to,
hold up a chunk of the head that we have, along with pointing at the arm and waist.
She hands 2 cure moderate wounds over to Alar and hands one over to you, Rolliman. And then she looks at you, James, and hands you a cure light wounds potion.
I swap mine and his.
God damn it. Oh, thank
You need it more than I do, and I'll use the light.
She looks at the 3 of you.
How much is it?
That is 2d8 in this case.
And then mine's 1d8, right?
Correct.
Hey, there you go. Hey,
Shit.
there you go.
13, not
Put her
bad.
across the potions.
As she kind of hands these to you lot, she looks at you, James, and goes, "You could have simply just asked me to do this. You know how easy that would have been."
I look at her and say, yes, but then we would not have gotten the experience and not have gotten stronger for it.
Alar's mostly healed.
She just kind of
I
shrugs.
expect you to save us always.
"You're not very bright of an owner, and you're not a very good employer either. I really worry for your future. If it wasn't for the mutt here, you'd probably have a slave revolt."
Alar make friends as I look at James.
I look at Laura. That's good. You keep making friends.
Oh, she
I'm
just...
gonna go throw these chunks of hag into the storage.
Yeah, we'll
Oh,
get
into
them
the
on
ice.
Profit tomorrow.
Alright. As you head down with Rollman heads down, kind of taking the 3 items with him, bring him into the freezer. Rollman, are you just kind of heading down, or are you kind of checking out anything as you go down to the main deck or to the second deck?
Is there a reason he would be checking things out?
I'm just curious if, given the fact of tensions have been kind of not at the a bit
Yeah,
higher
based on
point
Frank's comment.
earlier.
After I drop
Yeah.
off the stuff, I will check it out.
Okay. I will note as you kind of come aboard, looking about. Give me a search check as you're kind of heading towards. 11. As you're heading down the stairs to the second floor, you notice there is blood everywhere. Down on the second floor, it looks like Grandpa's kitchen's been destroyed. There's pots, pans thrown about. There's pieces of food thrown about. The many bunks that were out in the main area for the rest of the crew to sleep in have been torn and shredded, and there is just an ungodly amount of blood.
What the fuck? Alright, I will investigate closer after I drop off these chugs.
Yeah, as you go heading into the freezer, while you do that, Alar, you're on top deck. Are you just kind of hanging out up there?
I'm chilling with Rain. Yeah.
Okay. James, what about you?
I would go set that make sure I go down to where we hung up the jobs and set aside that particular poster, which I think we would have those on the desk in the captain's quarters.
Yeah, on the top deck. Yeah, so as you head into the captain's quarters, opening the door, you do notice not only is it unlocked, which you're pretty sure you locked it the last time, being annoyed of people keeping sleeping in that bed when you were trying to do research and look at some of the books inside. And as you open it, you see the, realization of a corpse of a female drow torn to shreds. Her skin looks to be splayed on one of the back walls completely as if she was skinned perfectly. In a grotesque manner, it's been cut, framed to show off the design of the body itself. The rest of her body looks to be just muscles. The teeth are gone. Her hair looks to have been completely pulled out cleanly. It's almost gruesome beyond belief as you see this. As James, you're not bothered by bodies. You're an adventurer, but this is something that is even to you a degree.
This is torture.
And as you realize pretty quickly, this is definitely a female drow's body. It doesn't take long to put two and two together to realize this is probably not
At the door, James is gonna slowly look at Rain.
Rain.
He's
Just
been here the entire time.
Yeah,
as far as James knows.
Rain's just petting Alar.
Rain, what happened?
Oh!
There's this sharp tone with his voice that would hint at his aggravation.
I think Whitefeather headed in there and got a hold of, did some freaky magic. Said he was making something for you. Him, Shigo, and Bite went in there. Heard some screaming. I don't get paid to deal with the rest of the crew. I got paid to watch the troglodytes and make sure no one ended up jumping off the ship. Oh, Grandpa knocked out Whitefeather. But that's pretty much it. I think they're down at the bottom. I think last I saw, Whitefeather was tied to one of the bison. He woke up for a few seconds, startled the bison, and got kicked in the head for it.
Good. I'm gonna have to ask you to do something that I would do myself, but it'll wait till tomorrow.
She shrugs, continuing to pet Alar.
Because we're gonna be rid of Whitefeather tomorrow. The tone in James' voice should tell her everything.
They hurt friend Nada?
Oh, Rain nods.
I look at Alar and go, can you... I'll clean this up as best I can. As James will get to work using prestidigitation over the next hour to clean up the blood and get Nada's body wrapped up in the blanket.
Whitefeather told me he was on the ship.
Rain looks at you and goes, and just kind of smiles and goes, kind of ushers you to go talk to James in the captain's quarters.
Lars would be traumatized.
Rain does not have the same kindness as James does.
James would have the body immediately covered if he sees Alar walking
I
Alar
just
looks
imagine
over.
James would just, before he goes in, closes the door as he sees Alar coming over and like stands out there waiting for Alar to come over and talk to him.
Yeah.
Alar, as you walk over, just seeing James kind of shut the door quickly, looks at you, kind of a little slight sweat running down his face, but I mean, you've been fighting. He almost died. It's fair.
Whitefeather tell Alar why on ship?
Why?
He has book secrets to steal from the world. Next unchecked, steal greatest grimoire in the world.
I don't think he'll live to do that.
Why?
James will hesitate for a moment. He looks at Alar and goes, "How much
Break
do you
tribe
know
rules?
Yes.
Oh.
Attacked member of tribe. Killed member of tribe."
Alar marches downstairs. Alar handle.
James would put a hand on Alar's shoulder.
Well, that's pretty high to reach.
Well, then arm. Grabbing Alar's arm. Drag him up here. Do not let him speak or move hands.
Just
not
to
safe.
To confirm, can Alar understand common?
I'm speaking in giant.
Okay.
I'll say,
that's right.
Unrelated though, yes he can, but rough common.
Yeah, okay, making sure.
No. Not safe to move. More dangerous than looks.
Take Rain with them.
Rain shrugs her shoulders and shakes her head no.
Not safe. Not safe move. Better to execute.
While this is going on, and as Alar starts to head down, Rolliman, as we come back to you for a moment, as you set the items in the freezer, looking inside the freezer, you also can notice the... And you knew it was going to happen. The corpse, completely cleaned and cut of BK, as well as FK. Oh no, FK was sold.
FK's gone.
BK, sorry.
FK.
Fully cut and cleaned with a note that says, "James, please see me" in common, and the signed WF.
It's not good. All right.
Whoa.
I will go try and I'll investigate this bloody mess.
Okay. As you kind of start to follow the blood, looking for where, and not seeing anyone up here, is kind of, and hearing the light grumbling, you kind of turning around back out, looking about the room, you see as Alar starts walking down. As the two of you kind of lock eyes for a moment, Alar, I imagine, just continues back down the stairs, or Alar, do you say anything?
He does continue, but Alar's eyes are a different color. Alar's eyes are glowing golden as they walk downstairs.
Do I sense anything from Alar based on their stature? Bloodlust, perhaps.
I would say, I imagine Alar, given his race and his nativity, the slight light growl you would hear, as well as the bright, or his fangs and teeth being shown, noting that Alar wouldn't normally show his teeth as commonly, like not so openly. Definitely similar to what you've seen when dogs are getting ready to kill something or feel like they've been threatened. It doesn't take you long to figure that out, Rolliman, as you see.
Alar, what are you doing?
Last session, Alar did warn, when not in the right state of mind, the vestige can start to take over.
They broke the law of the tribe.
I asked.
Primus is in control.
As you ask this, you see as Alar just continues, doesn't seem to respond.
Well, I gotta follow. I gotta make sure something doesn't break out here.
Okay.
James will get the body wrapped up in the blanket and the skin peeled off the wall before heading down as well.
I will note,
Or at least
James,
just covering the
That's
body.
going to take you a while.
it's almost unnatural as you're looking at that all of the mana veins in this creature or in this corpse have been removed. Like you can see, they've been violently torn out. Though the body's been made to look like it, there is no change or any effects to it. As you spend time trying to like cover it up and getting closer to see what happened, it doesn't take you long to see the clear destructive markings that when they rolled a 1 doing this.
James would cover up the body, noticing that, and immediately march downstairs with the other two.
Alright, though, Alar, as you come around the corner with Rollman right behind you, you see as Grandpa has looks to be a large frying pan kind of set out off to the side. It looks to have a large kind of dent, slightly almost head-shaped, kind of pushing it up. As well as Shigo and Bite completely strapped down to 2 chairs. You look around, you see that there looks to be no White Feather, none of the rest of the crew seem to be about. You do see the the 2 bison kind of sitting there. A couple of piles of hay that have been set off to the side. The sounds of kind of light talking can be heard as you look about, seeing a large curtain set off to one area of the bottom of the deck, where last you saw was First Flame had set up his little medical area.
I'll talk to Grandpa. Where is White Feather at?
As he looks up at Alar and goes, I don't think that's a good thing we should talk about right now, given the predisposition of your, friend there. Young man, are you, Alar? I think you need to calm down for a moment.
I have been given an order.
And I'm recommending you not do what you're thinking about doing because of the fact that it might get us all killed.
Alar, physically, because I said how the vestige works, cannot go against James's order. He is
At this
physically
At this point,
incapable.
James is walking down the stairs too.
Yeah, give it a minute though. I'm working on it.
As Grandpa mentions that, what do you mean?
He made something, and he's kind of got the entire ship held hostage at this point. The fact that you guys are on the ship already means you're part of it. He said he wouldn't kill us all if James would talk to him first, but the thing is, this was after we managed to get Shigo and Bite taken down. You see as Grandpa kind of pulls up his sleeve, and you see like massive chunks of muscle torn out of his bicep. He goes, Bite gave a good fight, but we managed to get him down. It's not his fault. He was overtaken with some weird bloodlust. I saw White Feather feed them both these like little red orb like objects, and then suddenly they went to a rage and started attacking everything, and then he disappeared upstairs during the whole thing. I don't know what happened. I heard screams suddenly, and then we saw a flash of blue come outside as I come up and see into the sky. And the next thing I know is he's got this creepy ass bone staff in his hand that he's threatening to blow up the entire ship, and I watched as he put rain on her face in 2 seconds flat. And Grandpa goes, and I got punched in the throat. I can't really seem to get my voice right these days.
Do they have their slave collar on? Probably not. Asking.
I didn't see him have one even when he came in.
What do we know if they had one or not?
White Feather did have one on when he first arrived.
It doesn't mean Grandpa paid attention.
No, that's not for Grandpa to pay attention to.
Okay. Where are they now?
He kind of looks back at where the large curtain is, and you kind of see the light shadows of a few other figures.
Well, as the order has not been rescinded, Alar marches.
You will see as Grandpa kind of will physically try and get into Alar's way. This is going to be a grapple between the two of you because he is going to try to stop you. Unfortunately, Grandpa's been really injured and is on not much HP right now.
Am I on the bottom floor yet, or do
Not
I just
at this point. At this point, you would be coming down and kind of seeing the very large mess on the second floor where the kitchen is. The freezer, I imagine. Roland, would you have closed it after discovering BK and seeing Alar, or would you immediately
Yeah,
just
I
go
closed
after?
it.
Okay. Yeah, seeing that the kitchen's been destroyed, the bunks have been torn up, and the just ungodly amounts of blood everywhere. So Grandpa's going to make an attempt, but due to the injuries, that's a 10 for the.
Yeah, I got 23.
Easily, as Grandpa tries to like hug you, Alar, and you can't, it's not to be kind, but you can also feel the the hesitation from the large orc, as you just kind of slightly push them aside as their arms easily break away. The injury being too much, as Grandpa kind of grunts as you slightly get him out of your way.
The blood would make James quicken his pace, basically dashing now.
Yeah, as you come running down, you see as Olar comes around across or goes up to the this curtain, Roland kind of
Olar,
standing a
stop.
few feet. Let me finish, god damn it. Jesus. Where was I? Ah, yes. As you see him kind of opening the curtain revealing the large Goliath, or the first flame himself, kind of currently tending to what looks to be face from earlier, whose mask looks to be completely slightly cracked and starting to shatter. Their body kind of covered in small wounds, what looks to be little nicks and cuts. The kobolds slightly look to be bruised. One of them, their arm completely exposing a very hefty bone, and it looks like a slight tear up their arm that looks like almost it came from the underneath the muscles themselves. As you notice, the Monty Fisk also seems to be working about with the First Flame as they seem to rush about. You do not see Raoul anywhere at all, and you do not see Whitefeather first, though the curtain on the other side still seems to obscure your vision from the opposite side of the ship as you come down to see Alar, eyes glowing, slight slight fangs showing and everything. Now,
Alar,
you can go
hold.
All of Alar's
James's
muscles.
voice.
Mhm.
James's voice is harsh. He
Mhm.
looks to Grandpa. I'd like a full explanation of the situation, if you don't mind.
Alar,
His
do you,
voice softening consecutively to Grandpa.
Alar, do you halt?
All of Alar's muscles lock. He physically cannot move.
Okay. As you stop, Grandpa kind of looks over at Alar and looks back at you and goes, and he just re-explains what I said earlier.
Did he do anything else?
He shrugs and goes, I didn't see anything else.
We're down in the animal pens where BK would be.
Yes, correct.
BK's missing.
Yeah.
James would immediately notice this. Where's BK?
He looks at you and shrugs and goes, I have no idea.
James, let's worry about Whitefeather for the moment of the second. BK is second.
James will look at Roland. Give a curt nod as he walks down. Alar, don't attack unless I say to at this moment. You can move around and speak. I don't know what's going on with you, but you're following my orders like you have a slave collar. Calm down.
Primus listens to Law, and then he sits.
All right.
I don't know if that's very good for him. I'll go up to the last flame and ask him about their injuries.
Yes. Some sort of necromancy magic. I've never seen anything like it. And he pulled, the kobold pulled, their veins out. Like, best way I can describe it, blood went everywhere. He started moving their arm around when he saw the bone, made it dance in front of us to show what he could do. That Staffy's guy's nasty. He's got, all I can say, a bunch of blue, looks like veins to me, basically wrapped around a large bone and seems to be pulsating with magic.
James is going to take a moment and focus. Does he sense the condensation of mana
Give,
in one spot in the ship?
let's do a will save for that, or will check for that. Or wisdom, sorry.
Wisdom, yeah.
Wisdom.
$19.
As you kind of focus, trying to clear your mind to see about you, you feel magic that seems to be getting stronger coming from the opposite side of you in this room, almost on the other side of this curtain. An ungodly amount of mana seems to be coming off this individualistic figure. It's hard to tell where the mana is centralized, but what you can tell is it's definitely somewhere within about 10 feet of you, straight in front of you.
The curtain's in the way. I'll move.
As you go around and move the curtain, you see what was once a very white-colored, feathered, like Kenku-like creature, now seems to be covered in head to toe in blood and viscera. A slight smile on their face as the smile goes all the way to the back of the beak and goes slightly up. The creature tilts its head. A long, bone-like, like spine-like figure that looks kind of strange to you. It's not humanoid in its design, as it's too wide, but too long. It seems to have like weird blue like tentacles kind of woven within it. That seems to kind of glow slightly as he moves about.
You recognize those as mana veins.
A central diamond at the very top that starts to slightly glow as he picks it up. As he puts his hand on the top of the spine, it seems to straighten perfectly as it kind of helps the white feather up, kind of straightening. As you can see, he's slightly limping. As you look, there does not look to be a slave collar marking on him at all. I will also mention that as you look at him, he has Goodest off to the side, who looks to be completely shaved and slightly been cut up. Little pieces of what looks to be his toes set off to the side that look to have been being chewed on earlier at some point. As you can see, bits of the bone already cleaned of any meat or flesh. As well as Raoul off to the other side, defeathered completely. It looks like Goodest is still breathing up and down just barely as you see a faint movement. Raoul looks just very angry as he's just completely defeathered. He still looks the same though otherwise.
I'll look at those two first. I'll look at Raoul and just gesture to get hit for him to grab Goodest.
Raoul does not move.
Well, let's hear what Whitefeather has to say then. They wanted to speak to James. James is here.
He turns his head and kind of seeing Alar and then looks back at James and goes, "Well, how are you, good sir?" He speaks in suddenly perfect common.
A bit pissed.
It's understandable. I did kill your donkey, one of your crew members. Well, it kind of would have killed a few more, but to be fair, that fat one over there kind of smacked me upside the head with a pan. You know how hard it is to do magic and keep concentration and not have wild magic go off? I almost blew us all up when he did that, and I can't keep my magic straight, and I'm afraid that if I actually use my staff, I'll kill us all, which probably would happen. Makes a great threat, though. I assume the fact that you want to talk to me, though, means you're not going to kill me outright?
Crossed my mind, to be honest, but right now I'm trying to be temperate.
Oh, I'll be honest. The one upstairs that you've probably found, she's just quite stronger than all three of you. I think I could probably take you. But I am injured. My head hurts, and my leg has been busted. But I still got a shot. You haven't killed she or Bite, as I can tell, so... Which was your first mistake, as soon as they wake up, they'll start frothing at the mouth. Gloom poison works fantastic on beast folk.
So why are you doing this? And as I'm saying this, I'm trying to get on the side where the staff is.
As you start to move, you see him raise the staff slightly and go, No, young man. I know what you can deal with. You get closer to me. Stay behind James, or I go ahead and I cast the biggest spell I know, and we watch what wild magic happens.
I hold a hand up to Rollman, tell him, go keep an eye on the other two.
I'll stand here.
If they start
why are you doing this?
He just looks at Roman, looks at James, and goes, Young James, you seem to not have any capability over your own slaves.
He's not a slave, he's a friend, and I understand why he's worried.
Oh, well, let
Not
me
quite
fix that.
right.
Give me a will save, Rollman.
I will...
Alright. I'm going to use the maneuver Moment of Perfect Mind to replace my will save with a concentration check.
Oh, okay. That works.
Still pretty bad, though. Yeah. 14.
You fail. You watch as he suddenly Rolliman has a collar around a blackened like marking around his neck that says James on it. Now that looks almost identical to the ones that are on the other slaves. And then he goes, "Now, that'll keep it easier. But I do appreciate your interest in this. But I can't have you doing something stupid and cutting my leg out for a chance."
Can you answer my question?
No. As he looks back
So
at
you don't know why you're
James.
doing this?
No.
I keep trying to speak and you're talking over me, Grumpy.
Hey, you talked over Ian like 7 times in a row. This is justice.
Get out.
Roland wants to know why he's doing this.
I understand that, but self-control.
He looks at James and kind of smiles and goes, "Now, to answer, why talk to you when you're honestly the most pitiful of the three? Why I waited instead of just nuking the ship or fucking off? You're probably thinking all three. Probably more questions than that. Well, I could say I have some joyous mission. But instead, I actually have an offer for you. I want to kind of test and see what kind of man you are, if you will. If you'll forgive me for the mannerisms. I'm going to offer you an option. You choose one of the three. No other options or I blow this entire ship up. You choose one of the three, I leave peacefully, no harm will come, and I'll even resurrect Nada above. As I've already gotten what I wanted. As you watch a javelin kind of go skittering by on the ground past your feet, barely missing the staff as it seems to slam into the floor, or slam into the floorboards. You see, Whitefeather doesn't even break a sweat as he continues and goes, depending on what you choose, will define what I decide to do with the rest of my life. Does that sound acceptable for terms for you, young man?
I'd like to add one of my own.
No. This is not a negotiation. This is not a question of morals. If I wanted to kill all of you, I could have done it moments ago. You don't even have a god to back you, fool. You know how easily it would be to walk. The only threats here is the big orc that smacked me in the fucking head with that pen, and I'm going to make sure he pays for that before I die. As he kind of glares at Grandpa, who kind of smiles at him waving the pen, or kind of like spinning the pen in his hand. And then he points over to the cleric first flame, and he goes, "And that one. Now, these are your three options. I will offer you something. A item that will guarantee you to further your goal, but it will cost you more than what you'd care to lose. Something so precious to you. But in exchange, you will achieve the goal you want. Second, I will come to work for you for free. In exchange, I will train you in the crafts that I know, and you will give me a pact that you, nor anyone else, ever, with your influence, will come for my life or injure me in any way. In exchange, I make you my protege, and I'll teach you ways that Utham fellow wouldn't even offer. His greatest secrets, and the secrets that even the collective won't speak to. Or third, I leave this ship, and I never come back. I take Bite and Shigo with me. I'll leave the sum that you paid for them in exchange. No questions asked. We will never part. We will never meet again, but To make sure that you feel you got the better end of this, I will give you information on why I came to your ship so willingly. Which option do you choose?
Take option 3.
He smiles as he snaps his fingers, and the ropes that were tying Shigo and Bite seem to slightly burn away. The crystal around his staff glows a bit as the rest of the staff pulsates with light. He smiles and goes, "You've made an enemy. One that has nothing left to cost him. Because his servitude is sworn anyways. But that is not the only enemy you've made. 2 people came to hire me. A man by the name of Jakix, and a man by the name of Kaisasi. But their funding, there's no way they could have gained on their own. There's a bigger backer behind it. Someone who's got a problem with you, James. Someone who wants you gone. They can afford me. Well, let's just say, I've been training my life to take out someone like Zebril. I'm more expensive than you could even imagine. I could have killed you all, to be honest, if I wanted to on the ship the moment you got on here. The wild magic was just a ploy. But the Banu's coming after you. I don't know who it'll be. I don't know much more than the fact that they could offer you platinum beyond what a nation can afford. I want you to keep that in mind." As he smiles, and he kind of hands you 2 contracts that are signed. One is signed by Chick Hicks, Oren, with a name that you recognize from the Golden Heart Merchant Company, and the other that is signed by Kez Aussie. Both of them are bounties of 120,000 platinum pieces on to kill you, James.
Told you should have just shook James' hand.
He looks.
James will roll them, take them both if he's handing them off permanently.
Yeah, he seems to.
Roll them up.
He kind of bow. Feather's gonna bow to you as you take them and roll them up and go. "You're a man of your word, I take it."
You'll get to leave with both of them. Do what you need to do to bring her back, and then you are welcome to get off my ship.
He hands you a sheet or a spell scroll of resurrection. Kind of smiles at you, bows, and then as Shigo and Bite seem to almost stand, their eyes still completely closed, looking as if they are unconscious. They start to walk mechanically in front of him as he leaves the ship. A few moments later, you hear the soft sounds of pattering as they hit the ground, vanishing into the darkness.
James will look at the rest of the crew. He's looking at all of them, and he actually bows his head. And Giant seems to be one of the languages that everyone here can understand, generally. A very mournful, "I'm sorry that this happened." As he heads upstairs.
Okay.
Clutching that resurrection scroll, and will go use it immediately on Nada.
As you head up, Alar, are you still vestiged at this point?
I cannot roll high enough to unvestige.
You have to wait till you fall unconscious, I assume, then.
No, I have to wait till 24 hours have passed since I took the contract.
Oh no, alright.
Yes. 24 hours, Laura hates James.
Alright.
Yeah.
As you're left sitting there, waiting,
I
rolling.
told you can go relax. That was a lawful order. Go relax.
Rolaman, after seeing all this, you watch as James kind of giving his small speech and walks away. What are you doing?
Just sighing. I'm gonna follow him.
Alright. I will mention, the slave collar is still on you.
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
going to talk to James about that.
I was about to say, I was like, wait, he didn't even just remove it. I thought he would.
James is distracted right now.
Yeah, as you follow after him, Alar continues to sit, and then Grandpa, Alar, as you feel suddenly an arm around you, as the very hefty, sweaty, and slightly dry blood arm comes kind of wrapping around your shoulder, you feel as The thing that is binding you to this vestige is slowly being pulled as if your soul is slightly being torn from it. And after a few moments, you suddenly find yourself kind of almost awakening, sitting there with a plate full of what looks to be a rough made potato bread sandwich with some looks to be some sort of meat into it. It seems to smell sweet as you see the sweet Jerry jam, berry jam. Jesus Christ. Yeah, the Jerry jam. You know, it's got a brand of Jerry on the side of it. The berry jam that has a slight spice to it that that Grandpa uses quite often. He kind of warmly gives you a slight hug as he stands back up and walks away.
Allura looks around lost and just goes, "It's been 24 hours?" He's really confused.
The others just kind of look at you and just go back about their business. As James and Roman, as you find yourselves all the way up at the top above deck, coming and opening the captain's quarters, James, as you read off the spell, you watch as the skin that you had kind of set off in a small area tent covered up pulls over towards the body and reclasps itself onto it. The eyes seem to pop back into place, and the hair seems to regrow as the body seems to come up with a sharp breath kind of intake. And now it kind of comes out of the chair and looks at you and goes, "Did I just die?"
James will actually bow to her as well. For a moment.
Did you kill me?
No.
I fucking remember feathers. And then something about a...
Did. He stole your mana veins.
That's not... he asked me about... He said something about... fucking book. Family book. My son. She suddenly, her eyes start to go wide and she goes, "You killed him, right?"
Or two.
She looks at you and she goes,
Kill him.
"You need to remove this slave collar right away." She looks at you just shaking her head, just goes, "I don't care, you need to remove this slave collar now."
I look at her. What do I see in her eyes?
Well, give me a sense motive.
James isn't about to just let someone free who's going to stab him in the back again. That's a 9.
You see panic on her face. She looks like, as she mentions her son. It's not hard for James. I mean, James had a healthy childhood. He understands the motherly bond that is common amongst any race. I mean, it's an animal-like tendency. It's not hard to realize that this is the view of a panic mother who's looking to protect her son, her child.
Can't kill him either. He already got the drop on you.
She looks at you and goes up to you and grabs you around the collar as she does this, and looks at kind of looking at Rollman in the background to see if Rollman does anything.
James won't let him. James will hold a hand up.
Rollman. Rollman's gone silent.
He's thinking.
I was muted. I apologize.
Oh, okay. No worries.
Is he going after him?
Yeah, you watch as Nada just basically
I meant as in I'm asking Nada if they're if Whitefeather's going after.
She looks at you and she just kind of shakes her head yes.
Do you think you can beat them there?
She nods.
I like to sense motive
Go ahead.
as well.
She's still holding James by the collar, so slightly off the
I'm
ground.
too heavy for her to generally lift.
No, you are not actually. Her strength
7.
is high enough to carry you. Unless you weigh over 600 pounds, she can pick you up off the ground.
Okay.
7? She seems to be telling the truth. This looks like a panicked mother.
James will look at her. Set me down. He's calm. He looks between the collars that are on the both of them and states, "I, as owner of both of these slaves, free them."
You watch as the colors seem to dissipate. Nada does not take more than 2 seconds to turn and run.
I look at her and shout after her. When you find him, you're welcome back on here so you can be safe.
It's not safe here, James.
Not safe.
I'll just say good luck.
She kind of nods to both of you, seeing as the Lar kind of pokes his head in, kind of shoving past him. Seems to lightly brush against you, Lar, as she does so, and disappears into the night as she goes chasing after, as you hear the unsheathing of blades as they disappear.
Ooh, we hunt?
I look at Alar and go, no. James spends the next few hours going around the ship with prestidigitation, cleaning everything. Every spot of blood that he can get, using all the spells he has left. Not even making anyone who's injured or scared right now move.
Okay. As you go about...
3 hours.
Yeah, as you go back cleaning up and working about through the ship, the rest of the night kind of being somber as people kind of fixing up their wounds, those going down to get healed and finding their beds and kind of remaking, pulling out new and fresh kind of bedding. Eventually, as about midnight hits, the most of the ship seems to get cleaned up and taken care of. As you lot kind of find yourselves all kind of given a warm yet somber meal from Grandpa as he continues to kind of cook throughout the night. Many of the rest of the slaves kind of heading to bed after that, kind of find their places to sleep as best they can. Rain seems to stay up on top deck all night watching the troglodytes and just kind of staring off into the into the moonlit sky.
James is gonna go over his own personal history. I know he knows he pissed off the Aussie.
The Aussie. I mean, I guess
The
that's
Aussie.
fair.
There's many Aussies.
Multiple
There's a
Aussies.
couple of them that are pissed off at him, yeah. One of the
Let's
few
see.
that are just Aussie for some reason, which is nice, but
So we got a good portion of this Aussie clan. We got Jakix, who was pissed off unnecessarily. We've got... Let's see. There's some minor ones that probably don't matter.
The black the black hand group that guy was the leader of.
Grouped in with Kevasi.
That's part of the...
Hopefully not that pirate that was the bodyguard.
I don't think we made him mad. In particular, just his employer.
I didn't
Or-
piss him off more than anybody than any other weak person leading people.
That's fair.
I am literally forgettable.
James is really fighting this one. He knows this is when I mention this is dangerous. That's fair.
You've lightly pissed off Uth.
But I mean, as far as hunting people, I think it's only the Aussies and Jakix so far that from what you can tell, is your concern. But if you want to give me a knowledge history, I'll give you a list based on what you roll of how many people could potentially have bounties out on you.
Arguably, although he has no access, we did
Well, no.
recently just piss off, what's his face? Fucking, Alfred.
Oh, that's true.
I would
It just-
actually like to. I'll roll knowledge history, and I would like to roll profession mercantile to see who would have that kind of money.
The financial.
They would have to be. They would have
That's-
to be
yeah.
a merchant in that case.
I'm down with that. You'd have to be someone who'd be
No.
extremely wealthy.
A merchant or a really rich world leader. There are a few.
120,000
said
platinum
country.
pieces is more than any country has, I believe.
Yeah. So it's not even a world leader. That's
Ooh,
the
Well,
put out
thing.
the bounties.
arguably Zebril could, but that's only if he mined it. But you know, I'm gonna stay outright. It's not Zebril.
Who put out the
That
Zebril
bounties?
has no.
It doesn't
Oh,
state.
yeah.
It just
I'm
says
gonna roll
no. It says on the bounties, both of them says Jakix as the bounty giver, and the other one says the Kezasi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
14 for the knowledge history and a 12 for the knowledge mercantile.
As you take a minute to think back, you think, you know Jakix. You know Alfred Stone now as of recent. You know the Kezasi, Kazasi. Potentially the pirate, because of Roloman's actions. You're not 100% sure.
I talked to him. He was a nice guy.
That's
Try.
the problem. He's not a nice guy.
The there could, as far as it goes, the Iron, was it Iron Brand? I think it was Iron Brand. Given the fact that you turned him down, it could have been taken the wrong way.
Except he didn't seem to take it that hard. And dwarves are usually very upfront with anger.
It was Metal Brand.
Yeah, Metal Brand.
You think of second, it could have been Essa for how quickly they left on terms and didn't leave you any notes to say anything. It could be, for all you know, this could have been Zell's, for trying to get the company and trying to get you away from his name so that way he didn't get attacked by Alfred Stone, given he took off immediately afterwards. The list, though, seems about limited to that point. You can't think of anyone else that you've immediately irritated enough that would put 120,000 platinum pieces to put on your head. Unless Zarius himself has outright basically was going back on his word, though. It seems, if he was, why would he have Jakix sign this? Kind of comes to mind instead of himself.
He wouldn't. One, that would tarnish his reputation as a merchant.
Mm-hmm.
Very quickly, he wouldn't waste that. And two, he has Jakix at his disposal to come kill me. He wouldn't have Jakix sign off on other bounties.
As you kind of take a second to think from Mercantile, there's 3 nations that immediately come to mind that could potentially have that scratch and not be known about that kind of coin. That's Greg's Martom, that is the Elithiander, and that is Terracitus. Given the the latest rumors about them founding the new neutral alliance that's been going on, and the massive marriage that had gone on between the 2 nations.
I haven't met anyone from Terracitus' lands that I know of that would have any interest in me.
But as you think for a moment, that kind of money, there's got to be someone who would know who has that level of money. No one immediately comes to mind outright in your head, but you know for a fact that this would be pretty easy to follow because this kind of money doesn't move easily.
I doubt they'll be able to make muster any more attempts out here, at least. Not easily. Most people that see that big of a bounty don't think someone's weak, they think someone's strong.
As you kind of sit about, I will say, Allard, his eyes no longer glowing at this point. As a note,
James noticed, but at this point, James is
not really understanding Allar's power and how it works, right?
Oh, Alar's
Yeah,
depressed by the
Oh, okay. Wait, really?
like
Depressed
now, because he
friend.
failed the pack again.
Oh,
James will look at Alar and enjoy it and say, "You did good."
Alar failed.
Alar
We all
failed, but
failed.
Pack survived.
Queen of Pack failed. If Queen fails, no one can succeed.
Who's the queen?
Alar.
James will get a small chuckle and simply say, "Alar, not Queen of Pack."
Yes, Alar, Queen of Pack. You not leader. Didn't tend to any mental problems. No fix any problem with crew.
New to being leader of Big Pack.
Air, not leader.
We'll try to learn from your example.
No. Bad example. Failed twice.
Nada went off to save child. Hopefully she took advice. She can't win that fight.
Oh. Nada gonna die too.
After eating, James is going to go up on the top deck. And he's going to go sit back by the orbs that basically allow this thing to fly. And he's just gonna meditate there.
Yeah.
Rest there for tonight.
Okay. Give me a let's do a concentration wisdom check for that fair meditation. And roll them in. What are you doing for the night now? You no longer have your slave collar on.
I am going to my room and I'm going to train the hardest I've ever trained because I
Alright.
failed big time.
Heading in, there's no bed. There's just training dummies everywhere and a single rock to sit on. It's not a comfortable
11,
rock,
but
but it's a rock. Okay. 11.
I will keep going until I can.
Don't worry, we'll get back to it. Don't worry. Alar, what are you doing when you see kind of Rollman after he finishes his food? Seems to head towards his room. Training gear kind of getting put on.
Let me look at my vestiges. There's a vestige that perfectly fits what's going on here. Is this the one? Yes. I'm going to attach to Folklore, the Prince of Tears, and Alar's going to go lock in the room, and this is literally the vestige of depression.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ! All right.
So
Getting
James is
in
going
depth
to
into his feels. Alar.
everyone can...
Yeah.
anyone within 30 feet as they walk past him physically feels Alar's depression as they go and walk into their room and lock the door.
Yeah, as you go in, Alar, your the other buildings, kind of with your depression influence, you watch as the three other buildings that had been set up for the figure, these three, kind of crush down and collapse, looking as if they're kind of burnt and destroyed. As you find your central room and kind of go and sit into it. The depression still exuding out, causing a heavy rain and downpour to kind of come over, lightning to kind of come in the distance as I imagine Alar kind of just stares out the rest of the night.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, I imagine the somber just still chewing on food that Grandpa left, but otherwise, yeah, just staring out while they contemplate. The rest of the crew kind of going about their business, heading to their bunks, things kind of quieting down in the main hall. James, as you find yourself falling into this deep meditation, from the outside, Rain can hear you kind of snoring as she, from a distance, is still keeping watch, kind of looking over every once in a while. But as you kind of slowly, almost find yourself nodding off as the night goes on, you find yourself awakening on a heavy or a long beach. Water kind of coming in, a nice balmy weather. You see Alfred sitting there in a what looks to be a wooden chair, no armor on, splayed out, just nothing but this small cloth and the ink on him that he has along his body. That's kind of really roughly drawn in, that due to the very primitive design of the axes that he has on his chest. He kind of looks over at you and goes. As you appear, suddenly, James, looking at yourself in your nobleman's outfit from the last time you were at court, kind of standing there, very clean and proper, Alfred looks over at you and goes, nephew, I'm not going to make a pact with you. I'm not here to make a deal with you if you're worried. We'll warn you, though, with your current mental state, you're going to see some shit here in a minute. Some beings are going to try to make deals with you. I only got in here for a second while I'm in the middle of fighting a giant fucking cat thanks to your elf bodyguard. By the way, tell him I'm going to kill him when I show up. It might be a little bit, but if I get out of here, his head is going to be shoved so far up his ass. I promise you that.
By then, I'll be able to resurrect him, hopefully.
If you can't kill me by then, nephew, then I promise you that your bodyguard's not going to live. And this is a full fair offer. I'm recommending you train hard because I'm going to kill him. But I feel bad for you. Now, I can't offer you any power because of your bodyguard's asshole move. I kind of need all my fucking power over here, so I'd burn all those packs I had. That was gonna burn me a lot, but I need you to do me. I'm gonna offer you a deal instead. You're not getting anything out of me. I'm gonna offer you some information. You want to kill that feather fella, right? You want to get revenge and you want to make him hurt for it, right?
I want him to feel as though he's living in the middle of the sun.
Well, I'm going to give you two pieces of advice. Three. One, avoid these things that cause water to rumble in cylindrical forms. It'll kill you. If you don't understand it, you pass that on to your bloodline. That'll be useful information for one of your descendants. But the other two bits that are permanent to the current situation is don't take a pact with any of these lot that you're gonna meet here, probably in your concentration, as you're in this vulnerable state. Your buddy down in his room is his power that he's drawing on is kind of causing a bit of a fluctuation and causing an interest. You know how people of power are. Anytime you're depressed, they're gonna offer you a napkin to get your to get a deal with you.
Everyone is owed a favor
Now,
than owed anything else.
with that being said, for the first part of this advice with that, don't make their pacts. And if you don't, you'll find something of value. Something that'll get you out of this situation. Something that'll give you the inspiration to give you what you need. Now, the other piece of advice is I say take a pact. Pick the one that fits you. One that likes you. One that'll serve you. Take advantage. If you do so, I guarantee you're going to have more power than you could ever need. But, in exchange, you're going to make a lot of fucking enemies. And you're going to make yourself a huge profile. And I know you don't want that. Although your bodyguard's an idiot and has already made that so. By the way, again, head up ass. I want that made clear. As he kind of like designs a small Rollman toy that he does this to.
James is actually gonna chuckle a bit.
As you chuckle, you see a large claw scratch get across his chest as it starts to bleed, and he goes, "Oh shit! I don't think I can maintain this much longer before this fucker kills me. So I'm gonna kill it. Your mother's in danger. I'm gonna kill her if I get back, because I kind of have to now. I say this because I don't think you're gonna rise to the occasion, but maybe you'll surprise me. Maybe you'll do better than your father did." His last words were to hope that you would kill me.
I'm going to shunt him out of this now to force him to go fight that thing if I can.
You don't have to, as almost to that at that he kind of loses control because you see another scratch.
The words your father do better than your father comes out of his mouth. I'm ending it there. I'm pushing him out forcefully.
Oh, give me a will save. Let's see if you can beat his.
The one thing I'm good at, please, willpower.
The power of willpower.
26.
Man, finally is getting it. Yeah. As you kind of look at him, the anger and emotions kind of overwhelming you to you haven't yet even been able to process, cause the connection to break up as you see his mouth moving, but the words don't seem to hit your ears, kind of dissipating as suddenly you're kind of pulled away for a moment. Now, James, I'm going to have you do two things for me. Firstly, I'm going to have you, let's say, given the amount of loss you've had at this point, what's your alignment?
Currently, I've been neutral good.
Okay. Give me a D100. I'm going to say 50 to 70 keeps you the same alignment. Anything above 70 makes you become lawful. Anything below 50 will make you go to true neutral. As the loss of all of your not only your mule as processing this, but the continuous one after another hits you, you feel your emotions almost slightly start to dampen. The willingness to be kind to people outside of those amongst your group starting to kind of quiet. You, while as a merchant, understand emotions needed for a job. There's nothing wrong with showing kindness to those that you're working to make money off of them. But no longer do you feel the slight joy you would have behind a kinder deal, or the want to help some wounded child as you see them passing by. As long as their life isn't in immediate danger, you see no reason there's someone that should help them. As you find yourself now truly sitting in a neutral perspective. With that said, give me 1 second. James, you feel the pull of a god, well, two gods towards you. As you seem to find yourself suddenly, almost in your mind, back at your home, in your workshop, where you felt at most at home, a safe space for you. Your inventions kind of lying about, your table set with one that you're kind of working on, some sort of duck that would move for the by itself as the kids would watch it, and as your nephews would watch it and joyfully laugh. As you sit there tinkering away at it. You see as two customers come in, these beautiful, almost gorgeous people. One, a long black-haired woman with very pale skin, very almost gray eyes that, while seem to have a slight sadness to them, seem to have also a slight sweetness to them, almost as if a motherly love towards you. The second, you feel, has more of a hatred, a fire within them. Someone who wants to gain vengeance as you feel this pull, as you look on to this similarly beautiful woman that looks to be, well, slightly wider in the hips compared to the other figure who looks thinner and more almost slightly almost hollowed. This figure looks to be more heftier set. Her clothes very natural, covered in green leaves. Her skin almost a vibrant peach. They both appear slightly dwarvish to you, though definitely, as you immediately can tell, they are not. As they look towards you. One seems to smile at you and offers what looks to be a small a doll like design of a like creature. As she puts it on the table, it looks to morph into you as a child, like a stuffed child version of you for a moment, James. You feel a warmness as if your childhood memories kind of glow from it, and you hear the laughter of some of your most fondest memories, working with your father on the forge, or going traveling with the family to do merchant deals as you would, feeling that happiness that you had from that warmth. And the other woman seems to put down a small dagger as you feel the hatred inside of you bubbling and boiling up. It seems to kind of give you that feel of satisfaction as you see the blatant cutting the throat of Whitefeather, then as his soul is then thrown into a abysmal fire that seems to go on to torture as you feel yourself empowered from this. Both figures seem to smile upon you. The last figure comes in and seems to almost look identical to you, James. It's, as you take a moment, it's you, though much older, a long beard, kind of leaning over slightly with a cane, looking very tired, spots and like lines going under his eyes. A couple of what looks to be younger versions of yourself, though slightly different, running about as you feel almost a familiar bond to them. As this figure, your older self, comes and sits down, he sets down a simple key. And as you look at this key, you see a strength that almost is your own. You see both failure of losing this figure, what this creature is, this Whitefeather, but gaining a happier and grander future of this grand crafting empire. Your goods sold across the globe as legendary items of individual power of note. All three seem to wait for you to choose.
I'd like to roll knowledge religion on each of them.
All right.
First, to try and recognize who they are.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Because they're not going to tell me. They're not going to be honest.
You also find that you can't see. Sorry, go ahead.
Now, hear me out. The angry one's just DM offering you a hand. It's literally just DM in player
Hey, you
form.
want to kill this
Bruce
guy?
is just there. Here, I'll stab him
The
for you.
angry, this is DM
13.
offering you a story quest. He's offering you a story quest.
All right.
13
13.
for the first one.
As you look on to the first figure, the hollow, the skinnier female, the skinnier motherly-like figure, nothing seems to come to mind. There are many gods who represent death. There are many gods who represent motherly-like bonds. It's too hard to guess.
next one that is a 16.
The second one, you don't. This one seems different than the other two. Well, all three of them are unique in their own way. This one seems to have power that you recognize draws on almost the natural order of things, as you realize you're not sure which of the two, but this is definitely one of the two primordial gods.
All right. And for the old me, that's a 6.
It's you. It's, from what you can tell, it is old you. It looks to, from what you can gather, it seems to portray a future of your independence. You suffering and succeeding by your own capability without any other offer. So do you take the key, the dagger, or the doll? Sounds like a Kingdom Hearts game. Sorry, I know it's a serious moment.
Starter.
I know it's a serious moment, but I'm sorry, I just couldn't help but think about that as I was thinking about the Kingdom Hearts start of the game.
That's the topic I just put inside
Yeah.
of it.
Alfred said there was only mentioned 2, didn't he?
Correct.
He probably didn't foresee the last one there.
Well, he foresaw
said-
2, and then he mentioned you could refuse, which I'm presuming is the third one.
Now, as James starts to think about this, all right. As James continues his thoughts, James comes to a decision.
James's thoughts
Mm-hmm.
look to each of them. Knowing he can't speak here, he gently bows at all of them graciously for entering his shop. As he picks up the key. The thought in his mind is, I believe in myself in this. I thank you for your offers. But I have my own potential to grow. And I need to become strong enough to do that for all that work under me.
And
As I do this,
go ahead.
James wants to try to do one other thing.
Yeah. What are you thinking?
He has one divinity point.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to go push that power into Nada. Giving it to her.
Give me a wisdom. Give me a wisdom check.
It won't be much, but it might help her. 21.
Okay, let's see. She is going to make a will save. Let me find her modifier. She does not know you're doing this, so this is going to take her by surprise. Oh, that's not the greatest. As James kind of focuses in on himself, kind of doing this, the other two figures seem to kind of bow, picking up the their items in each, kind of turning and leaving the shop, leaving each a black coin on the table for James in place of their items as they walk away. The older James seems to kind of smile for a moment, and as he does so, he kind of nods, and you hear in your head, James, in your own voice, you chose yourself. Good. The future with those two was questionable. As the older view turns and disappears into almost a cloud of smoke, out as they exit the shop.
Is always questionable.
You watch
Not written in stone.
as you say this and think this out loud. As thinking this and as you focus your mind, suddenly a small key appears in the shape of what looks to, or in the coloration of a dark purple, with white at the top end, the words "Nada" written on it, and a small key ring created and laid upon your shop table. You suddenly feel slightly empowered, as suddenly you find yourself growing stronger Nada now has the option to take one level in Warlock or Cleric.
I don't think this is the patron Nada wants in this bad situation.
As you come back to your mind, the day kind of breaking in the background, the sound of a rooster cawing. You all kind of gathering up on the top deck as Grandpa has set a table aside for the three of you to eat. The rest of the crew down on the second floor kind of slowly waking up and talking amongst themselves. Grandpa kind of smiles at each of you as he sets down a last cup of what is very clearly, almost slightly clear coffee that is very watered through as he is almost out of beans. The meat smells quite good, and as he kind of sets the last plate down, James, you can't help but notice your meat looks to be slightly different colored, as well as you recognize yours. It's the displacer hog meat that you guys have. The others doesn't look right.
James knows intrinsically that that's most likely BK. There isn't a question in his mind about that. So he's just going to eat his food and go back to where he meditated that night and sit there and do his prayer straight to the magic.
Are you not going to say anything to Alar or Rolliman while you're eating? You're just going to...
There isn't a point in saying anything to them because it's not going to stop them from eating it right now.
Also, Alar can't sit anywhere near anyone else because that aura of depression does not turn off. And it has, I think, a 30-foot range.
So Alar just goes and sits on the up near where the helm is by himself.
James would say in Giant,
Oh, no, it's
to
adjacent.
Alar, the moment that he could see them, I gave Nada all I had to help.
What do you mean by that? What did you give them? I didn't see you hand them anything last night.
Something that I couldn't physically handle.
Alright. Does James seem different to me?
As you
being depressed right now.
As you look at James, looking him up and down, give me a sense motive check. Also, Alar, give me a spot check.
20.
Damn, nice 20.
I'm good at
19
spot.
plus 1.
I'm not good at spot. Alright, let's see.
Gotcha.
Roman, I have a
6.
warning for
6,
you.
okay. Go ahead, James.
A warning.
If or when Alfred Stone gets off wherever he was sent, your head will be shoved squarely up your ass as you're killed.
I laugh. You think I didn't know that?
That's a warning directly from him.
You had an interesting night then? As
you look at him,
yeah,
as you look him up and down before James continues, James seems slightly. There's something strange about him as you look him up and down. There's nothing physically different, but he does have like almost a slight glow. Literally, he does slightly glow as you notice the darkness around you. Still, as it's still heavy into the late into the winter and early in spring here. Whether the clouds are still heavily covering, it is a dark sky at this point. James is almost a slight beacon as he walks around. As Alar not only notices this, Alar, as you kind of happen to be looking over, still eating, depressed and very upset, you notice a figure in the distance seems to be running towards the ship, or at least in the general direction towards where you guys are. They look to be short, humanoid, but they're too far off to get a full description of beyond that.
I'm going to step out, and I want to point out the sign of this one. Alar is infinitely crying.
Oh.
The
That is
sad,
the sign.
oh, the sad, I wanted the sad sound of a crying dog in the background.
Oh,
Uh,
dude, no, this is like the saddest vestige. The manifestation when it appears is a guy with griffin wings who is racking, like sobbing nonstop.
oh.
This is a
Uh,
really sad.
As
I
Alar
will say,
continues to sob.
when Roman went to train last night, he did not stop, even like when his
No long
uh,
rest.
no long rest. He kept going. Whenever something said he needed to stop and go sleep, he just kept going.
Well, no one would have heard you in your room.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
would have just kept going the entire night, basically.
Yeah. I'm
As
just
you,
mentioning that, so.
yeah, as you continued through the night training, as with all three of you having not slept much of any last night, feeling very drained, as you kind of head towards the side of the ship, jumping off, you suddenly recognize the figure of Nada carrying some weird object bundled up under in an arm. As they get closer,
The ladders down.
as you go, James, as you go to head setting the ladders down, the rope ladder kind of clattering against the wooden side of the hull. Grandpa seemingly smiling as he looks over, watching. Alar, you see the cuts and bruises of and scratches, as well as the the obviously missing hand on the right arm of the of Nada as she is coming towards you. As she comes running over, there's a big smile on her face as you realize across her on her face, one of her eyes is missing. A large kind of gaping hole there. A single feather slightly sticking out of it at this point as she comes running over to you.
I will pull the feather out and, using prestidigitation to create a small spark, incinerate it in my hand.
She just
I'm not letting any part of him back.
Quite the spark.
She just starts slightly sobbing, standing in Alar's 30-foot radius, and it hurts to cry. Alar, love of all that's holy, please.
Let's get you down to the doctor. James will say, helping her get on board.
She starts kind of climbing up one-handed, crying and sobbing as she's doing so. The baby now crying, screaming out of the bundle.
Laura, I know you're sad. Can you turn that off?
No.
How much longer is it gonna be?
Go hug
16
Grandpa.
hours.
Go hug Grandpa. Grandpa makes everybody feel better.
I will mention, Alar, as your radius, you do realize Grandpa is in it and he is not seemingly affected.
I could turn the aura off, but nobody asked.
Would you please turn it off? You're hurting Nada.
For now.
As you feel the depression kind of pull away from the edges of your minds, James and Roloman, the tearing seems to calm the baby, seems to quiet back down. As the two climb aboard, heading below deck, you watch as First
I'll help
Flame
her down there because she's injured heavily.
Yeah, as you head down with her, First Flame seems to come almost rushing up, kind of immediately expending many of his spell slots to heal her, though you do notice none of her missing appendages seem to regrow. Her eye and her arm her hand seem to just kind of stump over and close. Nada kind of just smiles as the wounds close up, and she goes, "Well, at least it's not a peg leg."
I'll work on something to help you with being able to see out of both eyes again.
Mind telling us the story?
Funny story. You know you were not the only airship in the area, right?
I'd imagine Golden Heart would have one.
Don't know about that. I don't know who the hell that is. There was, funny enough, a giant golden heart on the ship that they went to. But they went to meet with some fella, red outfit, creepy smile, big horns.
Horn?
Yeah. They shook hands, and then I saw him hand him over my, she kind of looks down at the crying child in her arms, looks very healthy, though slightly, a little bit, thin in the cheeks, otherwise, looks to be completely fine as these sparkling purple eyes look up at you. And she goes, Nadolf, was, being held hostage, I guess, or he got bought. But, when they weren't looking,
We do not adopt on our ship.
Huh?
Oh. Well,
She kind of smiles and she goes, I managed to get him out of there, but when they went to the inn, I went into his room, but little fucker knows lightning bolt and charred my eye, and then well, I think the shark bit my hand off, but I don't know if he swallowed it. I think he did. I was in a lot of pain, but I jumped out of the window. Probably won't be welcome back to the inn anytime soon. And I ran straight here. The feather was the only thing I managed to get of him to track him, but I guess we're not planning to go track him down later.
I'm sure we'll come across each other when we need to.
But he's my little Nadaf. He's young and he's just only a year old.
I can see why
We're
you
so fucked. We're dead. We're dead. Amno's gonna kill us.
Who's gonna kill
He's
us?
gonna kill us all. Amno.
Why?
Wait.
He wants the 12 lords, and Nadav's one of them.
Oh, well, that's a shame. He doesn't
This
get
is a
this one.
child. If we raise him differently, he won't become a 12 lord. It's fine.
Oh, yes,
no.
he will. Oh, yes, he will. He only gets replaced if he dies, Cameron.
What made me die, though?
He's a baby.
Anyway,
we
so how far away was this?
Well, halfway into town.
We should probably start leaving.
Well,
yeah, we're gonna be gone.
they didn't chase me. It's funny. It was the strangest thing. I ran as soon as I figured when I jumped out the window, they'd come after me. You know, it makes sense. That's what I thought they were after. All I saw as he looked out the window, stared at me, and then I saw as I kind of managed to get to the outer gate, they'd come out into the city, but when I turned to run, they turned the other way. I assume they're heading towards the other airship to leave, but I don't know.
Why were they after your son?
It's a good fucking question. My clan knows a lot about magic. I know that's white feathered. What?
I might be able to answer. As fucking, I'm like hunched up with my head in my knees.
James would also like to try and sense the magic of the child,
Go ahead.
making sure it wasn't.
Give me a wisdom
22.
for that. Okay, 22.
Yeah.
As you kind of come over and kind of float your kind of lightly rub your hand in the air above the child, Nada kind of hesitating as Lars saying this, kind of refocusing her attention kind of away from you. You sense magic. You sense divine magic on the same level almost as Pierre, though it's not as vomit-inducing this time, as it seems to be trapped within this poor this vessel, almost as if it's not flowing properly.
Why? Okay. I
What
look over
information do you
to
have?
First Flame to see, because he'd probably sense this too.
He doesn't seem to notice. Nada kind of looks over at Alar, waiting to see if he'll explain.
They weren't after the kid, they're after the, and I quote, greatest grimoire in the world.
Nada takes a moment and goes, he mentioned the same thing when that can't be my grandfather's spellbook, that dusty old thing. It's a crappy thing of a relic.
Do you know where that
Relics
is?
are powerful.
Oh, my grandfather, he went mad. He managed to beat death or something of those sorts. I don't know. It's some strange thing. He wrote a book and he wrote a bunch of spells that helped supposedly and did a bunch of other things. I don't know. Last time I saw him, Greg's Martom had sent his entire flippin' goon squad of those Jaguar warriors going after to kill him. I thought he was dead. My entire clan got killed by those bastards.
Oh.
Well, I can say one of the reasons why Whitefeather may have been interested in your child. James will put his hand down and look at her dead in the eyes. He's got a lot of magic.
She looks at you and goes, no, yeah, I mean, I fed him a lot when he was a kid. We dined on dragons
Not
all the time.
Pain magic.
She kind of looks at you and goes, what do you mean? He's like gifted by God?
Something of the sort.
We elves don't have a god. What? I don't know what you mean.
Can
I look at
James
the
will-
kids. Do they seem like a normal elf kid?
As you look at even without having to roll anything, I mean, he looks normal from physically. I mean, like I said, a little thin. You roll him in from for your own elven typing. He'd be a little short. He'd be kind of short for for a high elf. But otherwise, yeah, he looks
Out
to be
of the
normal.
corner of my eye.
As you look out the corner of your eye, give me a fortitude save first.
Oh, cool.
If he goes to puke on the child, I'm protecting the child.
I'm not
from
gonna puke
vomit.
on the damn child. Nat 20 for a 27.
As you take a moment and kind of looking the kid up and down, you give me a second here. I'm checking a PM that someone just sent me that's important on the side. Okay. As you take a second, remind me again, what was the roll? Sorry.
27.
Nat 20 for a 27.
For what was it for though again? Looking at the
27.
No, what, you looking at the kid?
Looking at
Oh,
Oh, fortitude
yeah,
save.
I'm
Fortitude
looking at
save out of the corner of your eye. That's right.
Oh.
As you look out of the corner of your eye, the fortitude save, you manage to just barely keep your lunch down as you feel your body almost convulsing as you see a gruesome battlefield of creatures, dragons, kobolds, drakekin, all these scaled-like figures being put on large spear-like objects, and these objects being driven through the bodies as they are being stuck along the road. Creatures and other of all sorts that are just not elves seeming to be following similar suits. Those who don't seem to be tossed into chains and cruelly being whipped as they're taken away. Though you see a maniacal laughing, strong-looking drow kind of standing there where this child is as this is all happening. Thousands of elves around him in armor, looking strong as they continue a battle with fields of corpses all around.
Oh my god.
The fortitude save, you immediately realize due to the amount you just saw, not to do the battle
Yeah, yeah.
itself.
I'll probably go a little bit pale, but that's kind of it.
Nada kind of looks over and goes, I mean, you don't want that spell book. I'll be honest, it wouldn't help any of you.
No, but keeping away from White Feather might be pertinent.
Spell book.
I think washing our hands of it would probably be better. I mean, if he's not going to come after us, then...
Spell book. I'm gonna expel vestige.
Okay, as as you feel your vestige kind of pull away from you, and the tears kind of drying up, the sadness kind of pulling away from you.
I'm gonna
Why'd you
flip
just
through
read
my
spell
book.
book?
I'm gonna flip through my book of vestiges. Alar have thing for this. Alar have thing for this. Let's see. I think
James will look at Nada and for a moment while Alar's going through that and ask and just look at her and be like, would you mind coming to talk to me later? I'm going to go handle some other things real quick.
She kind of looks at you with a strange look in her eye and goes, I'm not really interested. He doesn't need a stepdad.
I'm not asking to be that. I'm
Oh,
something else.
sure. She
As
nods.
James will leave the lower deck,
Okay. She looks
going
back.
around checking on everybody, and head up to the captain's quarters to work on something.
As you do, she looks over at Rollman, still missing the one eye and having no hand, and she goes, I know I'm not the prettiest anymore, but, at the very least, I give a great hand. Oh, well, she holds up the stump.
Was that your good hand?
Well, it wasn't my bad hand. And
You
she,
can still fight with your left.
I mean, I can make do. I figure I'll just jam a knife into this one, and, maybe I'll start sticking him like a peg.
Add a rapier on your arm instead. Make it a weapon arm.
She nods up and down.
Interesting.
She looks back at Alar and goes, You said you had something for this situation.
Wait, I'm typing something to DDM. You'll see.
Okay.
Laura has a big book of things apparently.
Yes.
Suddenly Alar is wearing these very light, almost glimmering blue robes that have little stars upon them. They seem to kind of almost give an unnatural gleam, but only when looked upon, as the light doesn't seem to actually expand beyond appearance. A book seemingly floating in front of Alar that seems to kind of again be slightly translucent, though as it flips through, you can't see anything written on the pages. From Alar's perspective, there are spells upon spells as they flip through. The book kind of fluttering about as they do so.
And this one's very important because this one's kind of horrifying. The manifestation.
Oh no.
Is this one I saw when you dispelled the curse, or is this different?
Yes, this is the curse of spelling one, but this is what you see as this happens. An archmage appears silently, in the form of a great red boulder, blood burbling from the top of the stone and flowing rivulets down the side facing the summoner. Then pools at the base. Then Karsus speaks. The blood fountains upwards, its height varying based on the volume of the voice. There's basically bloody tidal waves going around Alar.
That's interesting.
All right.
Alar can call Soul of Archmage. Alar can use many a spellbook.
She looks at you and goes, "It's something. It's She kind of thinks for a second, and she says something out loud that Rollman. It sounds like a bunch of gurgling as she seems to speak, almost as if her mouth is full with something that you can't seem to understand, no matter how much you try to focus in on it. Alar, as you hear this word, the book immediately flips to a single page that shows you that reads the Grand Lich's book. And says last seen in the southern portions of Draffica, and it gives a map picture below it with a depiction of the southern territories where Tanaruk's hunting grounds are.
Ooh, map! Alar know where is.
Did you catch that alarm? Can you say that again, Nada? I didn't catch.
Nada looks at you and goes,
"You're not ready."
What?
You can't hear, not ready.
What does that mean?
Nada just looks at you and goes, it's a word in a language that only spellcasters can understand. Those who would be able to locate the item would be able to understand it. It's, I don't know what it means. I can't even I don't hear it either. I just know how to be able to speak it.
Although, with name like this, very powerful item.
She goes, well, I know that's the true name of it, and it's guarded or by my grandfather's soul. That's what the last thing he did is he made sure that the name could not be spoken to anyone that could not understand.
How say, what know about undead?
My grandfather, he was very interested in the dead. My grandmother died really young, and he, after having about 5 sons, he couldn't take care of us all, or all of them, rather. I know he kept going to the forest, is what my father would tell me, and one day he'd go to the forest, he'd take a young-born slave that they'd get when they would go raiding, and then they wouldn't bring him back, and he instead would suddenly look slightly younger, or suddenly injuries inside the tribe would suddenly heal the next day. Could be us. It could be him. It could be anyone. It could be a guest of ours. He
heard rumors of how say in common, weird name, bloody end.
She looks
Blood's end.
She looks at you and goes, My grandfather, my father mentioned something about...
Blood's End say same thing, defeat death.
My father did say something about meeting a young dragon when he was in his younger days, but we always thought he was mad because, she looks over at Old Man and goes, we elves, we don't meet dragons. That we'd be enslaved or we kill them, right? That's a grand amount of magic.
Oh, the irony.
She just kind of looks at you and seeing your kind of lack of comprehension and kind of moves on from the subject, just kind of dismissing you with it. As she goes,
A lot of dragons.
yeah, he mentioned something about us. Yeah, he made a deal. He couldn't have made a deal with someone like Bloodsend. That wouldn't make sense. There's no way someone that high ability would be able to.
Alar don't know much. Not exactly necromancer. But other people's souls keep person alive through sacrifice.
I mean, that sounds like what your grandfather did.
She kind of looks at you and goes, well, Grandfather always mentioned something about he was going to do some sort of weird magic. But he said it was study, it was research for the magic, for the... Not, it wasn't necromancy, though. That's not right, though.
Complete opposite of what Alar do with souls.
She kind of looks at you and go at the word souls and goes, wait a minute. No, he didn't do necromancy. He took souls of the dead and put them in. Oh no.
Some sort of soul magic?
Grandfather was a lich.
Uh-huh.
Grandfather was a very powerful.
Just like Bloody End.
Why would he? But if he's a soul, but souls don't make sense because there's no magic that works with souls. I mean, the dwarves have something, but you have to like die and be put like you have to die on the anvil, be hammered into the item. It's a whole mess. I've heard all the tales about that. There's
Giant tower use.
giant tower. She can't.
Sacrifice.
What do you mean giant tower? I've never seen a giant tower.
Well known. What word? Giant kingdom have kill people, destroy soul, give power to sacrificer.
She kind of looks at you and goes, "We had one. We had one of those in the forest. Something similar.
Stole from giant. Oh.
Wasn't giant though. It was small, buried in the ground. To be honest, there's
Is there runes in it?
Tiny version. Tiny
no. It wasn't giant though in runes. The runes were weird. They weren't draconic. They were a language I've never seen before.
Predecessor.
I couldn't even tell you. It's I know when you go into the tower. I mean, as a kid, I played around the area. I would go in there. There was a giant, like, weird dragon-like snake creature that would sleep in there, and if you could sneak past him, they had this weird pedestal in the center that was always, like, covered in blood. We always figured that's where they just went to sacrifice people to, gain something. I don't know.
Snake. I'll start flipping through random pictures, because this, I think, falls into tribal learning. Because I think they live nearby, right? The Yuan-Ti? I don't think they live too far from where Alar was. When
The Yuan-Ti as a monsters in their most snake-like forms do exist, but they don't have thought yet at this age. They're mostly, even the ones considered primal, barely have above an 8 in intelligence. That's considered
but Alar's
very
just
rare.
going because he heard snake thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's all. He's not looking for intelligent snake. He's looking for snake thing.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me a knowledge nature.
Okay. That's 3 to 1. 21.
As you think for a moment, you realize this could be one of two creatures that come to mind immediately. One is the beasts that are called, your species would know them as lesser drakes. Some of them call them weak wyverns or legless dragons. What you would know is those creatures are known for eating like slimes. Meaning as in they eat anything they eat, they seem to turn into or seem to manage to mutate from. The only other one that comes to mind is the Kuwadal creature that you would recognize mostly from tales from the previous shaman, kind of telling you stories of these flying snake-like creatures that would fight dragons in the skies, supposedly.
Wait, snake have wings?
She nods up and down.
Ah, Ah! I point again towards that lower area. Coatl!
She kind of looks at it and goes, "Yeah.
Big, very powerful.
Hey, his name's And she says something again that you hear, Alar. The word you hear is Death's Guard. Though, again, to Roloman, it comes out mumbled and seemingly almost unintelligible as you try to read their lips. It seems to get lost on you as the conversation, or as they say this, and they go, "I don't know what it means, but I know that if you call that, it seems to answer."
Yes, known as friendly creature. If not aggressive, won't attack. Can talk to.
She kind of nods.
So
Friend of air users. Me speak air.
She looks at you and nods and goes, "Oh, I didn't want to ask you a lot to do this. That would be a lot to go out and take care of."
Alarm want book.
She kind of chuckles at that.
you want to use whatever magic that their grandfather used?
Mm-mm.
What do you
Other
want to look
magic.
for?
Other magic, not only magic in book.
Oh, are you gonna like use their grandfather's soul as like whatever you do?
Maybe. Goal. White Feather Call Book, because Alar knows he can't call by its name because fucking Roman won't hear it. He called book greatest grimoire ever. How much magic do you think in there?
Enough to be a big problem.
Yes, or big help.
Do you think this snake thing would recognize you, Naoto?
She kind of looks at you. She goes back as she's playing with with Nadolf, who seems to be cooing quietly, and then looks up at you and goes, "I mean, he'd recognize any of my clan's smell. As far as I understand, he wouldn't bite us. He'd just shoo us and push us out of the tower anytime we got close."
Coatl, when shaman make friend, shaman gain title, rainbow servant.
She looks at you and goes, "If you can tame that thing, you deserve more than that title."
Not tame, serve.
Even grander. If you want to serve it, that's on you. I mean, it's that creature's been able to out-survive that really big hunter that keeps patrolling the lands and his ugly beasts. Those gray like Goliaths, I think is what they're called. Disgusting creatures. Not at all cluing in that Rollerman is half Goliath.
Yeah. Well, I don't really have sympathy for Goliaths. Wasn't raised by them.
Rainbow servants gain lots of divine power. Coatl, holy creature. Kind of.
It'll be interesting to see one.
She kind of nods and goes, "Huh. Well, I'm gonna go see James. You mind?" She kind of like holds out the child to Alar.
Yep.
She smiles and goes, "Thank you. I'm gonna use Rollerman here to lean on and carry me mostly up there because my foot also kind of still busted a little bit. I'm missing 2 toes now. By the way,
All right.
White Feather does have a thing for feet. I should warn you.
I did see he cut off some toes of.
He eats them. It's the weirdest fucking thing." She kind of like holds on to you, kind of limping her way up.
I'll bring it up there, and after that, there's a map in the.
Yeah, in the
Do I have
captain's
a map?
quarters. It's in the captain. Well, it'd be with James, assumedly.
All right. As they're talking, unless it's supposed to be private, in that case, I'll leave. If it's not supposed to be like private, and I can be in there, I'll look at
James
the
would
map
ask
and see if
you to
we
step
can.
out of the room.
Okay.
Take them
Like
out.
that.
Take them out.
Oh yeah, I'll take the map. I'll just say James.
I can mark.
Ask
I can
step
mark
out.
on your map what
Okay.
my map shows.
Yeah, as you hand Rollman the map after he kind of like mentions that he needs to speak to Alar for something with a map. Heading back down with it, he leaves you in peace with Nada, who kind of looks up at you. Hand missing, slightly limping as her left foot is missing 2 toes. Her one eye completely covered over now with a patch.
I am glad you're alive. As James would have the schematics probably already drawn up that he was working on of a new hand and eye magic item
Just kind of
that
looks
he
up.
would be working on later.
The hand of Vecna. The eye of Vecna.
She
The
kind of
toe
looks
effect.
at it and sees the eyes got a slight little lens design into it, and she goes, "This will increase my ability to see a little further, and even given me night vision. I do appreciate that, and it'll make me able to see further in the dark. It's not usual, and I'll be honest, a hand, well, it's nice that it's a little stronger. It's gonna give me a little bit more punch. I mean, I guess he won't be able to cut it off this time. I don't know what else I can really use it much for. I'm not that strong." She kind of holds up the stump, well, as you can clearly see.
James will take a breath and look at her dead in the eyes and go, "Did my gift to help you?"
Please don't look me in the dead eye. I really don't appreciate it. It's
Looking her in the face then. Looking at her face, James will simply go, "Did my gift help at all?"
Wait. You're the weird dude. You're the weird hammer, glowing hammer that just basically said, "Hey, there's a bit. He's gonna be at the inn." You know how freaky that was? I was standing in the middle of a dark alley, and suddenly there's a vision of this big glowing fucking hammer in front of me that says, "Go to the inn," and I'm like, "What?" I mean, I can see my child right there. Why? And it didn't respond. It just said, "Go to the inn" again, and I'm like, "Okay, I don't." That was you? How the hell? Why? Wait. Firstly, why? Also, secondly, how did you know he was going to be at the end? And also, thirdly, since if you could do that the entire time, why the fuck did you wait till now?
Secret.
James will take a deep breath. I used all the divinity I had to give you as much help as I could.
Why didn't you do that? Wait, why didn't you do that to kill him when he was on the ship?
It wouldn't have been enough.
You told me where he would be
You
at
don't
his
know
weakest point. I mean, what are you, a god? Can you see the future?
James will shake his head.
Because you could have warned me about the lightning bolt he had waiting for me as soon as I went in there. That would have been helpful, Mr. fucking Hammer. Or how about the blade that Shigo had waiting for me? As she raises the stump. Or my favorite, Bite got the fucking eye out of me. Okay,
The legend begins with Mr. Hammer.
You are the shittiest
her go
warning
off.
system.
Letting her go off, James takes the beratement and just looks at her calmly.
James, a 2-foot weapon of warning.
I appreciate the fact that you gave me the warning where he'd be the most useful there, but I'm kind of wondering if it would have been better to just grab him when I saw him at first, because I'm going to be honest. As she looks down at her hand, or her missing hand, and looks back at you and goes, I think I would have been better off just going at it then.
You probably would have died.
Well, your glowing hammer didn't help. You made me squeal loud enough to make the neighbors notice me.
I apologize. I felt I owed it to you as all the help I could give.
To scare the shit out of me? I appreciate you, I really do. I appreciate the help. Do you know how scary, though, it is to be suddenly appearing a fucking giant hammer? I know what the gods are like. I don't want to know what kind of cruel motherfucker that could have been. I could have been dealing with a demon. Do you know how scary that was? I was expecting you to show up asking me for a deal. Don't you ever do that again without announcing yourself.
You were the first person I've ever actually tried to give that.
Also, why do you have the holier-than-thou voice with your hammer? And where do you speak through the hammer?
I don't. It's my best guess is it's an incarnation of whatever my soul feels at the time.
I have so many questions.
I have even more, but I'm glad it was able to help.
I mean, it worked. That's the truth.
I'm glad. And I'm glad you survived.
You also see as she suddenly
will
starts
finish-
to pale in a little bit as the dream lily she was fed earlier starts to wear off, and you see she's starting to feel the injuries.
You can sleep in here. I'll take these and see if I can have scales, if they're well enough to assist me with the design any further.
She looks at you and goes, I don't think I have much of a choice, as her eyes start to kind of flutter close, and you watch as she falls backwards.
Back in the bed, I make sure she's basically covered up and not gonna hurt herself any further. If she fall, so she can't fall out of bed or anything.
Yeah.
And I'll take the designs and head down to Scales, seeing if he can make any improvements that might make them more efficient or easier to craft at this point.
Okay. As you head back down, you see Olar kind of holding the child in his arms. Rolman, I imagine, kind of sitting there looking at the map where Olar kind of points to as you narrow the map in. Seeing the large territory south of what is Diamond's Death and Adventure's Beginning, which is somewhat cut up as to a bunch of different elven tribes as you start to look at and kind of mark down where you know the last known location of the tribes you'd remember from the area. And as you kind of mark one of the northern forests, you notice that's one of the areas where you remember your family kind of not mentioning to avoid due to the darker skinned elves being willing to consume even other elves. As you kind of mark there, looking at it and seeing where Lar kind of points, you notice they are both exactly in the same location.
Well, be a new adventure. Haven't been there before.
What are you two planning? As James is there holding two schematics.
You know that
Talk
book?
to Aragon.
You know the book that
On the way to
Whitefeather?
where we're going?
Is it on the way to the Abaxia lands?
Kind of the opposite.
The opposite direction of them.
But it's also on continent, so it's like.
Oh, it's the same continent? That's
Or
not
no,
that
is this
bad,
under? No,
No,
this is under,
one's on Drafika, one's on the Cracked Lands.
Isn't the correct ones where we're going?
Yeah, the Cracked Lands is the Tabaxi lands. Drafika is where the location of the Drower.
We'd have to go to Greg's land, near Greg's land.
Well, you don't have anything wrong with Greg.
However, out of party, we wouldn't run into Monday or Sunday because we'd be going there because of timeline 4 months later.
Yeah, even if you went at the fastest you'd get there would be you'd have to go a month or 2 weeks south by airship to the city, the Karor Castle, and then basically shrink your ship down and go through the go through the portal, or hope they have an airship-sized portal.
They better have an airship-sized portal. It's been a month. They keep boosting their tech.
I was gonna say I will mention the portals you already saw were ran by Greg's Maratom's people. It was not ran by the Toth. So, at least from what you could tell from their outfits or their uniforms. But beyond that, as you kind of all stand over now with the map in the center, Scales kind of looking at the design and is going to be rolling in the background for themselves, or for this as well. You a lot kind of gather around the map. Lar still kind of swaddling the child, who's simply just staring up at him, sparkly-eyed and just cooing quietly.
Fatherly instincts.
It's, aren't you a female? I thought you were female.
Hmm?
You said you're a queen of the tribe.
Grandpa kind of leans over to Rollerman and goes, you don't know much about beast folk, right?
Nope.
Okay. So, hyenas, females have, he kind of points down to your crotch and goes,
Oh.
males do the feminine work. Females lead the pack, and he kind of pats you on the shoulder and goes, also, if you refer to her as a female, it could insult some, like to be called males because when they're queens, they don't see themselves as queens. They see themselves as like males because they have fake. Yeah, and he kind of goes back to drinking his watered down
However,
coffee.
I would
Now
say
he doesn't know
they are the
Knowles.
masculine. I would say there's the masculine, but they are referred to as queens. That is like their
Yeah.
title.
Yep.
So
They're usually, but yeah, I will say also, he kind of smiles and goes, also females are the larger of the lot, and the aggressive ones. So, he kind of looks down to James, goes, and kind of looks down at James, smiles, and goes, "Watch out."
that was your first
Anyways.
mouse female. Max knoll size is 7'6". I'm 8'2".
Oh, why are you so tall?
Half null.
Half no. Anyways,
Oh, no?
we could probably make it there. I don't know. Hopefully we get the book in like a week or two, and then make it to the Vaculands to sell the seeds.
Well, I wasn't expecting this turn of events. Yes, we can go sell the seeds first.
First, I think we might want to do this first, if you're trying racing Whitefeather to it.
That's true. And if he's on a ship with them,
Grandpa kind of steps forward and goes, youngins, I guess I should stop holding out on you now at this point. So, in my younger days, I was really a bad hunter. My father tried to teach me, and no matter what, I could never shoot a bow. And anything I did, horrible. I miss anything I hit. He got so mad at me one day, he beat me till I was red. And so, I decided that night I wasn't going to put up with it anymore, and I was going to do something about it. I figured if I couldn't shoot the damn thing, I was going to track it to find it and then stab it or smack it in the head with a pan. So I made a little something after I studied a couple of the beholders that were that like to local the area, the watering hole near our camp or our lodgings, and he kind of smiles and goes, "Well, unfortunately, from what I can tell, our dear friend Whitefeather seems to have been captured by Seji, as he looks to be currently in the prison cells." As he kind of uses kind of waves his hand over the map and shows you a little design of a feather in the center of the town of Seji's retreat, right underneath, right on top of the fortress.
That's
I'm just
good,
gonna
right?
smile. He can't move.
Hopefully.
Isn't that good?
Someone should warn Seiji what he can do, but
Grandpa smiles and kind of at you with that and goes,
Uh,
But I think that's already been handled, is what James will look at him and say, with a smile.
Grandpa nods. Won't stop him for long. It'll give us at least a couple months before, I've heard Troll Court, very slow process they're not the brightest when it comes to dealing with the day-to-day.
I'm just picturing the super intelligent Toss dealing with a bunch of trolls in court, going, "He bad."
Yeah. Seji just sent me a message and just said, "Yeah, no, I'll take care of this."
There's a meme for this. I need to find this. Give me a second.
No,
I have to find the image.
Cameron, imagine a guy with a 30 in intelligence surrounded a court of all Dakas.
Basically. Even worse is it's a Daka with the Daka intelligence that's annoyed.
No,
This is what I'm
but-
imagining.
Yeah, what
They
you
are
say?
less. Daka had a 10 in intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
This is what
They're
I'm imagining that court case to be.
It's so true.
If we have the time, we could do Tabaxi and then go for that book. Then.
Wasn't the Tabaxians like a super long voyage?
It's 9 months from here.
It's 9 months if if you take the uncharted routes,
If we take the uncharted route.
it get you there in 9 months. If you don't, it'll take a lot longer.
Yeah,
Granted,
that's the point.
taking
We're
the-
not getting there in time anyway.
Well, you don't need to get in time. We just need to be in a good enough lead that they can't catch up. That's the thing.
You think they're not
They
just gonna
won't send-
use some way to teleport over there over the 4 months?
I don't know.
You think that's not why he only gave us 4 months? I pieced this together like when he did it. Like that was kind of
Yeah, we're at a loss for the seeds generally. They'll grow anywhere, so we can really offload them anywhere.
That's actually, well, technically. Now, I will give you this, James, because I'm going to say James is a smart enough merchant to remember this. Greg's Greg's land is closer, in theory, to her lands. You could get there, from what you can tell. If you left now and headed straight to Karor Castle and headed through the portals, you could, in theory, get through there quicker. Now, because that would save you, in theory, a good few months of maybe 5 to 6 months worth of travel, and you won't have to worry about the unknown lands that you'd be traveling through, unknown waters. Now, you don't know if there is one that's decided to get an airship through yet. Because you didn't see one when you were there.
It would also still give us a lot of access to sell, because we'll have access to merchants from all over the world to offload our metals and stuff, so we could still get amazing prices.
You could go there, and then if there's not a portal to take an airship through, just sell it there instead.
Sure. Commission an item for yourself. You could also
Get a function put on the ship. I need it to be able to shrink and grow on command.
Hey, who knows? If you've got the coin, who knows?
First, let's go deal with this Bodakite thing, because that'll give us the coin that we may need to add anything on the ship.
And in Greg's land, you could meet a friend again.
We are going to go deal with the Bodax, and then I think we will try to see if we can hire a Toth to apply a very specific enchantment.
I mean, that's fair.
Ship.
Go to the box, earn a ton of money to know we can afford the enchantment, and then go.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. As you
I would
guys,
also like to.
Yeah.
I'm going to look at Rain.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to go do something for me, though.
She
This
kind
is
of.
something I'm going to need for fixing some things up. I need the. I point to the. Cause I'm guessing we also, while in town at any points, would have grabbed the new quests while I was in there getting information. I hand her the two for the slimes, the oozes, and for the oozes and the Minotaur. Minotaur alive, oozes dealt with, please.
Rain kind of stretches her back and goes, I'm starting to like you. You really are actually becoming a decent guild leader. Who knows, maybe I'll stick around. Do you want them jarred, or do you want them just dead?
It says it says.
It depends on what the
so
quest is on the back.
What does the quest say on the back? Does it just
What does
say
it
it wants them
want?
alive or dead?
You kind of turn it over. It just says the reward is 40 pounds of solarium, delivery of proof of jelly death.
You can
Death
kill them.
She nods and goes,
Although you can bring back any of the residue, because we might be able to use that for something.
I'm...
Ooh.
More
Can
than...
have ooze core?
She goes, can I take the items from the freezer?
The items?
Which ones?
She looks at you and goes, the hag thing, the immovable rod that you guys left in the freezer.
You can take that, yes.
She kind of nods.
I knew there was an item. I knew there was something.
And she kind of smiles and goes, the other one's a belt of dwarven kind.
I will take that belt.
Alar, grow beard. I'm running. Alar, grow beard.
No, that's mine, Alar. Give it here.
I know I run faster than you.
I'll freeze your feet. Floor slip, go!
You see his grandpa just kind of is going to try and grapple you both. I want you both to roll.
I'm not fighting back. Grandpa's hand touches me, I stop.
Alar?
I guess Neff is, or not Neff, Alar.
Yo, you want Neff here?
No, Neff can stay where
That's a 40?
Oh!
Jesus Christ.
Grandpa back in fighting shape.
Grandpa...
Is there a possibility if I nat 20 to pull something?
Yes, if you can nat 20, I will give you something.
Come on, way to die. Way to die,
James
come on.
stops and just, stops and
No,
just goes,
it's
okay,
19.
Grandpa.
No.
Yeah, James stops, looking over at Alar, who tries to pull away, and you see the clamp of all of the grandpa's muscles. His fingers all have individual six-packs, as Alar's entire shoulder is just not painfully stopped, just Alar, you can't move.
As they're
Alar
stopped
does
and his
the,
hands are full.
Yeah.
Alar does the Scooby-Doo legs keep moving when I'm being told.
Grandpa turns to Rollerman and looks at him and goes, "You move, I'll hug you.
Your hands are full.
I can still hug you.
Do you want
Oh,
the belt,
no.
Grandpa?
We will do this. We will draw straws, or you will, or no one gets it."
Am I allowed to use
You
magic
never
to help
met
me draw the
Golem
straw?
Robin.
Now, do I even know what this belt does? Why are we going after this belt so hard,
Belt
gentlemen?
of Dwarven
Negro
Kind is
beard.
amazing.
Negro
Alar
beard.
wants it for that, but I want it for its other effects.
What's its other effects that you care about it so much?
I do believe it boosts con.
Yeah, I need that as melee. Screw you.
So it gives a minimum. Well, from what they assume, it gives a minimum of +2 enhancement to con and a +2 resistance bonus on saves against poison spells and spell-like effects. As well as you get Stone Cunning, Dwarven Stone Cunning, which doesn't matter for James. You get Dark Vision and you gain. If you're not a dwarf, and then you also gain 60 feet 60 feet of Dark Vision.
I want to put out, it gives a minus on all charisma checks for anything that's not a gnome, halfling, or dwarf.
Yep.
Do you really want this, James?
Well, James is a dwarf.
Yeah.
No,
It still
when
gives me
talking to dwarves and stuff.
Oh yeah, that's true. It is.
No, it gives me a -2 when talking to anybody else.
Negative when talking to.
Have similar checks when dealing with anyone else. Wait. +2 comes
I
from
get a
bonus
minus-
similar checks with dealing gnomes and halflings, and a -2. So no, it's only if you're dealing with dwarf-like, so it's dwarves, which is dwarves, gnomes, and halflings. If you are dealing with anyone that's not one of those three races, you get a -2 to it.
Yeah,
For-
you get good at
for
talking to
wearing it?
dwarf.
Which in this case would only be one race, because gnomes and halflings do not exist yet.
You'll get good at talking to dwarves and get bad at talking to everyone else.
But as Grandpa
is the
kind of sits you both down at the table and then kind of like brings the table over for Rollerman and lets you guys kind of sit, he goes and grabs the belt and holds it and goes, "All right, I don't care who gets it, but you do this kindly and you choose this honorably between the three of you, so no hard feelings."
Can I roll to know what it does, or do I already know since it's literally belt of my kind?
As you look at it, I'll tell you what. I'll give you an appraisal check for it. Instead of having to roll knowledge arcana if you want, to be able to tell. I'll take either of that in this case.
Appraisal. That's an 18.
I just have one question.
Yes.
I just have one question. Just like the modern one in your world, is it literally made of dwarf leather?
It is made of dwarf leather.
Oh,
I will tell you that.
Quality dwarf leather.
However, I will mention to James's perspective, his people would know that these are all made specifically by dwarfs of the flesh of criminals who have been disgraced because they are not allowed to be buried with any of their people, basically. So this is, and I will actually state this. This was decided by the DM who plays these people.
This is James is stroking his beard. That's some quality dwarf leather. He doesn't look bothered in the least.
Now, I will also mention, as you look at this, you realize that this is a +1 enhancement, not a +2, and it gives only a +1 effect to the charisma competence. So you only get a +1 competence and a +1.
Look at it.
Yeah.
Immediately look at it and bow out. Going, you guys can, you two, one of you two can have it.
Grandpa just looks
Grumpy, what's your
between the two.
My con score is a 14.
We both have even con scores. This does nothing for
Who
either
need-
Rock,
of
paper,
us.
scissors for it then.
Who needs the poison more?
Well, no, this is now a game of who's more
Rock,
likely to
paper,
talk
cheer.
to a dwarf.
Well, actually, I was gonna say in a Lars point to a Lars issue, Lars is backup talker for any other languages that James can't, whereas Rollerman just gets lucky with his charisma constantly.
Hey, yeah.
So it probably should go to.
He is not, and I want to repeat for the viewers at home, Rollerman is not a charisma build in the
I
slightest.
am,
Roland would
with
go
my 11 in
from-
charisma, I will conquer the world.
You would go from a +0 talking to a -2.
We
No,
finally
-1.
nerf you getting laid.
No. Yeah, you wouldn't get laid as often. You want that?
It's against all races, you said?
That are
yeah,
not
everyone-
dwarf, basically in this age, yeah.
You think I want to lay a dwarf?
Yeah.
I don't care about dwarves.
So do you?
Well,
Yeah,
Yeah,
you'd still
so
get a
from-
minus to your to.
It gives
to
a minus to
diplomacy.
something that's not a dwarf.
Oh!
It only helps against dwarves.
I thought it was the other way around. Alright, never mind.
No, it only helps against dwarves.
I don't mind who gets it.
Okay, Alar can have it.
Grandpa looks to Alar and like
next level up. Con.
Grandpa kind of sets it down. It is identical in every way, but it is a +1 across the board for each instead. And then beyond that, the price is 6,000 GP. Caster level is still the same though. As you
look at Lar and let her know that it is a weaker dwarven belt.
and Nada kind of looks about and goes, the other one's a rod. It's just an immovable rod that she stuck in her arm. Not much use, but
Alar puts on the belt. Alar
You
stretches
can beat
and
someone
says
with
in
it.
Dwarven, "Finally."
and then a
Dwarvish.
beard grows.
In Dwarvish, I look at you. Can we actually understand each other now?
Another language is gained.
You can't. Yeah, you understand each other perfectly. Alar speaks Dwarvish as if it was his native tongue.
I hug Alar. Friend!
Look at my leg.
I'm short!
Interesting fact.
I will say, at this point, James, you are confirmed in your head. Alar is a man.
Yes, this is male. This not bad.
Yeah, as you kind of pull away from hugging. Not like I'm not saying in like a weird way. It's just like as this happens, it's hard not to realize immediately as you pull away and then like smile up at them at this as you have someone to speak to in Dwarvish now.
Brother.
But Rain goes in taking the immovable rod and kind of puts it on her belt and just kind of nods and goes, so jelly. I don't know, bring back some cores, and if I find anything else, I'll keep 5% for my as she kind of looks down at her nails, and she goes,
I look at her. You can keep 10% for this one because you're doing something interesting. Because I'm getting the medals
sure,
of whatever you find left.
I'll be a day, if that. And she turns and heads upstairs.
How far away is the Bodak area?
As you look at the distinguishment on the map, you see
Say one movement away.
yeah, the it looks like it's slightly the markings on the script seem to slightly show a different marking from what you seen the previous day. It shows about a half a day's journey now from the cities, roughly. Still in the same rough map location, as it seems these creatures favor populated roads and heavy watered areas.
I'm gonna go into town real quick and turn into Prophet his mother-in-law's head. Then we'll go drop off the troglodytes to see if we can get them in the cave with the Bodaks to just get that dealt with.
Okay.
That work for everybody?
Most of the slaves seem to be still just eating and completely ignoring you.
I look at them all.
Grandpa just seems to look at you and nod to you.
There you go.
Grandpa, I did leave some money I did set you aside some money for groceries. Would you like to give me a list and I can grab those up?
And he
Or
kind
would
of
you like to go handle that shopping yourself?
looks at you and goes, "You go do the Bodok quest. By the time you guys get back in town, we'll have everything we could need for a good long journey, no matter where you want to go. I figure I'll get us packed for about a year, just in case."
I'll nod gratefully, and by the way, I did say I'd check on the crew as I was coming back up from dealing Nada. How are they all feeling generally now that they're no longer...
Most are
The
injured.
problem.
Yeah. Most are injured, but you seem most emotions seem high. After Alar stopped being depressed, it seemed that a lot of the people who had kind of bonded towards Alar have kind of started to warm up. Raoul is grumpy looking as always, but now that he is covered in heavy blankets, as well as hasn't left his bed, as he is cold and shivering constantly.
What if we give him the belt? Would he grow it back and
Grow a
then?
beard.
Well, would it grow all of his hair back?
It's funny actually. The Bell of Dwarven Kind, if I remember right, has a specific thing that it does not work on creatures that can't grow beards naturally. So it won't work for feathered
Beard
creatures.
can't grow if it won't.
Yeah, because there's no beard in a bird.
However, I did get one of these in the future as fucking Sieko, and I grew a beard made of crystal, which was horrifying.
Yep. So there's a way to do it. It's just that there's not been one that so far you haven't seen or haven't seen
I
one.
will. You know what? That belt that Sieko found, it's gonna be James's creation. Here we go.
You don't want that? When Sieko touched it, he felt immense pain.
It's true.
Yeah.
Most of the crew, though, seems to be somewhat in good spirits, so it seems to be a lot more laughing and joking amongst and favoring each other. There seems to be fight against Shigo, Bite, and Whitefeather surprisingly worked in your favor to kind of unite the crew in their perspective, giving them kind of a common enemy to work around and a bond of sorts as they've kind of been working together.
I'm glad, and I guess my apology did something then.
Well, they don't seem to look at you with hatred as you walk around. Most
That's
of them
good.
seem to just stare at you and leave you be. It seems more of a neutral. There's no more hushed tones as you walk by. It seems that, though they don't seem to immediately like call to you or welcome you into conversation, no one's hesitating towards you.
That's better. James. This is now James' people. This is his clan. That is his
man.
thought process, basically.
They're all gonna die.
James is raising his third death flag of tonight's session as we go into the continue part.
As James goes to the freezer, gets the head out, the chunk of head, and heads into town to see
Are
Prophet.
BK's bones still in there?
Yes, they are, and James has accepted that.
Oh,
and
would
moved
they
on.
be? Because
well,
the
his
bones might still be up there.
spine isn't. I can tell you that much.
Oh no!
Yeah. I tried to make that clear.
James realized. I realized it as the player, and James realized it in character. That's
Just
why
said
James
spine,
almost.
so.
Yeah, there's
James realized that wasn't.
The meat is all cut up at this point. BK's head has been kind of stuffed and mounted on the side as a kind of a remembrance thing with his name kind of placard out as Grandpa and a couple of the other members, though leaving themselves anonymous, seem to kind of try to put together for James. Not realizing how kind of creepy that probably looked to James, but the intention was kind.
It's like
Unfortunately, we can't
someone taking
taxidermy
their
him.
stuffed dog and taking their dog, stuffing them, and having them as a side table to James.
Well, we can't
it's
stuff
pretty
him,
fucking sweet. It's a sweet gesture. He gets they're doing their best. He accepts it. It's just he
this
misses
motherfucker
the
trying to
money.
stuff a dog. Wait a minute.
And
That's
so,
what Afghan basically was to James, was a dog.
suddenly Alar has a problem.
You don't stuff Alar stuff you.
What about stuff
Kinky.
head up ass? Yeah, I heard that's what's gonna happen to me.
Anyways, with the chunk of frozen head in hand, I head in to talk to Prophet. This is gonna be a good day.
Yeah, and with that, for the watchers, this will be only a moment, but for the players, we're going to take a quick few minute break as we've been going for almost 4 hours, and I imagine everyone wants to grab a refill and snack, so we will be right back. Alright, as we return. Okay, as we were, with Rain heading off to take on the Jellies, James heading into town to meet with Prophet, Rollerman, what are you doing?
I'll follow James because he's got bounties on him now.
Okay. Also, if you can hear my desk in the background going down, don't worry, that's my cursed dog. Totally, as we're calling it.
Wait, I hear the tiny
I hear it slightly.
My knees hurt. All right, shut up. It got no point where I can't. I've been standing for like 2 hours.
No, that sounds like a happy rabbit. Jesus Christ, that's so adorable.
It's sadly, well, it's a desk. I promise you, and it's not adorable. It's slightly squealing and bouncing.
Okay.
All right. So-
it sounds like a happy rabbit.
Rollerman, what'd you say you were doing?
I'll follow James.
Okay.
So he's not alone.
And then Alar, what about you?
I don't think I'm doing much of anything.
You're gonna hang out at the ship then?
I'll be at the ship.
Okay. As James and Rollman head into town, it takes you a couple hours, kind of locating as the market seems to be closed. You see as Prophet's little market square has been kind of boarded up. Many of the stalls seemingly empty. A little bit of dust gathering. As you go to knock on the door in the central portion of it, no one seems to answer. As you start to look around the area, a bunch of shops seem to be kind of closed up as you kind of stand there almost kind of looking for where to go next. And as you start to get ready to pick a direction, almost unnaturally you feel and then almost immediately see in front of you as a Prophet appears from a dark alley walking towards you lot and goes, "Ah, James, yes. He goes, I found a book. lets me speak common better, as he holds it up.
Do I recognize this book? Is it The Art of the Deal?
It does read the art of the deal, actually.
Son of a bitch,
Lar,
get
like-
that book away from me.
A lar-like. But, hey, Cameron, what happened, man? Last time you knew what the ordeal was, you took it willingly, even though you knew what it did. You wanted to fully awaken it.
For the viewers who watch
James is
these,
different. James is different.
there's
I've
actually
been told.
in the art piece in the background. By the way, for those watching, the art of the deal is right above the ginger guy's head. On the left, you'll see that for reference for those wondering what it looks like. That's a poster of it for James.
But anyways, James will go, Prophet, just came to let you know proof of kill, as I hold up the chunk of his mother-in-law's head.
Holy, yeah, that's my mother's eye. Kind of looks you up and down and goes, but my grandnephews, Greg and little Jimmy, they were at my mother-in-law's place this weekend, or this week.
Didn't kill them.
Oh, thank God. That would have been an awkward family reunion next week.
No,
They're very much alive.
Although whichever one has the goatee did nearly kill me.
Well, Looney, he found an ogre, this really big ogre chick, and they had kids, and one of them turned to have one eye, and the other, I don't know, something's wrong with his head, but he's got an arm, I'll tell you that. Those javelins, yeah, I understand. He kind of lifts he pulls his shirt open a little bit, and you see a slight puncture mark where there's an obvious scar of a javelin going through.
James gestures to the hole in his leather armor.
He nods and goes,
Right in center mass.
twinsies. He goes, I feel bad. Kind of nods, looking at you, and goes, do you want goods or do you want gold?
I'd prefer the coin right now. I'm trying to save up to do something.
You heading out of town, I assume. Yeah.
Well, we're gonna handle, I think, a few more little requests here. I think a maximum of 3, then we're leaving.
He nods and goes, 10,000 gold pieces. He kind of pulls out a small sack and then pulls out another small sack and hands it to you and goes, there's 12,000. Hey, I feel bad. And he kind of looks at Rollerman and hands Rollerman 10,000 and goes, there you go. You've been paid. Go. Bye.
Did he hand
put the
James
coin
10,000 and hand me 10,000?
No, he handed 12,000 to James and 10,000 to Rollerman.
You just got 10,000 gold. I don't have to pay you out of this. This is great.
Okay. I'm searching him. Why did he do this?
Give me a sense motive.
I just look at him. I'm gonna sense motive too, because this isn't the prophet I met 3 days ago.
Oh, it didn't do it right. Why? Oh, it's because we're in the wrong chat.
Been there.
It's motive. That's a 25. Nat
God,
20.
nice.
Fear my motive knowing.
6. Fear my motive knowing as well.
Yeah. Roll.
Rollman. He's doing it out of the kindness of his heart, Rollman. This is just a good guy. He must have really thought you did such a great job.
I'm still like kind of burned. I didn't heal last night.
Exactly. James, as you kind of look at him and kind of looking about the town, it kind of comes to a clear picture. Senchi's moving, most likely, and getting ready to just leave the city and get a new city put somewhere else. It's probably him unloading some of his inventory that he doesn't want to have to carry. The gold is heavy. This might have been a simple way of unloading some of the material he had.
How many days before? As I gesture around.
Yeah, next thing he goes, the Red Queen coming closer every day. 2 months, maximum. 1 month is probably most.
We'll be gone before the end of the month. I just want to make sure we can turn in those last 3 jobs.
Most business is staying. Some trolls staying. Weaker trolls going under. And he kind of points down as he looks at you.
I'll nod. Because we'll be dealing with those Bodaks today.
Good luck. Saw 4 on the way out. 3 more on the way in.
Oh, have plan. But do you have big cage?
Of course.
How
Me,
much?
Have big cage?
me, good slaver.
We have big cage.
Yeah,
We have big cage, but
We have
spare
3 big
cage.
cage.
We have many big cages.
That's fair.
Kind of, you see him for a moment, look at you, and go,
Big tarp.
"Give me a second. Let me.
The
That's
other
a
deal
good
is,
one, big tarp.
yeah, big tarp is good. The art of deal is muddling all of our brains equally.
Mm-hmm.
No, this is just how
It's
Alar
slowly
talks.
leaking.
No.
I'm talking like Alar usually does, because Alar talks fucking rough like this. Big tarp.
Big tarp.
You see him kind of think for a second and goes, large, huge.
Let's say large or for tarp huge. Something to fully
get
wrap
both.
around the cage, or both. Yeah.
Both.
Both.
120 gold piece for huge. 60 gold piece for large. I don't know. Me no sell tarp.
Know someone who does. Big cloth.
Cloth. I have lots of. No tarp.
Cloth
Tents. Tent cloth have.
That's basically
How much
tarp.
for 2 big tents?
You see him kind of ponder for a second as he kind of flips through a bunch of books, and a book they pulls out, putting on reading one single reading monocle that like is an actual gemstone that seems to make his eye look more like a spider's, as it kind of like makes it look like there's multiple. As he stares down, it goes he kind of stares off to space for a second, then looks down about the back at the book, nodding up and down, and looks back at you and goes, 40 gold piece.
I'd like to roll to see if that's market price.
Okay.
Or if I'm being upcharged. Profession mercantile, I'm guessing.
Yep. Or appraise.
That's another nat 20 for 25.
Oh my god, he's
Hear
on
me.
fire.
And this is for the tent?
Yeah.
Well, you know that tents are sold for medium creatures for a single individual to use at 10 gold pieces apiece. You ask for a huge and a large version. That would be that would work to cover something of that size for a single individual. It's pretty fair to assume that's a pretty comfortable upcharge.
Alright. 40 is good.
He nods.
40. I'm guessing that's 40 apiece.
Yep.
James will pull out the 80 coins and give it to him. With a 15 coin tip because I'm fucking lazy.
80 pounds per. Jeez.
Each of these are 80 pounds, yep.
Alright, I'll carry him.
Thank you. But he'll get a 15 gold tip because I do good business with him.
Prophet seems to smile at you as he takes the coin, pocketing it, and goes, "You good man, James. You good man. Snowbeard's dumb. You not dumb.
I do my best.
Prophet like you. Prophet make profit."
Jane, I'll make profit after I deal with these Bodaks. Do you have any other...
Young never make profit. When old, you'll make a great profit.
Does he have a does James have a white beard?
Oh, he does have. He's always had a white beard. Oh no, he has a white mustache, right? You only have the mustache.
No, I have a beard. It's
Okay.
just small, like my picture. It's not like down to my chest. It's just
Yeah,
covering
he's
my
got a
head.
close crop beard. That's right.
Minus the wrinkles, he looks pretty old already.
I mean, I am.
Prophet looks at you, Roloman, completely deadpan, not understanding the joke.
Look old to other races.
You don't look
young
old.
to other races. All these races live longer than me. Usually.
Prophet looks at you and goes,
Um,
"Anything else?"
Do you have any other slaves that you wish to offload before we go?
Kind of looks
Anything
at you.
Easy Bodoc bait, I'd say. Without strangling one of the apprentices. They're idiots, but they'll learn.
Damn.
Damn.
He kind of looks at you for a second and goes, I caught caught something. Don't know. I think he's a beast folk.
We've had bad experience with these folk.
He's got purple eyes, and he's really. It kind of pulls out this imagery of this large-looking Rakshasa in heavy plate that looks like it's ready to devour you.
Yo.
And he goes, eating guards 7 today.
No.
Oh god.
I just look at James and say no.
We just got rid of the
Alar
last
wand.
problem. I would prefer not that.
Alar wand.
Alar not yet. Sorry.
Granted, I'd be using him as Bodak bait, but we're also gonna head somewhere to with.
I think he could break out of the cage.
He already got
Yeah.
an edge. He might eat the Bodak.
That'd be a power move.
Mm-hmm.
Not interested to that one. I apologize.
Prophet nods, putting away the
I'm
imagery, and goes, "It took 4 bounty hunters to bring him in. 4 eaten bounty hunters." Okay, so he pulls out something and he starts chewing on a piece of what looks to be rough leather. It's kind of like white in color and gives a hefty crunch.
Okay, well, good day.
Well, you have a wonderful day, my friend.
He nods and goes, "Want to try?" As he holds out this material to you.
I'll respectfully go, not right now, just had big breakfast.
Bodak meat, delicious. And continues to eat it.
Okay.
James turning, keeping his face away from Prophet.
That's what the question
Completely goes green.
Just to eat them.
No, Royce, you'll know this face. The face that was pulled on Wano by every main character in One Piece. Looks away, it's that face.
Alright.
Fucking the utter disgust.
You got a problem with that, James? Or something?
That.
Not my cup of tea.
That is an interesting face.
Yeah.
It looks like a face of agony.
As Rollerman just kind of walks with him, just looking at James, looking back.
I've seen that when, like, someone in the tribe had their leg cut off.
Usually they had leather in their mouth to chew on during the situation.
Are you alright?
Bodak are undead. Eating them is not healthy for normal beings.
Everything.
As you walk
eat
down
dead
the
things.
as you walk down the main road, you do see a butcher's shop that's unmarked and that has a cut up Bodak like skeleton just hanging in the window, just the skull still fully fleshed and intact.
James, I hate to bring it to you, but you eat dead
Talking
things.
about the Bodak again gives James an idea that he's gonna run by scales on when we get back.
All right.
It's gonna be a good idea to see if we can give not a death gaze at will.
That seems like a bad idea.
I think
I
it'll be an
I vote
upgrade for
against this.
later.
I vote against this.
I mean, it can kill anybody who fails the save, and
Yeah.
it would be
Guess what?
funny.
We're included in that, James.
I don't think she'll use it on us.
You put an awful lot of trust in this person.
Give Alar auto death item?
No. Well, maybe.
I was say, what do you mean no? Fuck you.
Look, I get you feel indebted to Nada in some way, but giving them a lot of items and stuff, kind of a.
We're already giving them the Eye of Vecna.
And the hand of Vecna.
And the Toads of Vecna.
Yeah. You think they need more?
They're getting enough.
Oh god, stop making these jokes.
Why not?
Anyways, getting back to the ship. We have troglodytes to get in cages and Bodaks to go
They're already
make
in
them.
cages.
All right. As you lot return back to the ship. Sorry,
The iron.
I was laughing my ass off here. I'm trying to recompose myself. Because I'm sorry.
I want to give our assassin an instant death thing that if she looks at us funny will kill us.
Alar Assassin.
No, that's not it. But that's also funny. But no, as you return back to the ship, Alar kind of sitting on top of the deck with what looks to be Rain, who already has like jars full of something, and is sitting to the side, feet kind of kicked back, petting Alar's head as they just kind of as Rain just kind of watches you lot come towards the ship.
I'll say, how'd you hunting the oozes and the Minotaur go?
She puts down the 40 pounds of solarium, kind of smiling, as well as the 12 pounds of palladium.
Then all we have left is the boat axe to deal with.
She also puts down 3 jars of what looks to be very thick black slime inside of these vials with little
it
red
black
like
pudding?
cores. And then an extra one that is completely gold in color with a green core in the center.
I would like to roll Arcana on these.
Go ahead.
Thick liquid look like failed null ooze.
21.
Null ooze.
Rain will just kind of
Fail.
smile at you. 21. As you look at these two creatures, you're pretty sure the blackened jellies are the Oakum jellies, but you're not sure what the golden one is with the green cord. That one looks to be unique, and you don't recognize it from any book you've ever seen.
Are they alive?
It's not moving. You just see that there is a orb in the center of it, kind of floating in the thick gelatinous material. She kind of looks up at you. Rain looks up at you and goes, "Oh!" And then she kind of sits the Minotaur's head on the ground. And goes, "There was 2 more of them, but I didn't want to bring them home with me, so I already turned. Oh, technically 3 more, but I turned one of them into Sagi."
I nod. I look at the Minotaur head. Can make a nice helmet.
Do you want to use its skull as a helmet? Huh? How hard are their skulls?
They're known
Shaman.
for charging into things.
Shaman hat.
Olar eyeing the skull like a dog, like looking at a bone or a steak that's
Would
been
you like
laid
me
on
to
the
make you
ground.
a shaman hat, Alara?
Alara?
What'd you just call me? You just
Alar?
It's heard you female.
Sorry. No, I've been making that fuck up since Alar's name first came in, because it's making me think of Vox Machina's Alara. Shut up. But, Alar, would you like me to make you a shaman hat out of that?
No. Shaman must kill thing that becomes shaman hat.
Well, we could also just mount it. It'd look nice. Be imposing.
Do something with. Also, Vox Machina character's name Allura.
That's pretty close.
I've always missed... It's close. It's what's fucking me
Who are
up, though.
you in there?
Yeah.
Anyways,
How was fighting these slimes?
He just kind of looks at you and goes, "Well, I'm not going to tell you how I lost my top and my leather pants, and the fact that the black ones are acidic and eat through armor that's not magical. Yeah, I lost 2 daggers to these old bastards and a full set of leather armor. I'm happy I made sure to take that already into account into our expenses. By the way, James, take out 1,000 gold from your inventory."
you know what? If that's all it cost me to have her
Really?
handle 2 major quests like that, I'm not upset.
I will say,
Alar-
she is wearing fine silks on the same level as Roloman's outfit.
I'm just saying. Alar hears all of this about the burnt off clothing, looks down. They're wearing a loincloth and, like, random bracelets and stuff.
Alar, do you want to go get some nice clothes too?
Does it seem like Rain has good taste?
Rain is more exorbitantly dressed than Roloman because most of her outfit looks to be very gaudily colored, and making the fabric more expensive because of the unique coloration to it. From Roloman's perspective, she's got good taste and value. Like, this outfit's definitely worth more than his, from what you can tell. It's kind of ugly looking, to be honest. It's just a mixed mash of colors.
But
Alar cocks stared at James. What you mean? Am dressed.
would you like a nice robe? Is what I need.
Shaman nowhere robe.
Colorful and nice. Okay.
Shaman nowhere robe.
Well, then,
Let's
I
get
guess
on our
we
way.
should head off to deal with the Bodak since the position's moved a little closer. Rollerman, at the helm, if you will,
Aye, aye, Captain.
All right.
as I'll start getting everybody into position.
Mm-hmm.
And because we have a lot of smaller people and not giants anymore, I will make sure I
my God.
get the pulley system rigged up so that we can drop the cages a little bit easily,
All right.
more easily.
As you get the troglodytes in there into the cages without much, they don't seem to put up much of a fight as the creatures still seem slightly drugged. Hey, shoving them in. You manage to lock the cages up, leaving the two in the cage. As you get them over to the sides, ready for the pulley system. The ship starts traveling, and without issue, though the thick storms kind of cause the most of the day to be lost dodging and diving through a thick lightning. Rollerman, go ahead and give me a use magic device roll to see how or how capable you are as a helmsman.
Yeah. Do I have any bonuses from doing this for a long time yet?
DC just goes down.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Don't worry, guys. I have one where I can use magical device.
I will guidance you.
Oh, okay.
I don't fucking trust this.
Wait, what the hell, man? It's a +1, right?
It's stormy.
It's a +1, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. 7.
Okay. As you go heading off in the distance, there we go. You can causing dipping and diving through the dark clouds. The stormy weather kind of managing to catch the ship every once in a while, causing the ship to kind of kick to the side. Allowing with the help of the rest of the crew, though, managing to keep it stable. You manage to get there. It takes you a few extra hours than you would expect, but with the weather being as bad as it is, as you look down at the very muddy ground, you're pretty thankful you don't have to walk it, given the cart would have probably gotten stuck in a few of the mires you see there starting to kind of pick up
Can't
as
even
the
use the
storms
cart
get
right
weathered.
now.
That's true.
We don't have a beacon.
Well, I mean, you've got a Raoul who's naked.
Oh,
I'm
I'm sure
not
he'd
gonna
love
have
to pull the cart.
Drag that.
No.
That's just a horrible thing to do.
Okay.
Okay.
But as you come to the area marked on the map where they've last being seen, I will post it once more in the chat. As you come to an landing a little bit north of this area, kind of parking the ship and leaving Grandpa, or not leaving, Grandpa's not on the ship, sorry, my apologies, while you guys are out and about. Who are you leaving in
He's
charge?
shopping. Good
Grandpa
question.
went out shopping. I'll look at Rain. Make sure nobody else kills each other. At the very least, please.
Rain nods and goes, I don't have to kill anything as long as it doesn't get on the ship. Okay. And she kind of kicks back.
I would like, as I tie a rope
Order
around
given.
myself, and I will look at Rahul. If I'm in danger, could you please pull me back? I ask him very gently.
Give me a diplomacy check.
Please let this. I'm trying. 24.
He's 20
Five.
yes, no.
3 nat 20s. Why?
Because you're about to die. As you kind of say this to him, Raoul kind of just stares at you and kind of comprehending what you're asking, nods up and down, and grabs hold of the rope.
Now, James, I did that last time was because we knew they had like a paralyzing thing. This is gonna be like a death thing. I don't know if
Yeah,
pulling
because
into
then
is
my
gonna help
body
you
will be
that much.
retrieved and you all can cut my head off and make sure I don't resurrect.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Thank you for looking out for us.
I will say, at this point, as you guys have been traveling, it is late into to the
Oh, it's
evening,
late?
like 5-ish. The sun is still, or it hasn't set at this hour from what you've been able to tell after being here for a few days. But the thick storm does make it slightly dark. Though every once in a while the sunlight does seem to kind of peek through as the storm kind of abates and comes through. You give yourselves maybe a half an hour before the eye of the storm will be over you, and then it'll be back to pitch blackness.
Let's wait because the eye of the storm will mean sunlight, and they won't come out in the sunlight, which will give us better time to set things up.
Okay. As you lot kind of wait, sitting on the ship for the next 30 or so minutes, the storm pushes by, and as it starts to cusp on the area, you three disembark with the two troglodytes still in their cages now on the ground. You three are slipped off as the ship slightly floats off the ground. Not enough to fly away, but just enough to where you'd have to grab the ladder to get on.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to be running a very specific spell for this.
No time.
Once we get closer to where they have been seen,
Mm-hmm.
I am going to pop a first level spell that I would have had prepared for this because I knew we'd be doing this, called Detect Undead.
Okay.
In a 60-foot cone emanation from my site, I can detect presence or absence of undead auras.
Okay.
That's for the first 6 seconds. After the next 6 seconds,
Mhm.
I can see the number of them.
Okay. So wait, say that again for the first 6 seconds?
I check the presence or absence of undead auras.
And what's the distance on that, just for my own notes?
60 feet.
60 feet
Cone.
in all directions? Oh, cone. Okay. So in front
But
of
I
you.
would be basically head on a swivel looking, scanning.
As you look forward towards the direction you're going, I do appreciate the idea of swiveling your head, trying to looking around, but it'd be focusing your foot direction towards the area of where you're going. You do notice that the area seems to almost have a natural sense of undead all around it, though it does seem to currently not be anywhere around. As you continue to walk about, you count roughly 4 of the creatures seem to be in the area, though they don't seem to be currently here.
If they are within the area and they're outside my, after 18 seconds, the strength location of each undead aura is revealed, and if the aura is outside my line of sight, then I can discern the direction but not exact location.
Okay.
The hit dice is what determines the strength. If it's 1 or lower, it's faint. 2 to 4, moderate. 5 to 10, strong. 11 or higher, overwhelming. If it's overwhelming, then I end up stunned for a round.
Okay. Wait. How much hit dice? Say it again.
Here, I'll just...
Yeah, if you post it here. So I'm looking at something as well at the same time while I pull this up to check something.
Turns out there's a demi-lich here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We're all gonna die.
If it is...
His name's Ronaldo, and you killed his father. Prepare to die.
Oh. We could probably reason with him.
If it has 6 or more hit die, I will be stunned for 6 seconds.
How many hit die do you
And the
have?
spell will end.
Is it
It's not
based?
about yours.
Oh, it's not based on yours. It's just in general. Okay.
It's based on the hit die of the creature.
Yeah, if it's at least twice my character level, I will be stunned for 1 round, and the spell will immediately end.
James, as you guys are kind of walking forward, Alar beginning to do a silent chant to change their vestige, or to embrace their vestige. James almost immediately freezes.
6 seconds later, with the spell over, James will look at them. They're at least twice as powerful as me.
Well, you see demonic darkness flowing out of Alar's mouth.
Lar, I think at this point you're gonna have to push it, and we'll provide as much support as we can from range.
Like an evil smog dragon, dark black smoke kind of dribbling out, kind of giving Alar this almost demonic appearance as they kind of follow behind you.
Alar will put
Remember,
a hand on James's shoulder.
out if possible.
What'd you say? Sorry, Alar.
Alar puts a hand on James's shoulder, which is ice cold to the touch. And Alar says, I knock out, I kill, we'll see. And then start walking ahead.
James will just be like, knock out if possible, kill if not.
The life of my enemies belongs to me.
Please?
I'm looking at the ground as I'm moving the crates.
Okay. As you continue to stare at the ground, give me a search check.
Me? Okay.
Nope.
I'm gonna see a lot of ground, guys. This floor is made of floor. 16.
You see no immediate tracks that or any markings or anything that catches your attention as off as you're kind of walking, staring at the floor in front of you, making sure nothing kind of catches your attention as an obvious trap of some sort, or something
James, this is your
to.
upside.
Go ahead.
This is your one upside. This is a line in the influence.
Oh, there you go.
A
See, that's good for us.
Yeah, they'll be alive.
as
They'll
you
be able to pull
step
them out of that
forward,
hellhole, right?
Alar angrily, the smoke coming out. Give me a reflex save to see if you notice this creature before it notices you.
Okay. Nat 20, 25.
As you go forward, you suddenly notice as something small comes up and start about to clamp down on your toe or grab at your foot. You look down, and you see the most nefarious creature of them all, a rock crab, staring up at you. Its pincers near your foot as you pull your foot away quickly, dodging away from the creature.
I don't have to look. I do have 15 feet of blind sight now.
Sensing this creature kind of walking towards you, you see, as looking down, you see the rock crab kind of staring up at you, its pincers kind of clicking every few seconds as it does so.
I slam it with my stick.
Go ahead and make an attack.
I thought you were gonna take it alive. It's your enemy.
I can do non-lethal with the stick. It's the upside of a bludgeoning weapon.
It's true.
I could have done something way
you're
worse, but I want to save that because it's gonna be funnier later. Let's see. That's a 12 plus. I think I have a plus 7 with the oaken staff. Yeah, plus 7. So 19.
As you smack the creature, you hit. Go ahead and roll your damage.
9.
As you smash into the rock crab's head, the creature seems to be slightly phased for a moment, but then looks up at you, still pincers right at the ready as they click aggressively. The creature continues to put its claws up in the air as it tries to. It clearly is trying to show its strength and size as you come into its territory.
I see. I need a will save.
Okay. Oh no.
Not the crab.
This crab's about to be in trouble. 11.
Let me read what happens.
You guys bring him to hell.
You shunt a creature within 30 feet of you into the void between the planes. If the creature resists deduction, which it did not, you may not target him for 24 hours. Once a creature is abducted, it is there for 1 round, losing its. It's going to come back after seeing the horrors of Between the Void.
Oh my god.
As you watch as Alar kind of looks down at the crab, just slightly kicks it forward, and the creature suddenly drops into a black abyssal hole that for a moment looks to give it looks as if the most maddening and insane imagery as you both look at it for a moment as the rip closes from reality. The crab disappearing. Moments later, the crab returns, now pale white where it was originally once a dark brown. Its big pincers slightly softer looking. Its outer shell looks to be slightly cracked.
You serve Alar, or else.
Oh my god.
The rock crab just kind of seems to stand there for a second and then skitters into the water away.
Interesting tactic there.
Alright, so I'm hunting Bodax, right?
Yeah, as you start walking forward, I will say for James, you do get the sense that the Bodex from earlier were below you.
I'm just gonna look at Alar and point. Do I see a cave?
As you look about, you see no cave.
I'm just gonna look at Alar. I think we put these cages down and we get back to the ship and come back.
Yeah.
Alar?
Okay. I mean, I'll get the cage set up. Okay.
Yeah. Backing off and letting Alar set up the cages because it's more dangerous for us.
As James and Roman start to back up to the top of the hill, looking down towards her, watching as Alar kind of sets the two cages up. Alar, where are you setting them up out of curiosity?
Let's see. Where's a good spot? I have to think. Boys, what do you think the odds are of where they're gonna see the? I want them to see the cages. That's like the goal, right?
Or the center of the path.
I could just do center of the path. Yeah.
Okay.
Do that.
As you kind of set them down, as you put one down and then the other, a few moments go by as you're kind of rustling these up. The troglodytes seem to kind of look at you with their hollowed eyes, not really even understanding what's going on as they just kind of sit there. And the little white crab seems to come back and seems to, almost as your tremor sense goes off, you sense it as it seems to be pulling something small. It holds in its hand or its claw a small eye as it seems to hold it by these red like tendril as it drags it along and just kind of stops and sets it at your feet.
With us out of range, can I see that that's a Bodak eye?
With you out of the range, you saw the crab skittering with something in its hand, but it was or in its claw, but it's too hard to tell to make out from the distance. I mean, you can give me
peace offering.
You can try and give me a search or a spot check if you'd like. To see if you can.
I will try to give the spot check.
Okay.
Roma doesn't care.
That's a 10. My
Yeah,
luck has died.
yeah. Better to not burn your luck now.
So, another part of the influence, which might help the crab, I like small precious objects. If this is a Bodak eye, this is a small precious object. The crab did good.
As
Yeah,
you
the other thingies.
do you pick up the eye?
Yeah.
Are you now? My question: are you gonna look at the eye before you?
I'm blindfolded.
Oh, okay.
I said
Oh,
that
that's
before I
right.
even
That is
walked
right.
in.
You are. Yes, I forgot about that. My bad. Yep. Yeah. As you pick it up and kind of hold it in your hand, it's squishy. It feels like an eye. It's pretty big, pretty large. You can try give me a knowledge nature to see if it's a Bodak eye specifically.
I believe in nature. 18.
As you hold on to the creature or the eye, you move around your hand. You feel the very thin slit that seems to be ovaled at the top, and you realize you're pretty sure this is a Bodak eye with the still with the death gaze effect intact. With whatever it is, the eye is completely cleanly been taken out.
I was about to say, as Alar is currently chaotic evil, I'm going to hold the eye to force one of the things in the cage to look at it, the troglodytes.
As you do, the troglodyte is going to try and make the save as it looks at it. What is your +5? Okay.
You got it. I believe in you, Bodak. Or not Bodak, Troglodyte.
No, we need them to
Oh.
fail. There we go. Fail.
Hey, I can root for them.
The troglodyte almost immediately drops, and, starts foaming in the mouth and drops to the ground. A few moments later, the creature starts kind of, after twitching for a bit, seems to stop moving, going quiet and cold. The other troglodyte seems to kind of look over at the one that's now dead and kind of seems to kind of push itself as far away into the cage as it can from that body.
Now, let's see if you're worth something. It's his turn.
Oh, you're gonna do the other one? All right.
Yeah, if he succeeds, he's worth something. We're gonna see.
Fail.
19. He
Please.
succeeds.
He's worth something.
We need the two of them turned. We need big money.
Creature seems to close its eyes instead of looking towards it, looking away every time you seem to try and move it towards it.
I'm gonna shout the order of "Open your eyes" to the troglodyte.
It opens its eyes.
Is the Bodak eye limited to one save per, or does it just keep going?
It just keeps going every round. It gets a
Oh,
chance. That's a 9. As the creature seems to follow suit as it starts to foam at the mouth and drop to the ground.
That was quick.
Yeah, let's get it wrapped up in the tarp. I'm up. Alar, could you point the eye away from us,
Or like put it in a pouch or something.
Are
please?
you ordering me?
No, I'm asking you, please.
I suppose this one can do a favor.
It's concerning.
The crab kind of taps up Alar on the foot.
Well,
I'll look towards the crab even though I'm blindfolded. This is a show if I'm listening.
The crab continues to like wait for you.
Can I try to pick up the crab?
Yeah. Roll handle animal.
I'll take a weird crab pet if I can do this.
that crab has seen horrors.
Oh yeah, he
That
has.
crab is the
19.
horror. It just took a bodock eye from some creature.
It did. 19.
It just stole a Bodak eye from a Bodak.
As you as you go to put your hand down, the crab seems to climb onto your arm and climb up your arm and sit down on top of your head.
Crab hat.
Yep, it basically looks like a white crab hat now on top of your head.
I like this one. I'm gonna start dragging the cages back towards the others.
Alright.
I'll get some strips of cloth to use as blindfolds for the troglodytes that are gonna transform, and then we will.
Also, I
wrap
want
it in.
you know, I have had bad rolls for resisting vestiges.
Yeah, you have been affected by every single one today.
Oh,
Yes. That's
As-
where my bad rolls have been going.
dude, right?
Very unfortunate.
As you head back to the ship, you lot kind of climbing up on deck. James, are you gonna climb into the cage to put this on? How are we doing this? Or are you just gonna try to pull its
I'm
head?
using Mage Hand for the simple
Oh, I
act
could
of
do that.
wrapping it and tying it around their heads.
Can Mage Hand tie?
I think Mage Hand can technically in this one do like any basic action.
Any basic thing a hand can do.
It's just the 5-pound pull force is the only like.
Limit.
Move it. Oh,
propel
move
it.
action. You propel. Yeah.
Move
does-
at will. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. As the mage hand goes in, and you slowly having kind of to cast this twice to summon a one that will be able to kind of hold on to the knot. You manage to get a knot together. As it's impossible, by the way, to tie a knot with a single hand. As you
Hey, I will prove you wrong. That's not right now.
As you go to create this, the blindfolds are put onto the creatures as they stop twitching and the rigor mortis continues on. We're gonna roll.
Luckily, they should auto-turn in because they are technically humanoids.
Oh.
They will turn into Bodaks
All right.
after a day.
As you kind of finish off this, it takes you about an hour to get all this done together after these creatures are fully set up onto the ship.
The tent coverings are
Cat top is getting
Yeah.
wrapped around it, yeah.
As you put the tent tops on top of the cages as well, Alar, what are you doing while the rest of the crew's kind of helping with this? Are you just kind of watching, or are you assisting? What are you thinking?
A king does not do menial labor.
Okay, so you just kind of watch from the helm, the captain's
I have
helm,
my
I guess.
head slightly up, like I'm better than other people as I look.
Okay.
As
As
I
you-
sit.
As you watch the peasants kind of go about their deeds, you hear as Grandpa kind of comes over and brings this thick drink that you suddenly realize as you look over, Grandpa's not supposed to be here. And then as if almost this thought seems to vanish the creature, that watered down coffee, though it's still there, the Grandpa that you saw seems to disappear just as quickly.
Quite the
Phantom
strange.
Grandpa.
As you kind of watch on Alar, watching as they continue kind of going about their business, leaving you with your drink as you kind of stare down at them. The group kind of finishes their work, and as they do so, getting the tents hung up, Rain kind of sits down at the front of the cloth gate to it. And goes, kind of sitting down as a guard with her weapon kind of drawn. She just kind of stares up at Alar with a curious look, and then looks back over at James and just shakes her head as she goes back to kind of focusing on cleaning her nails as she was doing so.
We will head out and head back to the town because we can maybe able to turn them in because will turn since they were killed by a Bodekai.
It might be
Within
better
the
to determine
next
as
20
Bodax.
That is
Yeah,
part of the Bodex thing.
Well,
I
yeah,
know.
but Cam, we
I'm
might have to
saying-
transfer a reward after they turn.
Because, you know, we could just do that with any random vibes. Like, these will turn into Bodax in a couple hours.
Yeah, that
Oh,
kind
no,
of.
no, no. I'm not saying we turn them in early. I'm saying that
Just
they
hang
turn
back to
with-
doing.
We have the
Yeah.
reward now. We have.
But as you kind of head back to the city, Rollman taking the helm as Rollman comes up to the helm. Rollman, you see a Lars standing right there, in front of the wheel, not moving.
Have I noticed their attitude lately?
As you would have noticed, it kind of setting things up. That not the necessarily the attitude, but the slight tilt of the head, them kind of looking down and not offering to be of any help. Just kind of standing up where the captain normally would of a ship.
Do you mind if I pilot this ship so you do not have to do it yourself?
You may.
As the Lar backs away, letting Rollman take the helm. Rollman, go ahead and give me a use magic device. Don't embarrass
can't roll
yourself in front of a
I
Lar.
can't roll as bad as I did last time, right?
You can. In fact, you could roll worse.
No.
Last guidance. There you go.
Oh, okay.
I
Not needed.
looked down at the D24 DM roll and thought that was Grumpy's roll.
Oh, the 3.
I was- oh.
19.
A 19. As you manage to not buckle under the pressure, you kind of focus your mind, and the ship seems to take off. You completely climbing into the sky and heading back towards Seji's retreat. The city looks as if half of it has been taken down, though the center core of it's still very well, established and standing. The market district and other shops seemingly still standing, but much of the residential seems to have vanished as you come in for a landing. Grandpa, who seems to be standing right outside the gate, waves up at you lot. A large cart behind him filled with many different colors of food, objects, materials, all set aside as he kind of smiles as you come in for a landing. He looks at you lot as he starts to kind of get the pulley system to pull the cart up. And goes,
I'm glad I set that up.
I hope you don't mind, young man. I buy us an extra cart. It was on sale. It was much easier to move up and down.
I give him just a thumbs up.
As
Grandpa, that money was for you to use however you felt it needed. You got it. You're good.
nods, and as he kind of gets his stuff set up, kind of letting you guys disembark with the troglodytes onto the ground. Having noted that they have turned by the time you guys return, though I will say you are showing up in town. It is early in the morning at this point. Or, early in the morning. It's like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Most of this town is going to be quiet and not really awake.
Well,
Do
that's
we
a
think
good
we
thing.
can
I mean, it depends on your perspective, yeah.
Do we think we can sell it at this time?
Good
Does
question.
it seem like a thing that we can do, or we have to wait till everyone wakes up?
Good question.
Oh.
I
Uh.
think we could go check, but it's going to be.
Depends. Whose roof and what does he do?
You haven't met, this person.
Yeah, but it's got to say something about where to turn it in.
As
Got it.
you look over the document, kind of digging into it, you see all it shows on the back of it is a big circle with that's been kind of drawn in with the black coloration.
We'll wait till
That
morning,
make
and
any
maybe
sense?
Prophet will know where to tell us to go.
Can I make sense of that?
Yeah, give me
Decipher script?
Yeah, let's go with Decipher script. Sure, why not?
You know what?
I
Can I
just-
try Decipher script too? Let's see.
Well, let's see if Rollman gets it first.
I hate working with lesser races.
17.
17. You do not need to, Jims. As Rollman kind of looks it over, Rollman, there's only one thing that has a big hole around here, and that's the pit.
Yeah.
Kind of puts two and two. You put 2 and 2 together, and you come together. Probably the gentleman who runs the pit's probably not too smart.
All right. Are the pits open?
They were
in
towards the
morning?
center of town. From when you'd passed them earlier when you were in town.
Do they have hours listed?
They did not. But you've never been to them late at night or early in the morning, so.
Mm, We can go check it out. I assume we're driving this off of the pits.
We'll
I might
go
want to
there
go
and
there
ask Karuf
first.
then.
As you
Uh,
disembark, then yeah. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, taking the cages with us.
Okay.
We taking the cages? It'd be
Taking the
unfortunate
cage
if
with
there's
us,
no one
yeah.
there.
Alar,
I mean, I can just run in.
oh,
Before this happens, I can just run into town real quick and see if they're open. And
If
then
you want to
come
run
back.
ahead town before, then fine, we'll go that route.
Alright.
Alar, as you
I'll run
watch
in.
Rolliman disembark and head into town, are you doing anything?
He's like a messenger boy.
You kind of watch this. James kind of seeing Alar's both slight curiosity towards the moment, but yet still kind of face slightly nudged to the
Attitude.
sky. Yeah. No, he,
James is gonna look at
yeah.
Lar and just go, "Thank you for your help earlier."
hmm This demon lord gets bored in the void.
What an
I can at
ominous
least
thing to
do
say.
a bit for free.
as
Well,
Alar kind of stares at you. You notice his eyes slightly a different color, almost kind of hollowed over with a pitch blackness. Covered over, yeah.
Alright, I'm running.
now I'm just thinking about like Ichigo's holification,
God damn it.
where his eyes would go black with
Uh,
the coloring leaving.
Rollman, as you head running into the city, you see the big hole in the ground called the pits. It doesn't take you long to find the small entrance that goes a slight hole in the ground. As you came running in, you see a couple of armored up trolls that seem to be working about and talking. You don't hear any of the crowds though from the inside of the pits. A large mountain troll kind of looks over at you running in and goes, nothing's open. Nothing to get into. I need a nap.
Not here for that. Looking for root?
Roof.
Roof.
His eyes are kind of drooping. They're barely open. He's kind of like half asleep. He goes, "Name's Ruff."
That's the guy.
Rough. Are you able to take the Bodak?
Bodak.
retrieval?
Did I buy Bodak?
Here to sell Bodak to you.
Did I sell
With a
Bodak?
quest.
I don't remember
Show him the
selling
paper. I would have
Bodak.
sent you with the paper.
Show him the paper.
Looks at the quest and goes, "Oh, so I did. That's my pit.
Very good. Very well drawn.
Thank you.
Of course, random circle drawing is his bit.
My family very well known for their art.
I can see.
Kind of like his still eyes very droopy, half like barely staying open. He goes, you want me to come get Bodak or you bring Bodak?"
We'll bring to you.
Okay,
And bring tonight.
Do you want him now?
sure.
Okay. I'll be back.
Okay. He turns and
I
goes
run
back to
back.
adjusting his armor as you go jogging back. Heading back, your very fancy suit cutting out, very sweaty. The slight smell, you know you're gonna have to wash this thing now. But as you get back to the ship, you see as James and the rest of the crew finished unloading the troglodytes in the cages down onto the ground. Alar still watching from above, eventually kind of disembarking as you come running.
All right. They're ready to take
James,
him.
Once they're down, is gonna have his old wagon brought down too to load the cage into, as it'd be emptied for this.
Okay.
And James will use a spell
Okay.
as he says a little something under his breath. What looks like BK if he was a stallion appears.
What spell are you
Does he have a
casting?
big gut?
This is
So a
the
fluffy
spell
stallion.
mount. Yes.
Ah. All right.
This is the spell mount. He it will be around for the next 6 hours.
Now,
It's
correct
full
me if
vehicle.
I'm wrong.
It's a light horse, technically.
Is mount
Could be a
the...
pony.
Pony.
Oh, no, it is on the individual. Okay, I'll leave it be then. Yeah, as you summon a light horse, you suddenly see the horse looking like BK, the white coloration in them, seemingly standing with pride. Gets the cart, or gets set up with the cart and seems to be ready to pull the cart with the 2 troglodyte cages set in there.
Let's go.
James crawling onto his cart. Alar, are you going with the party, or are you going to stay with the ship?
Well, from a Hazu's eyes, what's the point of being out here if I can't at least explore a little bit?
Okay. So as you follow along with Rollman and James into the city, heading towards the center of the city, you find kind of come to the pit. Going into the lower area, you see the hunched over, very large mountain troll with thick gray skin, big green eyes that are barely open, as a little bit of drool leaking out, and a few other trolls seem to be kind of working about. This mountain troll looks over at you and goes, "Oh, small man from earlier.
Indeed.
You got dead guys.
Two.
Why do you have a demon with you?"
He's our friend. He's in a mood.
The missus gets like that every week. Says I smell of the pits and won't see me at all. Horrible times. So I don't sleep much anymore. You know, troll couch is not comfortable. Yeah, like starts to nod off slightly as he startles himself awake and goes, "Oh yeah, how many?"
James will hold up 2 fingers to show 2.
And kind of sets down 500 gold pieces for one, and then sets down another 500 gold pieces and goes,
It's supposed to be 50,000.
"Oh, here you go." And he looks at you.
James will show the paper that shows 50,000 for each.
He looks at it and goes, yeah. There.
I'm gonna check the coins. Are they platinum pieces instead of...
He
It'll
looks
still be a digit off, but
he looks at you and and he counts. It's 500 gold pieces in one, 500 gold pieces in the other.
you're missing a couple zeros there.
He looks at you with confusion and holds up the quest that he had posted. It says 500 gold pieces per Boduk.
We went over this 3 times. The only reason we did it was for the 50,000.
I slapped back with Seji updated it because the numbers were off. That's why we originally weren't going to do the quest, and I have the picture of the original thing.
And it got reposted when the new quest got posted, by the way. With the
It
price.
did.
With the price update. So
It went back down to 500 afterwards.
yeah,
The
if you look at
original
it though, for your notes,
we
it was
have-
posted on the 22nd.
My man Seji cut down the price again.
He did. Hey, listen, man. This was the updates he sent me. I'm just going by his. That's the DM running what I'm the story here.
That wasn't
Well,
not worth it. Then.
I have a super weapon.
James just looking at the gold pieces, looking back up at the troll, looking at the gold
I can
pieces
sell the
with anger.
Bodex for more than that.
He nods. And he goes, "Uh-huh. Thank you."
We're gonna go wait till morning. No, you keep your gold. We take elsewhere.
Okay. Kind of nods.
James is.
And
Because
kind
there's already a monster buyer here that may take these for a lot more.
The bartering of peasants is odd.
you hear the mountain troll in the background as Alar says this and goes, "I agree."
That one's intelligent. Intriguing.
No, just tired. You hear snoring start to kind of pick up as you head out. James, as you head onto the main road, where are you heading with these?
Oh, the fluffies.
Alright, as you head out of town, heading to the exterior of the city, you find the large open fields with the many different monsters, different types of trolls kind of working about. A bunch of horned floofs, as they're called, kind of running about in an open field that seem to be kind of battling each other, as it looks to be mating season for them, as the trolls seem to be throwing out coins as they seem to bet on which males will win and which females will manage to take over the group. But as they do so, a large kind of white troll comes, well, kind of walking over. They seem to be almost twice the size of a fell troll and almost or just as wide, as they come walking over to you with their pale white skin, what looks to be heavy leather worn upon them, as they look at you and go, "Can I be of assistance?" as they speak in perfect Dwarvish.
In Dwarvish, I'll respond. I have 2 Bodex to sell. Originally got them for the job for
Oh,
Roof Rough,
ro- wrong timing.
I
Said she gave an announcement. We're not taking Bodoxin anymore. We got a bit because the Thrycreen are coming. We can't handle dealing with them unless we're killing them immediately. They're only worth their food. Yes, most I can give you. I can give you 10,000 gold pieces for each of them, but that's about the best I can do for you.
that's much better than the 500
Okay,
that Roof Rough
Don't
tried
say
to
that.
knock off.
Hold on.
So
Hold on.
I'm thinking this in my head.
Yes,
Does
Lola?
Thrycreen technically count as humanoid or monstrous humanoid, or just curious for something?
Check to confirm.
Because I know a couple we talked about are different than their normal because of how the world works in this age.
Yeah, but
That's
they
why-
still all count under the same classification. They are monstrous humanoid.
Bodex can kill Thrycrane immediately if they see them. Their eyes would
Gives you an
kill
idea of
them
what Seji's
immediately.
doing.
My friend, as I look at him, you want to kill Thrycrane, yes, as a nation, yes.
Sure.
If you're interested in buying a part of them, I discovered something quite interesting about the Bodak that could easily kill many Thrycrane.
Well, and what is that?
You remove the eye of the Bodak while it's still alive, you can keep using the eye as a weapon. Kill hundreds just by holding it.
Problem is, makes more of the Bodak.
Not if you just destroy the body afterwards.
You
cut
can
off the
behead
head.
them while they're dead.
Can't change
they
back if it
can't
doesn't have a head.
do that.
15,000 gold pieces. That's as high as I'll go.
I'll nod towards James.
I'll just look at him and in Dwarvish go, that sounds perfect.
Well, yeah. Get out of here when as he hands you the 30,000 coin and goes, Don't come back. I don't like doing business with merchants like yourselves.
Have a good day.
He
I
nods.
go about.
As you too. Hope you make better. I hope you make worse deals so I can make more profits. You bastards. As you lot turn to leave. Where are you heading?
The ship.
There's nothing left for us to do here, so it's time to head back to the ship, and we're gonna head back. We're gonna probably rest first, then maybe start heading back to the Tothlands.
Okay.
As we walk away,
Yes.
not Alar, I guess, as everyone's realized this point easily, will say, I've shown I can be useful. Have the dog, the mutt, summon me more often. Yes?
I will ask Alar to do that. You have been very useful.
Excellent. And he'll go silent again.
As you continue heading on your way, getting back to the ship, you all kind of go about your business, getting yourselves ready, figuring out your plans for the next bit of travel. Grandpa handing off 1,000 or 8,000 gold pieces to James, as well as two brown bear pelts. As he kind of smiles, not saying a word and not answering any questions as he goes back to his business. You all find yourselves kind of relaxing as you come together to plan over the next 12 hours of your day. And that is where we're going to end today's session and hopefully pick up next time. We thank you all for watching. We hope you enjoyed, and we will see you on the next episode.